page. Actually, that's the best way to do it. Andrew G.
Welcome, everyone. I'm starting my stream. This is my 20th stream in 20 days.
Sam
and this
Farraway's
is the Australian
new
election.
national candidate.
We're going to be covering it live.
Resigned from the
Anthony Green there. We'll be watching ABC News coverage. I'm going to bring people on.
The party's position on the Voice. So he's
let
been
me
an
share
independent
around
since.
the link, and then we'll
now,
get
if
going.
I look at these votes again, Sam Farraway's ahead, but he's only got 28%. It's only 3 polling places, so it's very early. Andrew G's got 26. Kate Hawke is an independent who finished second time to Andrew G. Now, that count, I think the Commission is doing national versus independent tonight. Later in the evening, we get a preference count, but there's a number of these seats where its sitting members resigned. In Monash, where Russell Broadbent is running as an independent against his former party, the Liberals, and in Moore in Western Australia, where Ian Goodenough
Thanks
is
for
running.
tuning in, guys. Hey,
Well
Steve.
be
G'day, mate.
the sitting
Thanks
member
for tuning in.
having,
I'll share the stream around, guys.
significant personal vote, that we may not have a handle on those 3 seats. So if there's a lot of complexity in this election, there are 3 little extras that'll be even that'll add to that complication. But at the moment, those first figures showing you that the Nationals are certainly not running away with Clare on these early figures.
Interesting.
Thank you, Anthony. I think we're going to cross to James Patterson, who's done sterling work as the opposition's spokesman during the campaign on just about every day, all day. James Patterson, welcome. Can I just start by asking you whether you think you've done enough to present a case that the coalition could do a better job at handling Australia's cost of living crisis?
Well, my opinion on that is interesting, but more interesting will be the verdict of voters, which will have in only a few short hours, Sarah. I mean, this was always going to be a challenging campaign for the coalition. We were up against history, up against 100 years of history in terms of turfing out a first-term government. And throughout this term, we lost 1 seat in a by-election and 3 seats to defections to the crossbench. So our first task is
mate, missed a couple of your debates earlier. Hey, Drew. Hey, Dodo. Galamera, mate.
As a point of
I work
history,
at 4 a.m., but I have
Tony
to
Abbott
watch
won
now.
7 seats in the 2010 election.
So no worries,
That was
Steve. Thanks.
against a government that had rolled
How was the
its
chat
own
with
Prime
Destiny? The
Minister
chat with
and
Destiny
proposed
was
a
good. I've put it on my
carbon
YouTube channel now,
tax.
and
There's
you
been
can
some
go
high
and watch it.
expectations of the
When am I
coalition
joining
over
you?
the last few
Malaki,
months. I
maybe
think
in
we should
about
anchor in history and
45
measure
minutes or
ourselves
an
against
hour,
that.
maybe.
James Patterson, it's
I've
Bridget
just gotta-
Brennan. What's your sense of how many seats you could get to tonight?
Look, I really don't want to speculate on that, but what I can say is that I think Victoria will be very significant. Obviously, the Labor brand is damaged in Victoria. Victorians feel very financially stressed in many seats, particularly in the northwest of Melbourne and the southeast of Melbourne. They feel like there's a severe infrastructure deficit, that they've missed out on infrastructure investment. And of course, there's the crime hotspots all around Melbourne. So I think that will be significant. Equally significant will be regional New South Wales, where we have some very good candidates running, and I think we've put in some good contests. And of course, I think Labor's put a lot of focus in Queensland. I noted that the Prime Minister has had his most aggressive, offensive visit program in Queensland.
The biggest vote counting centres in New South Wales here at Ingleburn.
Is Labor Yimby? Some of them are.
About
Show us your ballot. I actually posted it on my Twitter. I'll go to that soon.
Once they're counted at the various ballot
Can't wait to
booths,
see polling win
they'll
100
be
seats. I bet my red on it
taken to one of these centres amid
get
tight
that up and running
security,
yet.
and then they'll be
Look,
exposed
I'm not
to what they
using
call fresh
Streamlabs right now. I'm
scrutiny, which is
using
basically
StreamYard.
just a recount.
That's okay.
So,
Look,
this is also where the
put comments on the
postal
screen as they
votes,
come in.
the pre-poll votes, and also the declaration votes are already being counted, as you can see. And as we know, nearly 1 in 2 voters have already cast a ballot before polling day, making the work that they're doing here just all that more important. Now, this centre is basically taking care of southwest Sydney, so I can see the voting areas for Hughes and Hume over there. They're both held by the Liberals, the latter by Angus Taylor.
Just gonna
and also
post
the
the link
seats
up, guys.
of MacArthur and Werriwa, both held by the Labor Party. Werriwa is going to be a key seat tonight, obviously. The Liberals, that's something they've really put a target on. They are hoping they might be able to snatch that back from Labor. Some of those House of Representatives votes for Werriwa are being counted just behind me, but we may not know for a little while whether or not the Liberal campaign has been successful.
I'm actually on Twitch as well, by the way,
Labor has
guys.
managed
I've only
to
really just started
keep hold of some of its heartland.
Nick Dole, thank you.
And we're going to go back to Anthony. Tell us early figures. What have you got, my friend?
This is just to show that we actually have early figures now. It's actually a bit hard to work out what they mean. But at the moment, this is a nationwide on 0.3% count. And as I said, we've corrected from where this data is from. It's got the Labor Party on 33.9, the LNP on 32. Now, these are from a disparate collection of electorates, and you get you just get odd trends, early figures. But that's just to show you that we have got numbers, and it's why we're not putting a great store in individual seats at the moment. One Nation are doing well. The Greens are on 12%. The Trumpeter Patriots on 3.2. Others are 11. Just to look at the change in vote, and I have to say, I mean, people shouldn't take this too literally at this stage. This is just to show that the figures are there. and we're showing a 1.8% swing. But again, this is 0.3%. I'm just showing these to demonstrate that the numbers are coming in. You can't. You need to get to about 5% before some of these figures settle down.
Thank you very much. I think I just want to bring in Tony Barry for a minute here. Tony, hello over there. We've had two views here. We've had James McGrath, we've had James Patterson talking about some of the qualities of the campaign. You've been polling marginal seats during the campaign. What did that tell you about the way the campaign was going for the coalition, first of all?
What we did observe over the 6 tracks of the campaign in 20 key seats, they were all Labor Liberal contests, 14 Labor seats and 6 Liberal seats. What we did see was a consistent and steady decline in the Liberal primary vote. About a third of it went to Labor, 2/3 of it went to minor right-wing parties, but they did not all flow back from the minor right-wing parties into the Liberal column. And it sort of sprayed, as Cos talks about. And so that then had a consequence on the 2PP vote. So I think what we're going to see tonight.
Good evening.
is,
Hello, Simon. Lambros, thanks for joining. Hello, mate from Cyprus.
It was 31%, 31.7% the last election.
It's going to be a very big, very big night. Let's see 6 News Australia. Let's see what
we gain benefits from preference flows.
Should we watch Leo guys or ABC News?
I don't have the how to vote cards for me, but I'd imagine that Liberals are probably putting One Nation below the Libertarian Party. Fact check me on that. I don't have the figures in front of me for that. Probably. But I'm probably saying that One Nation might be slightly ahead, purely because the fact that they'd get Babbitt supporters. B, you get some preference flows from Labor, and
well,
get a few preferences from Liberals.
Quickly, Stuart. I was just going to say, for what it's worth, yeah, this is your Liberal core flute in Victoria. Core flute, how to vote card. Senate is Coalition 1, Family First 2, Libertarians 3, One Nation 4, Sustainable 5, Democrats 6. We'll go to Roman McKinnon now while we're talking about, unless I'm jump scaring him. Roman, is he jump? No, there we go. Roman McKinnon, who's at the LNP event in Brisbane with
0.1% in.
Roman, just quickly, we've been talking about LNP there. What do you make of kind of the situation?
Guys, what do you reckon? Should we watch Leo or should we watch ABC?
I want to touch on, just quickly before we get to that, I want to touch on, excuse me, I want to touch on Victoria and the key seats there. Of course, Deakin, one of those main ones, 0.02%. There's obviously been a little bit of redistribution after the abolishment of Higgins. We are expecting the Liberals to retain that simply because the Victorian Labor Premier, Jacinta Allen, is simply unpopular. So the Liberals, should I say, the coalition really need to pick up pretty much all of the Victorian seats they possibly can for them to form government. So that's sort of their path. Their path does run through Victoria, and if they can pick up all of those seats in Victoria, then it would give them a little bit more hope and a higher chance of forming government in some way. Also, Menzies 0.4%.
So I've got Leo Puglisi stream on, but if you guys want the ABC,
0.4%.
Look, maybe I'll put on the ABC for a bit.
James, I want to ask you: is Peter Dutton in a difficult position, having to try and hold on to the primary and stop it leaking to One Nation on the right, and then hold on to these inner city teal type seats on the other hand?
I think I touched upon it in my opening comments. The party, we have Labor to the left, and in terms of the Greens also, pilfering away at some of our votes. And you look at the seat of Ryan at the last federal election, 10% of the LNP column shifted straight to the Greens. 10%. That was a shocking figure. So we've got Labor and the Greens on the left. We also do have the populist parties on the right. And then we have the Teals, who are shameless at being whatever you want them to be. And they're pecking away also. So it's not a traditional Labor versus LNP contest. For us, and we're the opposition, we've got sort of everybody sort of circling us at the moment, rather than that typical pendulum.
Multiple knife fights, I think you called
Yes.
it.
It is a knife fight.
I think you just said.
Guys, is my audio better
Didn't you
now?
say the
Tell
shameless
me.
teals?
I
And
think
lo
I
and
fixed it up.
behold,
Let's go to Zali.
Speaking of.
Who will be the Liberal leader if they lose? Maybe Andrew
That's what we
Hastie.
prepared earlier.
Is my audio better now,
in,
guys?
Seaforth in her seat of Warringah. Look, thank you for joining us tonight. We haven't seen any results at least come through here for your seat.
Okay,
but
it's better. My
I
audio
guess
is better.
you'd be
Thank you,
feeling
guys.
pretty confident
I'll try
about
to
holding
fix
on
it up.
again this evening.
Absolutely, and I can tell you I don't feel shameless. I actually feel like I represent my community. It's been a phenomenal day. I got to 27 booths today, and the team has been amazing, and the feedback from the community was really strong.
Zali, hi, it's Bridget Brennan here. Can you tell us how will you approach working with an incoming government? Is it that you're going to be likely negotiating on bill by bill, issue by issue? What's that going to look like, do you think?
Well, look, I don't think it will look too differently than what it has already for my first 2 terms in the Parliament. I've worked with a coalition government and I've worked with a Labor government. I've passed over 20 amendments to legislations and I've been able to deliver for my community. So I hope there will be, I don't know what's happening now, but I hope I will be able to continue in that vein. I genuinely, as a barrister, I know how important it is for our laws to be well drafted, to meet the purpose they need to make sure they take on board, I guess, the recommendations and the submissions of experts. So that's what I will continue to do, be a voice for my community and try and improve all of our legislation to make sure we pass good law for Australia.
And do you still have influence if it's a majority government tonight?
Well, I would say yes. I've already been in Parliament for 2 terms and each time it has been a majority government. And what we've been able to do is build the social licence for the areas of policy where change is needed, in particular around climate risk and legislating net zero by 2050, for example. We know Australians want to see these big issues addressed. Traditionally, the major parties are less politically courageous. They feel more hamstrung. But we, I think on the crossbench, myself and others, create the space and give a voice to communities around change. So banning gambling advertising, for example, the HEX debt changes in the last Parliament. These are all issues that are very much pushed from the crossbench to the point where the major parties, if they are in government,
Leo, I
with
think,
majority,
just turned 18.
still have to address them.
Somebody won the
And
bingo.
Zali Steggall, do you have a sense of which party might form government tonight? What's the sense in your electorate?
Look, from my electorate, it's a bit harder to say. I think the community was overwhelmingly positive, and my electorate has changed a lot since North Sydney was abolished. 1 in 3 voters are new for Warringah. It's about 36,000 new voters. So I think that will change things, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the result. It's really hard to get a sense of the whole country because communities are different, and I think all the polling and all the commentary changes depending on the area. So I hope there is more localised results where if an MP is doing a good job on the ground, they are likely to be able to resist a national swing. But the lazy MPs, I hope, are the ones to go.
Hi, Zali Steggall, this is Sarah Ferguson. Just a question.
Sure, you're going to go into politics one day. I ran it the last election. I do want to run again. I have to build up my own career first.
The prospect of minority
Well,
government.
Catapult World Emperor. Very well said, VI. Very well said. I completely agree.
Look, I have often frequent conversations with some of my current colleagues that are up for re-election, but I've also been providing any advice I can to new candidates, just helping them from a experience point of view of the campaigning, handling the rigour, the sometimes the high scrutiny that you can be under, and passing on any learnings or experience that I've had in making a successful campaign. I think we will all be very focused on stability and making sure we deliver for the Australian people. Anyone elected takes that responsibility very seriously, and I'm confident that any independent elected will be very much focused on that responsibility for all of Australia and their community.
Zali Steggall, thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
I just have, two more.
Getting some results from guys, I think.
Warranta Lumi Lions, Lutuita T,
Volcanical
Taputi
Padishah,
Pulawali,
Emperor of the known
Wulinam
universe.
Tikala tu Manta, Larapuna tu,
Through Stockton
Miladina
parties and rules, I'm telling right word on immigration. You can be that guy for the Labour Party. Listen, I genuinely think that the Labour Party needs to lower migration.
Miladina Paiwuta Proni. Palawa Takamona Rala Lumi.
I think I'm hang on. I think I'm joining another stream now, guys. 1 second. I'm going to go live to like Abby's stream. 1 second. Hang on, I'm gonna go live with Avi. 1 second. Let's see this. I'm going on his show.
Thanks, Steve.
So the world is
halfway to hell.
Yeah, thank you. The world is halfway to hell. Well, because they realize we're halfway to hell through another $7.99. One Nation is our only chance. She's not perfect, but she's big and getting bigger. Vote one, boys. It's FN time. Thank you for the support. What have we got? Trent again. Pauline is anti-Ponzi scheme economy. Thank you, Trent. Crypto Dummy says, people first and Gerard Rennick have a plan to be able to take power in the next election, and we need to start now and all work together to make this happen. We all need to do better the next time. I agree with the sentiment, and thank you for your support, Crypto Dummy. We're 3 hours in and starting to read these is getting harder. But I'm going to read them all. I promise you guys, and thank you all for your support. Paul says, sorry, but seriously, most Aussies are mentioned in the Bible. Most Aussies are mentioned in the Bible to Peter. What did I just read?
I think he's doing a reference to a Bible.
Peter 2:16.
So if you're just watching on your
Can you hear this now? Is my audio working now? Guys, is my audio working? Please let me know. Okay, it's working now. Okay, fucking hell, man. I don't know what the fuck the problem. I need to get a full. I need to buy a new microphone. Fucking sucks. All right, fucking hell. All right. I mean that makes sense. But I think the problem is, and I think Trump's starting to have this problem in America too. Look, listen, I am somebody who's more like sort of moderate left, but I want to have crack down on crime. I want to have less migration. I want to end illegal immigration. I think we've got to have a proper conversation in society about Islamism, etc. And look, like I think the problem is that Trump is causing a lot of trouble for himself because a lot of the things that he has done in the opening 2-3 months really scares a lot of like middle-class people. And you can't form, I mean, it's now producing a backlash, I think, around the world when it comes to conservative politics. Like in Canada, it was the stuff about, annexing Canada. He would talk about it every single day. And, when he first got in, yeah, look, he was literally like Poilievre was polling 23 points ahead, I think, on the day that Trump got into office, and literally polling. He was smashing it. And I honestly, 3 months ago, if you asked me, I thought Dutton was going to form a majority government. I thought the Labor government had made a lot of major mistakes on migration and crime and all this stuff. But I think people get freaked out by some of the tariff stuff, Trump talking about annexing allies and stuff like that. I think it freaks people out. And I'm giving you advice as a small sort of centrist person. Like if you're freaking people out, it's not going to be a positive, right? I think it even freaked out people in Germany.
That much people got freaked out in the short term. It might affect us in our politics, but for Trump and for the world, if what he's trying to achieve, he actually achieves it, then we can look back in time and go, well done. But I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Trump's doing everything right. But we're not here tonight about Trump. We're here about Australia. And at the end of the day, you're calling a majority Labor government. Is that right? Who? No, but we're asking every guest to predict it. I don't think so. I'm super concerned. But the thing that freaks me out most is a Labor minority, and there's also a bunch of seats that are just interesting tonight. Did you vote Labor first? But do you think the Labor Party now is moderate? Do you think the Labor Party? So why would you vote for him? Why would you vote for him? No, but there's two different things. No. I support you having. I support you. I support you having a membership and trying to change it from the inside. But rocking up at that polling booth where you're giving the power to the people that you personally don't think are good for the country, why would you do that? Do you truly believe that the Liberal Party would be more friendly with China than the Labor Party? Sure, he's going to sell high-priced visas to a very small group of Chinese. Is still better, I would argue, than Labor, who's just going to import them for the votes. Why didn't you vote One Nation? Why didn't you vote One Nation? Because no. But so many of the old-time principal voters moved to One Nation. That's what's happened. But they're not going to change it if you keep voting for them, Drew. If you keep giving them the free pass. Do you know what's interesting is that in Caulfield and in Maclamara, which is going to be a really cool seat to watch tonight, is and I want to see how this plays out because it's been a massive argument in the Jewish community. Labor has always gotten the vote, just like you are now, for free, no strings attached. This year, most Jews could not bring themselves to vote for Labor, but there was still a fight within the Jewish community saying we need. So there was a group saying we need to vote for Labor because if not, the Greens are going to take the seat, and so we've got to protect it from the Greens. So we're going to vote for Labor, and then everyone else was voting Liberal. People were asking me, "What would you do?" I said, "You know what? What's the difference between the Greens having it or Josh Burns? Josh Burns has, besides the fact that he's literally sleeping with the pro-Palestinian activists, but besides for that, what's the difference if he has no pull in the Labor Party at all? What's the point? Give it to the Greens, because then the Labor Party will know for next time if they actually want to win that winnable seat back, they need to change. And it's people like you, unfortunately, for the Labor Party. I get what you're saying. You need to hold them accountable. They need to feel their primary vote crash. Do better, Drew. Please text me. I get you want everyone to know you're consistent, you've got integrity and all that. Just text me after that you voted One Nation to make me feel better. That I actually think that it shows more integrity if you vote on the policy and not the party. You're not tribal. Like if you do believe the policy is the problem, I get being a member to change it from the inside. That's what I said before, because you want to change the policy, you want to bring them back. I get that. But it doesn't help to give him the free. What do you think, Joel? He ain't there anymore. He's not there anymore.
The problem, yeah.
I agree.
You're not in power, mate. You're not in power. That's the problem. And the problem is the party's been taken over. It's like the Liberals. I'm not in the Liberals because the Liberals are straight. So if you want to get my vote, you got to come and get it, mate.
And we were talking about exactly this before, weren't we, Joel? We were saying to people, join the Liberal Party, make a change from the inside. But when it comes to the polling booth, vote for the policies.
Vote Labor. Yeah, because the thing is, if you don't pull out, if I can say, and this is how it was put in 2016 when I was a Bernie bro, and I was listening to what was going on then. Obviously, I was a conservative after that. But I remember listening to Jimmy Dore, and he said, Hillary Clinton, if you want my vote, you can come and get it. It's not just a given that, you got to actually pitch the policies. And if you don't meet my barrier, my bar of expectations policy-wise, then I'm not voting for you. You've got to earn it. And that's the thing. And if you're just voting, it's one thing to make a difference within the party. It's another thing to actually vote for them when they don't actually do what you want. Because then they're like,
and you're saying they don't.
Yeah. It's friendly fire though, mate, because I want to fire on the Labor Party, but you're in there still. It's the same with Antic. I want to fire on the Lib, you're still in there. Mate. You can
What
be
do they
entitled to
have
left.
to
Your
do? What do
loyalty
they
or
have to
values,
do
though.
to lose your vote?
Yeah, mate, but your loyalty or values. Look at Trump's team. Trump was a Democrat. I said Trump was a Democrat. He has Tulsi Gabbard. He has RFK. He's got all these Democrats. Yeah, but hang
George
on,
making a point.
but hang on a hang on a sec. He came in with a slew of former Democrats, and because they left and went to the Republicans, they actually got things done. They got elected, and they brought all the disgruntled Democrats across, including Joe Rogan, and that's why we have like Elon Musk and all these guys that shouldn't be there. They're now on the Republican side. But if you don't move, nothing changes, mate. You know, it's like
It doesn't matter. You don't have to vote Trump. We're not asking you to vote Trump. Forget the Trump stuff. We're in Australia. I just cannot for the life of me understand. I can understand the idea of wanting to change things, and we've said this, we've litigated it, but I just feel like, how can you go in a polling booth and put a 1 next to the group that you've been criticizing for the last 3 years for getting almost everything wrong? And even the things that you claim the other side's going to be bad on, they're still going to be better than them. And bottom line is, when you look at what you believe in, I think you actually agree with One Nation more than both parties. I know you don't want to say it. I know you don't want to admit it. I know you don't want to admit it because to you it's a dirty word. No, I'm talking about policies. You're talking about immigration. You're talking about what? Stop making it about the people. Stop making it tribal. Stop making it about the Liberal, like the Labor Party. I'm an old Labor. What does that even mean? Like, you know what? I get the old Labor people that, you know, like I have family that are old generation Labor. They don't even know the policy. When I talk to them and they say they just vote Labor because they've always voted Labor. They workers' rights. They were workers themselves. They were in the unions or whatever, and now they just vote out of habit. They don't even know. And then when I talk to them about some of the woke stuff, it's shit they would never support in a million years. But even when I tell them, they're still tribal about it. You're somebody that's a political animal. It consumes you all day. You're involved in it. How can you go in there? But how? Okay, I get that. How does that change it? No. Explain to me how. Explain to me how going in today and voting Labor ensures that you're changing it from within. How? No, but and why did you fail the last 3? You've been trying your hardest the last 3 years. You failed. You gave him a chance. What? But they wouldn't know. But they wouldn't know. That's the beauty about the polling booth. That is the beauty about the polling booth.
I think you're wasting your time, Harvey. You are wasting your time because I'm reading the comments. Everyone's like, "You're not going to change this, guys. This soy boy's."
I'm just angry, Drew. Drew. On that note,
Drew is more worried. Drew, you're more worried about your public image and what people will think of you
Yeah.
than actually carrying away the country. I think that's what it comes down to. Because I am someone who would vote Liberal. I would vote Liberal most of my life. I would vote Liberal most of my life. But since the last few years, I cannot stand them, and I don't vote for them. And I do things to oppose them, and I say things against them. And I'm hardcore. I could say rusted on Liberal from my youth, but I've sensed that they don't deserve my vote. And that's how we have to be, I think. That's how Australians have to be to change the country. No, it's not about being fully right-wing.
Drew, can I just say 10% of Bernie Sanders voters voted for Trump in 2016, all right? It's just a matter of time before you come to our side.
It's as you grow up and life hits you. When life smacks you in the face, when you have a couple of kids, you'll realize, brother, we appreciate you, though. I do appreciate you, and credit where credit is due. Whenever I ask you on, you always come on. It is so hard to get people on the other side on.
We love you, mate.
I appreciate it. And I actually do think your views are mostly moderate. I just think you're voting in the wrong place and you're empowering the wrong people. On that note, mate. You've already lost. Thank you, brother.
Hey, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Can I?
Hey guys, I'm back. I'm sorry. I quickly went on their podcast. I was getting roasted. I was getting roasted because I went on. I got roasted because I voted for the Labor Party. I voted for the Labor Party, and they were hating on me. And listen, they're all right wingers. Of course, they're going to be upset with me. I'm not a full right winger. I am a moderate leftist. That's how I've always defined myself, right? And I'm not happy with the way that the left is going. But you know, I'm not going to completely change my view. So look, I'm back. I put on the screen. It was pretty annoying. I'm sorry. Were you guys able to at least hear that? I'm sorry that it was messed up a bit. Look, I'm still getting used to streaming. I didn't know how to do it at the same time. I had agreed to go on their show for 10 minutes. I didn't know how to do it on mine at the same time. I'm sorry. If you guys could still hear it, I'm hoping that you guys could still hear that. Oh, fuck. We couldn't hear it. I'm sorry, guys. That was very retarded of me. I'm sorry. Well, thank you guys for staying. I'm back now. I'm back now at the very least. And look, let me get up the ABC polling, and I'll be here now. I'm not going to another show anymore. I'm not going to any more shows. I had already promised that I'd go on earlier. I was hoping that I could simultaneously stream it. Unfortunately, it didn't work. I apologize, guys. But listen, why'd you let them bully you around? It wasn't. Look, it was a bunch of 3-4 right wingers. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to like. It was hard. They were gang up on me. What can I say? But listen, I'm not a full right winger like other many, right? I still have a more social democratic approach. I agree that I'm not happy with the Labor Party. I'm not happy with their approach on migration and all these other policies. But I'm trying to say that there should be people in the Labor Party who do vote Labor who want the Labor Party to change.
Feeling so far is good, but as I understand it,
you don't like immigration, you should vote for the right winger. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to necessarily vote for the far right. Okay, sorry, I'm fixing the mic. 1 second.
And what about those all-important seats in Brisbane, Adam Band?
All right. Can you guys hear? Is the mic better now? Is the mic better now?
You put a lot of resources up there as well.
Look, we're always clear. I know this from experience. The first time around, everyone throws everything at you, and I think the three MPs up there have done terrifically and run amazing campaigns.
Is the audio better now, guys?
And it seems on early indications, from what I'm told, our vote is holding up.
We could hear everyone but you before. Fucking hell. Sorry, guys. That's retarded.
To wait and see. The votes that will come through will.
I'll look. Maybe what I should do with Victorian. Am I seriously moving against? Are you sure? Is it working now? Am I actually muted? It's telling me that it's working.
But it did take a while for those seats to be counted last time, and the feeling so far.
They're not muted.
Spent a bit of time on the booths up there as well.
Nah, trolling. I do wish there were more centre-left parties in Australia. Look, it's hard for me because my views have become a bit more conservative, and I think that the Labor Party needs to be, have a different approach on migration and have a different approach on foreign policy, all these things. I still vote Labor, but I'm not happy with the direction. That's where I am.
Its view that you.
Yeah, I know. I'm not voting One Nation. One Nation is a retarded party. At the end of the day, One Nation is literally retarded.
Today, Did you do
You should
that?
stop
And
supporting
why?
apartheid Israel. You're destroying your career supporting Zion. That's retarded.
I think the Victorian Party's put out a statement. Very
One Nation has shit policies. That's literally agree.
Greens website, like even now, you'll find that the Greens are saying vote one Greens and preference Labor above Liberal in every seat across the country, and we've run really strongly.
Oh my God, there's a pretty funny comment by Easy Money. They're the most diverse racists I've ever seen. Yeah, so Joel Jamal is Lebanese. Avi is Yemenite Jew, so he was a family of Jews from Yemen that were expelled, and then Rukshan is Sri Lankan. And yeah, look, I disagree with Labour on energy too. That's why do you attack Fatima Payment so much? Because she's insane. She literally supported the Iranian government. Fuck Fatima Payment.
If we do see the LNP dropping to third for those Brisbane seats, are you underestimating the danger to the Greens for those 3 Brisbane seats if that's what happens?
Oh, look, that's always possible. I think there is a chance that you're going to see some across the country, depending on how things go. You may well see some Labor members elected on Liberal preferences. That's the way the Liberals have decided to preference, and it may make a difference in a number of seats. We don't know, but look, in those 3 seats, like our campaign has been really strongly to lift our primary vote, and all indications are that we've held our primary vote, and really we can't do much more than that. And if Labor and Liberal work together on preferences, that's a bit out of our control, but we're really proud of the campaigns that we've run there.
Adam Bant, thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Do you have laptops in Greece? I'm streaming from Australia, retard.
Useful has started to reverberate through our nation's public spaces. Australians of all ages and walks of life are taking to the keys. We've searched the nation for passionate, everyday pianists. Listening On are 2 of the world's greatest pianists.
That was nuts. Give me more. Give me more of that.
Their job is to select one pianist from each location to perform in a spectacular concert.
I am really, really excited.
What an adventure this is going to be.
All right, Malaki, do you want to join? I'll bring on Malaki, actually. Okay, hang on. I'll send Malaki an invite link.
Wannon in Western Victoria is the state's 2nd biggest electorate. It's named after a local river. Encompassing Victoria's famous surf coast and Great Ocean Road, it also takes in the regional centres of Colac and Hamilton. It's been a safe Liberal seat since former Prime Minister Malcolm Fraser won it from Labor back in 1955. You're watching Australia Votes live from the ABC Election Centre. I'm David Spears.
And I'm Sarah Ferguson. It's 7:33 on the East.
So we're starting to get some of the results in, guys.
The votes have been counted. Over to Anthony Green.
All right, Malaki, I'm sending you a... Have the Captive Dreamer incels reached the chat?
Still, Labor Party projected to be.
Oh, I watched the Malaki interview. It was very good.
Coalition 31.3, Greens 12.4.
One Nation is protectionist, anti-abortion, anti-vaccine, anti-climate change, wants to leave the UN and leave the WHO, and the race expect you to vote for them on the grounds of... Yeah, I know. It's just stupid, right? Like I've got a different... I think that the Labor Party should reduce migration. Doesn't mean I'm going to fucking join One Nation. That's stupid.
And all at the moment, that's translating into a 3.2% swing to Labor. Now,
wow, 3 point. That's... I mean, guys, if that swing holds, Labor's won in a landslide.
Now, this projection here is based on the fact that by the time all the votes are counted with the pre-polls, we've factored in that 1.6% drop in the Labor vote. So for that swing of 3.2 to come down to 1%, then there'll have to be a huge swing, a massively better result for the coalition with the pre-poll votes. Now, it is only 5%, but we're seeing this all across the country at the moment.
Yeah, guys, Labor's won it. I can't see how they don't win from here.
Victoria would be the Labor Party's worst state, and at this stage, it is the Labor Party's worst state because there's only a 0.6% swing to Labor in Victoria. If you look at New South Wales, there's a 3.8% swing to Labor. Let's take Victoria off and look at Queensland. In Queensland, there's a 3.3% swing at this stage. And I'll add Tasmania. Tasmania, this is a very odd figure for Tasmania. It's affected by the fact there's 2 seats where independents are well ahead, but there's still swings for Labor in both Lyons and Braddon at this stage. Now, again, let's put all that caveat there about pre-poll votes.
I got the doggy.
This is a significant swing that's going on, and it's going to have to be the pre-polls to turn around what we're seeing at the moment. But
Guys, if you're watching, please give it a like and subscribe so that more people can see it.
People voted on the day, and all the coalition members have turned up.
Just hit like and subscribe, my friends.
No till later in the evening.
Anthony, can I just get you to recap for anybody who's joined us who wasn't here at the beginning to explain why the pre-polls favour the Liberals?
There's a traditional, postals favour the coalition. That has been the way for a century. Pre-polls, they've grown in recent years, have also favoured the coalition. It seems to be something about why people pre-poll, which presupposes people who are conservative votes to go and vote pre-poll. There's numerous reasons for that. But for that reason, you get this gap between the two. And at the last election, on the polling day...
Oh, hang on. We've got Malaki. Malaki, you there?
Oh, here I am. Hello.
Hey, hang on. Let me change around the... Let me just edit the layout so that
yeah,
exactly. People can still read the.
Then went on to lose the election. If anyone's watching,
okay.
I just left my room for a second, and on Channel 9 they got the seat of Dixon up. Peter Dutton's losing.
Peter Dutton's losing the seat of Dixon. That's pretty crazy. Yeah. Oh damn! We just got a huge. Damn! Thank you so much, Kalkin. 1986. Slava Ukraine, and the election is the election. Blur. Goodbye, Anthony Green. You'll be missed. Thank you so much for the super chat, Kalkin. That's so nice of you. Thank you, Brett, mate. Damn. Yeah. No. I think on the current trajectory, the coalition has lost. I think coalition's lost. I can't see how they can win at this point. ABC showing 70% swing from Green to ALP and Griffith against Max. Oh my god, if that happens, I'm actually gonna. Oh my god, I hope so. I hope so, man. I hope so. It's going to take a lot.
Doesn't his wife? His wife doesn't his wife actually support Hamas? His wife is an actual.
Yeah, no, his wife is a hardcore Hamas. So look, how are you going in the seat of Longman? That's the crucial thing here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Continue, and we're projecting that we'll finish in that order.
I'm last. I've only got 4.4% of the vote.
Win that seat for the Labor Party.
That's actually pretty good though. What the hell? 4.5%. That's like bigger than I thought.
Yeah, that means Family First will get their deposit back, which is good.
I mean, that's actually surprisingly pretty good, Malaki, to be honest. I mean, that's actually pretty funny. Wow. Okay, let me get up Dixon.
But that's what the position looks
like
there.
What I'm seeing in the seat of Longman, that's a swing, 10% swing against the sitting member Terry Young.
Wow.
I wasn't considering Longman to be one of the seats that was in play for Labor.
Wow. Okay. It looks like it might just be the case that Labor wins back some of these Brisbane seats from the Greens.
Yeah, a majority is in question. Like I didn't think that they'd get a majority, but it's in question.
Yeah. Wow. It's actually very interesting.
Where we're at, PK. We need to keep those caveats there about the pre-poll could look different.
Wow, so I'm looking at Dixon right now.
What do you make of it?
How much? 6% counted. Oh, so it's only 6%. But wow, like Ali France is in ahead.
I think this is her third election competing for Dixon.
Yeah,
she competed for Dixon in 2019 and 2022 as well.
I'm looking at Bonner as well in Brisbane. Cara Cook is ahead with a huge swing. That's only 5% counted, but that's pretty significant. Damn, Kalkin, thank you, brother. You're a legend. Holy shit, man! Salute.
Thank you.
He says Malaki has a punchable face. I'm sorry, Malaki, but I mean, this guy's sending us money. I have to agree with him absolutely there.
Oh, okay.
I have to agree with him. Damn.
I just spoke to somebody in the senior person.
With your contribution, Drew won't be cold and starving. Thanks to you. Amen, mate. I'll actually try buy a proper mic. I swear to God.
Very positive swings to the Labor Party there. All places where there are high levels of Chinese Australians. So the demography is still in the same place we were at the last election, particularly when it comes to some of these multicultural communities.
Coles, I want to bring you in there. You heard what Anthony said before. He thinks it's hard to see an alternative to the outcome that we're starting to discuss.
There are 2 states that determine.
I think Labor's won it. I can't see how they come back to this. Yeah, no. Pretty obvious, I think.
And pre-polls will need to be absolutely extraordinary. Another wonder weapon that the coalition seems to have relied upon in this election campaign, including false polling and all that.
Tristan from the Jim Saling campaign says, "Good day, Drew."
They're struggling with young voters in the
Liberals
outer
from another
suburbs,
China.
and they're struggling with.
No, I like Cos. Dutton about to get polled yet. Look, I honestly think that it's actually open.
Renting and have a mortgage.
Yeah, I think at this point it's impossible to see Liberals. I think worst case scenario would be Labor minority government.
Tony Barry, even Peter Dutton's own seat of Dixon is in trouble at this point of the evening. How worried are you about what's happening to the coalition right now?
Well, I think my biggest concern, and we saw this in our research, was the Liberal base is now basically boomers. And I don't say that in a pejorative way. I'm spiritually a boomer, but it's too narrow a base to win an election on. And we've failed to expand the base. And if you can't expand the base, you can't expand the electoral map.
I'm looking at Griffith right now. Bro, if Labor wins Griffith, I'm literally gonna like bust a nut. Like, I hate.
Oh, are you gonna do it on the train like your friend?
What do you say?
In Victoria,
are you gonna do it on the train like your friend did?
No. But I'm just saying, I hate Max Schindler-Maith. I'd be so happy if he loses.
Sample size at the moment would indicate this is going to be a fun.
Wow, 7% counted, and it's a huge swing towards Labor. 8% swing to Labor. Wow.
Look, I think Labor will, on projections, sail past 76.
Wow. Okay, they're projecting a majority government
as the pre-polls and postals come in.
Who is?
Whether it remains above 76.
Oh, dude, Calkin, fuck, man, $20. Oh, that's brutal. If I have to say goodbye to Miller, can we keep him on for a little bit, Calkin? I need to have some guests. I need to have some guests here. I mean, thank you for your donation, though. It's a very kind thing. Can we keep Malaki on for a little bit at least?
Yeah, keep me on.
Keep Malaki on for a little bit at least, a little bit. Malaki, tell us what your thoughts are. Do you think it's a Labor majority government at this point?
Yeah, there's no way it won't be.
Do a poll. Fucking hell, man. Everyone's brutal right now. Listen, I've invited a couple guests on, my friend. I've invited a couple guests on. I'm willing to have more people on, okay?
It's an early count.
No, his face is punchable. What's your problem with him, Calkin? Drew's Deep State APAC funder has spoken. It's tough. It's tough here, guys. Listen, okay, Malaki, tell us a bit more. Tell us a bit more about what you think is happening. It looks like
it's
Tony
unexpected. Pardon?
So it looks like Tony Burke's defeated the independent surge from the Palestinian supporters.
Yeah. I was curious as to what would actually happen around here if they'd lose their seat, but obviously there'll be a bit of a swing back. But I didn't know if they'd be able to retain their seats or not. But they'll probably be able to.
Wow, interesting. It's apparently looking like Morton, the seat of Morton between Labor and the Greens, will be a Labor v Greens contest.
Wow, wasn't expecting that.
I mean, exactly what you've been talking about on the panel is what I think I'll be seeing.
my chat, yeah, 30 seconds, Malaki. What does Destiny take on this election? Destiny didn't engage enough. I voted independent first time in Senate this election. Who did you vote for independent, Calkin? Greek loyalist in full display, willing to throw out a friend over $20. Fuck, that's brutal, my friend. That's brutal. Thank you for supporting India against Pakistan. When we get more Indian candidates soon, we will take it. Fuck off, this trolls. Listen to your overlord.
I'm very hopeful.
Drew the Malaka for being a Destiny, bro. Oh, we've got John McGowan here. Oh, this is powerful. This is extremely powerful. John, John, you there?
Hello. Hello. Is my mic working?
Yeah. John, okay, what do you think's happening here?
The Liberal Party's losing really badly. Like, super badly. Yeah.
Yeah, like bigger than you
looking good
thought.
for him. Probably about 2 to 3% primary, more than I thought. Yeah, I mean, and it's not looking as great for One Nation, so I don't see much of a pathway back for them on preferences. Pre-poll could be interesting.
John, you should share this to your friends and tell people to join.
Oh yeah, hold up, I will.
Yeah, share it around because we'll get more people in the stream. Now joined by John McGowan, he's probably the Roger Stone of Australian politics.
I don't know. I'm aiming more for like Stephen Miller, just with zero life.
Yeah, I was going to say we've got more right-wing people here, but I've actually invited Nick Shadegon, the communist.
Oh yeah, Nick's fun. I like Nick.
Yeah. I've invited Nick on. Guys, I'm hearing from somebody out in Griffith that Max Chandler Mather is being smashed. I'm hearing this from a scrutineer.
Oh really?
So that's very significant.
Yes, and everybody is saying, James, remind the panel.
Wow.
Remind everybody
So,
in the room.
okay, what are your main thoughts here, John? What do you think is happening?
Just 1 sec.
And I think everybody should
I'm telling Nick Shadeg to join.
wait for the pre-poll figures to come in.
Yeah.
I mean, like McGrath just said, like you got to wait for pre-polls to come in. Pre-polls are going to be crucial. I mean, 7 million votes cast before polling day.
True, that's a good point. This is just today's voting is coming in through.
Yeah, but the downside on that for the Liberals is that One Nation's preference deal wasn't in play for some of that. The TOP vote, it's really not that great. It's like 2%, so their preference deal doesn't matter that much. Yeah, it's really just going to come down to One Nation preferences. Can they cut loose from the 60-40, 55-45 they've had in the past? That's going to be the big question.
Going to be substantially different.
Why do you think this is happening in Australia? What's behind this pretty significant loss it looks for Peter Dutton? We've got a question. We've got a question. Who is this long-haired homeless man? He's not homeless. He's actually he's a very infamous right-wing operative in Australian politics.
I was going to tie my hair up before I came on, but it could be fucked.
No. Yeah, tell us though. Tell us what you think is happening here.
Australians are pretty savvy. Like Australians know election campaigns, what they look like, and what a good one is. And if you don't actually run a good one, they will punish you for it, regardless of.
It was a bad campaign.
Yeah, it was just a terrible campaign, and he went into it with no policies, nothing anyone actually believed him on. You know, he didn't do anything ideological. He just read the tea leaves wrong, and he thought he was going to be able to coast in, and he hasn't. It's just backfired on him massively.
I've got a comment here. Why do you only have fascists and communists on your stream? What is wrong with your audience? You know what? I'm actually going to invite. Everyone's asleep right now, but I'm going to invite the Liberal Slazak on. I'm going to invite him. Is Malaki gone? Oh, Malaki's left.
I think Malaki just dropped out.
Oh, was he bullied off the stream by my? Maybe he was bullied off the stream. That's pretty brutal. Because I had a super chat saying get Malaki off. Do you think what's happening to the Greens here? Have you looked at the Greens much here?
They're going to be fine in most of their seats because everywhere that they're in a contest with the Liberals, they're going to benefit from Labor preferences. I think there's only 2 seats where they decide to fuck around. I think one of them is Deakin, and maybe McNamara. There's 2 seats where the Greens and Labor aren't doing a preference deal, but otherwise they're doing a preference deal everywhere. So
yeah, McNamara. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be much movement there. I mean, you know, they look like they've done quite well. I reckon they'll hold about 14.5%.
Really? Because look, the early results are in, and apparently, according to the early results, they are going backwards a lot in these Brisbane seats.
Wouldn't surprise me in Queensland though, where the Labor brand is stronger, and also in Western Sydney, I was watching like guys like Jason Clare, the candidate in Barton, my seat, whose name I can't pronounce. Those guys have done the Gaza stuff pretty well, so I wouldn't be surprised if that shaves a couple of % off the Greens. They've walked a pretty good line.
What do you reckon when it comes to Labor? Why is Labor surging? Like, what do you think explains this?
Well, just be cautious for the next hour or so.
Yeah,
because
true. Fair enough.
How much of the surge that you're seeing on the 2PP is from preference models and not from the actual preference flow.
Okay, that's fair.
If One Nation does really well, I'm already hearing guys from Tasmania saying it's over for Bridget Archer, but I mean, One Nation's vote down in Tasmania this time is really strong, and they manned all their booths.
Really?
They didn't run that many candidates, but because that's where Hanson's daughter's running.
Campaign, right?
Yeah. So I mean. Yeah. So if One Nation can, stay around 8-9%, I think there's some races that the Libs could be saved in. But then, you look at races like Gilmore where if they can't get Andrew Constance up there this time, they're fucked. Like, there's no hope for them.
I mean, this is brutal. We've got a comment here. Do you think there's any chance for a coalition government still?
Yeah, 100%. 100% there's a chance. But like, I mean, if you look at the confidence interval on the polls thus far, like I'd say there's like a 5% chance that there's a.
And what's the like? How would that actually work? That would require basically a massive pre-poll vote.
So, well, yeah, the pre-poll vote's swinging marginally to them, but just more importantly on the average, because I don't think there's going to be much like demographic difference between pre-poll and polling day votes. Not like there used to be. Like pre-poll votes used to really reliably cut to the Liberals because it was tended to be like wealthier people, professionals, but those people don't vote Liberal anymore. So I don't really see an argument that the pre-poll is going to favour them. Postals will favour them, but I mean, most people, postals are down, pre-polls up. So the pathway to victory for them is that in certain seats, Trump and the Patriots, the Libertarians, Rennick in Queensland, and One Nation, that their preferences cut to the Liberals at the 2019 rate, not the 2022 rate that you're seeing articulated through the preference model in the polls.
They will trust us over the Labor Party.
Do you, so, like, what's your current prediction? Do you think it will be a Labor minority government?
Oh, like right now, my prediction would be a majority. But I mean, that's why I think we're not going to see a result tonight, because I reckon what Labor will do, if they smell a majority, they're not going to want to start declaring seats tonight in case people go early. So they'll hold on until they can declare a majority tomorrow.
Actually, here's a good question for you. Who's more likely to get a Senate seat, the Libertarians or the Trump or the Patriots?
That's a really good question. Well, out of which, depending on which states, I think Rennick's most likely in Queensland, so neither. I think Craig Kelly is more likely than the Trumpets in New South Wales. If Trumpet's going to pick anything up, or has any chance of picking anything up, it's going to be WA, possibly, maybe like a wildcat 0.2 of a quota in Victoria. But yeah, I don't really see
we've got some American viewers here, and someone said, what's the One Nation Party? Do you want to quickly give a brief overview of like the sort of weird, because it's like 5 separate different right-wing minor parties.
So in just descending order of vote share. So One Nation's been around since the late 1990s, kind of like a proto.
Thank you, Captain Legend.
Far right party. Pauline Hanson, she must be like 75 or possibly even 80 at this point. Imagine Marine Le Pen, but without the plastic surgery. They've never really. That they did really well in an election in 1998, and they've never kind of recaptured that glory, no matter how much they try to get there. The Libertarians are 2 parties. They're the old Libertarian Party, which, like all Libertarian parties, never did very well anywhere, and another party called the Liberal Democrats, which is modelled more on the Lib Dems of the UK, who did actually get a senator up one time.
They did. That was kind of. That was a lucky thing. That was sort of like a Glenn Drury thing. It was kind of like a.
So they've pivoted to populism, and they're doing a little bit better now. Then Trump and the Patriots is a new party spun out of the United Australia Party, which is just a vanity project of Clive Palmer. Although this time,
you know why he did that?
With actual, it's weird, right? Because this time he actually had I think there were issues with registering it, and there may have been tax issues, and he may not have wanted to pay back some money. I don't know, but he has done a lot better this time, at least on policy, and he's also had better candidates. He hasn't had to scalp any of his candidates for being insane, which is huge.
I'm not sure about that, because there was one candidate who what was it? It was like. He was caught with a cadaver bag outside a person's property at midnight, and he had like an axe in his car. like they've got some pretty crazy people.
But that's fine. That's freedom, man. Like that's. Of course. That's. I mean, how is that any worse than I mean, the Liberals opened the campaign with a scandal where it turned out their migration services minister, his wife owns a migration agent's business. I mean, if I had to pick between
that was pretty bad.
that,
That was
that
horrible.
level of compromise or the guy with an axe and a cadaver bag, I mean, I'm probably going to go with,
the guy in the cadaver bag. Holy fuck.
So I think they've done all right. And then Freedom Party is a one-man project of Jared Rennick, who used to be a Liberal MP. Jared and another still sitting Liberal MP, Alex Antic, kind of went rogue during COVID and were like anti-vaccine, anti-lockdowns. Rennick ended up leaving the party over it, and he's been since then become quite a successful senator on his own. So he's running on his own this time.
Yes. So
You lost Drew.
I'm back. So Rennick is probably the favorite of the sort of like online far right guys, right? I mean,
yeah, which probably suggests that he won't win. That's probably, it's going to be hard for him.
But look, apparently he had a pretty good campaign in Queensland. In fact, I'm not sure.
Everything I've heard from the guys up there said he went really well. He did really well. So yeah, I'm kind of optimistic for him. I'm hoping he's definitely my favorite guy on the ballot. He's just smart. He's just like he's just a level of intelligence that the others don't.
Look, he is an intelligent guy, but he does have a bit of a pre-election. Like he loves his conspiracies a bit. He does love his conspiracies a bit.
Yeah. I think he just steals them out of my my Twitter feed. I think.
Yeah. Well, okay, here's a good question, right? Like, there's so many different minor right-wing parties in Australia. What on earth is the reason why they don't consolidate? It's mainly ego.
Oh,
right?
it's just ego and personality, yeah. And you got to remember, like a lot of these guys have been in for so long, they got like bad blood going back in some cases like a decade.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, like that's a really good question, fake polo shirt. I often wondered the same thing. But the problem is that like after an election like this, I know exactly what's going to happen. These guys like me and all the other like big right-wing kind of dissident voices online are going to turn around and say, "Oh, let's start a new party," and it'll be a complete failure, just like the last
50 more parties.
Yeah. Just keep loading more parties into it. I've seen two new Twitter accounts start in like just the last week. Like there's a new Australian Nationalist Party. Like yeah, there's a new party starting up every week, and the National Socialist Network want to do a party as well now.
Oh fucking hell, National Socialist Network. I mean, what do you reckon would happen if they actually formed the party National Socialist Network? Would it be like?
Do you know what I actually reckon would happen is they're going to like mellow considerably once they realise what, because the NSDAP and NDASP, the two. Now, because we used to have in Australia, we had two Nazi parties in the 1970s.
Right, like an actual Nazi party, yeah.
Yeah. So the National Socialist Party of Australia and the National Socialist Democratic Party of Australia, which is super confusing.
So it's like the Trotskyists, they had their own splits.
Yeah. Well, they were splitters, and they actually split over a series of synagogue fire bombings and a guy getting shot. Like it's a pretty interesting like history of Australian National Socialism. But anyway, they ran in the 70s, but they actually got combined about 1.5% of the vote. So they actually got well, in the two seats they ran in, they only had the resources to run in two seats, but they never ran in the Senate. So today we to repeat that project, because a lot of it at the time was just a protest vote, right? It's like kids were seeing, 18, 19-year-old voters see the Nazi party on the ballot and think it's funny to vote for them. Yeah. So, they could repeat that. The only thing I'm hearing, though, is that these guys don't want to name it the National Socialist Party. They're going to name it the White Australia Party. So I don't know if that'll do
really
as well. Considering that most right-wingers in Australia are Indians. I don't know if that's going to work for them.
Fucking hell. Would they be allowed by the AC to call it the White Australia Party, do you think?
Yeah, 100% they would, because the White Australia Party was a policy of the Australian. The White Australia policy was in effect in Australia for longer than it hasn't been. So the definition of protected political speech, stresses that it has to be about a policy. Your freedom of political expression doesn't apply if you just name your party the N-slur party or whatever. Like you won't be able to get away with that. But you absolutely can refer it to a policy, no matter how controversial. I've explored in the past, like the anti-abortion party or the pro-life party has come up for the various times for the right. And, that's fine. So, yeah, they can absolutely call their party the White Australia Party.
Apparently, John, Channel 7 has announced an ALP victory.
Yeah, I can see it. I've got it on.
Wow, so they've actually called it fully.
Yeah, they're insane. Like, that's
Oh,
nuts.
you think that's insane to do it so early?
I think that's nuts. I'm gonna. I've got ABC on another TV, but I'm gonna give it an hour, and then when they get up to like, I don't know, 30%.
I've seen a comment on Under Dan Nolan's post where someone's like, the postal vote wonder weapon is yet to be deployed by the boom mill rifle.
Just remember, if you're still in line, they have to let you vote.
It's like you could still win if Mike Pence has the courage.
Yeah.
So yeah, the magic wonder weapon, Steiner's last attack. Steiner will pull the divisions out and make the last attack. Apparently Malachi's back. I'm adding Malachi back on.
Thank you. We just had a search.
Can't bring up any graphics.
What did you say, Malachi?
Oh, we had a search at our house, so I did.
Okay.
The internet back, yeah.
Okay, so we've got a comment. I don't think people would vote for the N-word party in Australia. It'd probably get. It would actually get like 1,000. It'd probably it would get like 1%.
I don't want to. Oh, Malachi's over. You're over 18. Like, it doesn't matter if I give you bad ideas, but yeah, don't try and register that. It'd be a waste of $1,000.
Vietran, Tanky's on an actual thing here. There's nothing unique about our situation. Voters were mad about inflation and immigration like everywhere else in the world. Another person says Trump effect. Do you think the Trump effect is part of this?
Yes, okay. Other servers are available.
I just think the Australian voters were not resonating with Trump at all. Like, I think I put a piece on the noticer right at the beginning of the campaign where I just called it a cargo cult, and that Dutton was completely misreading what Donald Trump is. Like, you can't just use the same catchphrases and rip off the same policies and somehow like get the Donald Trump crown, and then this like dissident wave is going to bring you into government. That's not going to happen. So I don't think it was so much that Trump.
I actually put Rennick third on my ballot out of like 9 candidates. Like, I actually put him third. I think.
But didn't you put the Liberals second?
Yeah, I had a pretty schizophrenic ballot. I had Jim Chalmers first, and then I had like Liberals second, and then like Rennick third, and then I put Greens last. And people were pissed off at me.
What did they think you'd put the Greens second?
No, I put the Greens last, and people got very mad at me. Okay, who did? So apparently Malachi's actually doing pretty well. What are your thoughts on that, John? Malachi apparently has 4% in the seat of Longman, despite not even.
I was just actually pulling it up. I wouldn't be surprised if you do okay. Like, because
what happened with you've probably done better than me when I ran at the last.
What happened with your? What happened with your ballots? Do they still say family first, or do they just leave you on as an independent?
They still say family first, because I was disendorsed after the collection of nominations, which means I'd be on the ballot with the logo and the family first next to my name.
Yeah, you've got.
Did you?
You're above the payment, the 4% return thing. Yeah.
Oh, and do you reckon you get to keep the money, or is Lyle going to steal your money?
I get the money.
It'd be funny. You could sue him. Like, oh Jesus, dude, you're on 4.5.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm actually. Hang on, I'm adding Noel as well. Okay. We've got 4 people here. Yes. Someone's saying Malachi only got 400 votes, but to be honest, Easy Money, I thought he would have 0.2%. Like you're doing
no, but they've only counted 10,000. So they've counted 25% of the votes. I'm assuming. I don't know how big your seat is, but
I think it's the most populous in the country, 140,000.
Oh wow! So in that case, they've only counted 10%, and so yeah, you're going to probably get a decent chunk of votes there.
Yeah.
You're doing better than I ran last election.
Thank you.
What do you think? Okay, are there any interesting results out? Like, do you think Dutton could lose the seat like Poilievre, John?
Dutton looks really bad. The seat looks really bad. He's going to have to. They're not going to call that tonight, though. He's going to try and rely on pre-poll. Because that's going
to come down to the wire.
But that could just be because his pre-poll is going to look really good. but I don't know. There was like 10% ahead. There's some bad ones for the Libs just losing to independents in New South Wales. Like Bradfield doesn't look great for him. That's a huge loss. But I mean, Giselle Kaptarian was just nowhere to be seen on like Dutton really did nothing with her compared to like, you know, how much time he spent with Amelia Harmer and those guys. So I reckon that's probably one of the reasons why there's a lot of obrium coming from the New South Wales moderates right now. Because, I think they just felt like Dutton didn't really contribute much to their campaign. Although it could be the other way around, and they told Dutton to stay away because he's poisonous. Just
he's very important. I just want to say, we've got 70 people watching live on YouTube, and we've got like 30, 40 on Twitter as well watching live. So we've got like 110 people to get total. Pretty good. It's my best one so far.
I can only stick around for an hour or so because I'm going to go drink some free piss at an election party as soon as
of course. I get you.
But I don't know which party until I see the result.
So Dixon could come down to the wire. Have we looked at the Senate results at all? Apparently, like very little has been counted, but apparently Rennick is actually on track at this point in Queensland.
No, you're not going to see much out of the Senate results. The only Senate results here that'll be counted so far are from those really little Queensland seats, like Little Proud seat. Like they would have done some Senate ballots out of that, so they're not going to really be indicative.
Right. Okay.
Senate, you're not going to know until really late.
Oh yeah, actually, I'm looking at it now, and it's only like a couple thousand votes voted. Yeah.
This is interesting. This is interesting from the Queensland Senate. The Greens don't even have half of one quota. They only have 0.39% of a quota.
Yeah, but I think John's right there that like there's literally only a couple thousand that's actually being counted.
Yeah,
it's only been a couple thousand. But like, also, what's the Greens? Do the Greens usually get a full quota there? How many Queensland Greens senators are there?
There's two from Queensland, Larissa Waters and
Oh yeah, so they get like 1.5 or so of a quota. Yeah, I mean, but you know what? If there's a swing against them in Queensland, they could be down to one senator. They could lose a senator if there's a decent sized swing.
Yeah, hopefully.
It's look, it'll be interesting. What would you say you're expecting to see when it comes to those Senate results in Queensland, John?
Look, I mean, I'm hoping that Rennick gets up. It's going to be a real referendum on how well Christopher's been doing up there. I mean, the Labor guys on TV for the last couple of hours have been saying, "Oh, you know, people can tell the difference." But I mean, it really does affect your federal vote. And
yeah.
I mean, they've also got the problem where over the last maybe like 8 years or 6 years in the federal cycles, there's always been like a reverse gerrymander in Queensland from where it used to be. So you're seeing like the metropolitan seats, like Malachi just said about Longman, how big it is now. Like you're seeing votes just coalesce down the southwestern pocket, and that does really affect them. It particularly affects the Libs because those kind of strongholds they had up north, they're just shrinking and shrinking with every passing redistribution cycle. So
right,
yeah, I don't know what's going to happen up there. I wouldn't be surprised if they hold steady. Well, I'd be very surprised if they got a swing to them. I don't think we're going to see big swings to the Libs anyway, except possibly some seats in Victoria. But I think Victoria's going to be fascinating. It's going to be really schizophrenic down there.
Yeah. I'm thinking as well the Northern Territory because the Labor government that just voted out was deeply unpopular. They were reduced to just 4 seats.
True, although sometimes you see a phenomenon where it's like like a Lansing the Boyle kind of thing, where when they turn out with brickbats, the very next election they mellow, like they feel like we've had our say. So, like we've seen that a few times. Like I mean, we saw that in the next round of state campaigns after Howard lost in 2007. We saw it with Labor kind of bouncing back in some of the states post 2013. So you might not be that bad, although the difference is in the Northern Territory is that was a really bad government. And so they may not be completely satisfied that they've been shown the door. So maybe it'll continue. I don't know. I'm just looking at what's going on in New South Wales.
Yeah, tell us what's happening in West Sydney and stuff. I'm really interested in these independent sort of like Gaza campaigns.
Well, they're all going to Labor. Labor's just done a really fantastic job of, you know, I mean, and this is the thing, like when they were getting smashed by the Australians, smashed by Sky News, like the reason they held to the line and they didn't just do what Labor has done so many times over the years and just capitulated is because they knew that they needed these seats to win the campaign. So like,
the thing is though, there was still a lot of hatred. Like, I know that. I mean, I guess what you're saying here is that, you know, they walked a very tight line on Israel-Palestine. That for that reason they're going to keep these seats. But there was still a lot of hatred for these parties. A lot of hatred for them. Like, despite that.
But Payman's going to go nowhere. I mean, you can forget. She's
yeah, that's true.
Irrelevant. I mean, she'll probably get less votes than Malachi will nationally. So I mean, I think Labor's. I think which will be really funny, actually. Someone make a note of that, because if that happens, we're going to have a lot of fun with that on Twitter tomorrow.
Do you think? Do you reckon she cracks 1% nationally? Because I think with enough Muslim voters backing her, she could crack 1% nationally.
No way.
No,
I don't. Because I mean, what's really clear? I mean, what's really clear from the early results from Western Sydney, and I've only looked really closely at Reid, Barton so far. I mean, they're all turning out for Labor. I mean, in my neighbourhood, I live in the one part of Barton that goes Liberal. Everything around me goes Labor. And yeah, the Labor guys on those booths were euphoric today. They were saying, like, you know, they think they probably and Linda Burney resigned here, and I can't pronounce the candidate's name, which played really well in Earlwood with all the Greek nonners coming out to vote today. But you know, they're still voting for her because, I mean, the central Labor message on Gaza has been really good. I mean, what do you think all those Arabic signs have been saying for the last few months? You know, I think Labor's played a pretty. Yeah, it's been a good gambit by them.
They played a very defensive bat there.
Yeah. The interesting thing that'll be now is if they get back in, will they keep it up, or will they now just flip because all the job's done? They've got 3 years. Like, never rule out how cynical Labor's political strategists really are. Like,
I mean, it's if they end up holding all these seats and there's not a single Gaza independent coming through, I mean, that's actually pretty incredible by Labor. I wonder what's happening in. Do we know what's happening in Wills with like Peter Khalil? These seats that the Greens have been trying really hard in.
The Greens didn't look like they were doing particularly well anywhere. Like, I think my impression, at least in New South Wales in the last couple of weeks, was that the Greens pivoted back to their usual Senate-focused campaign. I think they just didn't have the resources to pump money into some of these lower house seats. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did very well there.
2.2% of the vote counted. Labor and Greens are nearly neck and neck first preferences, but Labor's got a 5.4% swing to them in the two-party preferred. But it's only early days. Only 2.2% of the vote counted in Mills.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's been an increase in the vote count really for a while.
Well, just remember that as the percentage of pre-polls coming in goes up, the count percentage is going to be slower because remember that 2% or however many percent of votes counted you're seeing in the results, that's not the percentage of votes that was received today. That's the global percentage. So if you've had 40 to 50% of your electorate vote in pre-poll, then you can only possibly get 50% counted tonight. Although some seats are going to open pre-polls tonight if they can get through them quickly. So
yeah, we've got a great audience on YouTube right now. I want to say to everyone watching, thank you, and make sure to like and subscribe. Thank you very much. Do you think they might? What do you reckon happens in a seat like Wills and McNamara, John? What do you reckon?
McNamara. McNamara is going to be. McNamara is interesting because that's the one where the Greens' kind of belligerence on preferences could cost Labor the seat. But I mean, that also assumes that the Libs have got to get above a certain primary for that to happen. And if there's an across the board swing against the Liberals, that's going to be very hard for them. So yeah, you just that one you're not going to know for like an hour or so. If they very, very few seats allocate preferences on the night. Like apart from like Little Proud's seat, Manana or whatever it is, and New England are probably doing they're probably doing preference allocations now, but like that's because they've already whipped through them pretty early.
McNamara's reported nothing yet. 0% of the vote counted.
That's pretty disappointing. What time do you reckon we'll know with the results today, John?
Well, if you go one or two ways, if Labor are confident that it's if like what time is it now? So if at about 9 o'clock, if about 9 o'clock Labor think it's not going to get any better for them, they might just declare it and say we believe that we can form a minority government. But if they think there's some seats that could swing their way, they may hold off calling it, so that when they call it, they can call a majority. Because they don't. I mean, the biggest fear for the Labor guys is getting stuck in negotiations with the Greens, or worse, the Teals, because the Teals are just really liberals with more pearls.
What happens? What happens if they?
I'm sorry, I was going to quickly say it looks like Dutton's in a lot of trouble in Dixon so far.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kalkin. Thank you, mate.
What happens if they call a minority and then it turns out they have a majority? Can they is that like? Are they still a majority then, or what?
Well, but so actually, you become a majority, but the issue is that you start negotiating for how you're going to form government as soon as it's called. So this happened with this actually happened with Malcolm Turnbull in 2016, where he ended up with an effective majority, but on the night he believed it was a minority, and so by just the skin of his teeth, he held on until they started doing the check counts on Monday. And then at the back of the check counts on Monday, it became clear he was going to be able to form government on his own. He just didn't return any of the phone calls from the crossbench. But, compared to like what happened that was 2016. What happened in 2013 was, Gillard declared it was going to be a minority on the night. And then we had, I think it was about 3 weeks of crossbench negotiations. So if you can get a majority, you want the majority. And the other thing is if you're in that room and you're negotiating with the Greens and you're making promises, and then it turns out a week later you've got a majority, they're going to hold you to those promises. And they could do a lot of damage to you, so particularly in the Senate. So, yeah, I think he's going to want to hold on for an announcement of the majority if he can get it.
We've got a comment by Swindon. Drew, thoughts on the Bronze Age collapse? Mate, we're watching the Australian election results, please. it's a bit autistic, but look,
it was the Longhouse. The Longhouse caused it.
Yeah, very well said. It was a Longhouse. Yeah. I'm looking at the poll budget result. Apparently, this is crazy if true, but apparently Adam Bant in the seat of Melbourne is currently behind in, which is shocking. Like, surely not. Surely not. It's so funny if that happens.
Yeah, but those metro seats take ages to count. So
yeah.
Like the best seats are those like outer suburban, inner regional seats that get counted quickly. So that's why, not New England. Eden Monero was always a bellwether, and one of the reasons for it was just because it came in first. Eden Monero just consistently got up to 50% counted before anyone else did. So it was a pretty good litmus test. We don't really have a bellwether anymore. But what happened to the ABC?
I mean, should I keep the ABC on? I just want to quickly bring up. The poll budget stuff. I'll show you guys in Melbourne. This is the seat of Melbourne. Hang on, let me try change it so people can see. It actually might not. Okay, hang on.
Stick it on the right hand side.
Yep, let me try that. Okay.
Apparently, there's chaos at the Liberal Party HQ. Like they're all hiding and they're not talking to them.
So they're really sad. It looks like it's pretty over. Hey, it looks like it's pretty over.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking the question is going to be: is it a majority or a minority?
It's looking very, very bad for. I'm just going to bring on ABC. It's a shame because I don't know how to get the poll budget to work properly. But I'll just let people know, the viewers at home, Adam Bant with 8% counting is behind right now in the seat of Melbourne, which is pretty funny. That is pretty funny. I know that he'll probably still win it, but it's still funny.
It doesn't say, but it's looking at this stage a 9.5.
What's Annabelle Crabb wearing?
Um,
Is that tie made of human skin?
We love Annabelle Crabb. We love her. She's good. She's good value. She's good value. What are your thoughts on Coz's comments tonight, John? You hate Coz. Right?
I haven't. No, actually, I really like Coz. Coz and I get along. I just like trying.
Okay, yeah.
It's so easy. I actually haven't seen any. I watched him for a bit on the ABC, but he had Tony Barry with him, who's such a disgusting slug. I can't stand him. So I turned it off. Like, he makes Coz look like aesthetic.
Wait, who? Sorry.
Coz has a business partner. So Redbridge isn't just the Coz Samaras show. Like the number, like his other half at Redbridge is a guy called Tony Barry. So Coz is an ex-Labor man. Tony Barry's an ex-Liberal man.
Yeah.
Theoretically. But yeah, they had him on the ABC before, and he wasn't making much sense. Coz hasn't said anything in 11 hours, but he's on the ABC.
No, he's on the ABC show. I like this comment by Matthew Iglesias. He says, a Gen Z boss in a mini stepping on a human face forever because of the fact that Labor is winning. What do we think about the...
I think people are reading too much into it, and they're kind of projecting like American political values onto this. It's got nothing to do with that. Like, the average Australian voter isn't sitting there reading fucking Bronze Age Mindset, and he's not like putting his hands on his hips at the polling booths going, I'm voting against the Longhouse. Like, that's not how the majority of Australians think. It's how I think. It's how Malachi thinks. It's even how Drew thinks. Like, sometimes, but it's not how most Australians vote. And this is the biggest struggle for the right, and not just the online right. Is you have to understand that you don't represent mainstream views. Right? I'm open about not representing mainstream views, but we have too many guys who think that if I just get the optics right, I'm going to 50% plus one of the vote is going to come to me, which is bullshit. That's not how Australians think at all. So it's not some Gen Z girl boss vote that came out. It's not like the childless Salesforce brigade.
Remember the girls in the Gen Z boss mini girls? They're from Sydney.
Yeah.
We're all trying to work out how they voted.
Oh, Teal, 100%, because you could tell those girls were conditions. Like they were probably handing out on Zali Steagall birds. 100%. I've just finished my first bottle of Moscato for tonight. They've probably sunk like 4 bottles each by now.
Holy shit, we got 86 people watching live on YouTube. That's my best ever. Thank you guys. Like and subscribe. That's great.
Don't forget to you can catch my latest podcast on Jeremy Buckingham's Into the Weeds. It's 3 hours long.
That is a good one. I actually really liked it. That was a great podcast.
Do you know it's crazy how many people watch those things? Hey, the last one had something like 12,000 hours of views, and I watched the view count, and it's scary to think how many people. 12,000 hours of viewing. I got like 5,500. Yeah.
That's a lot.
But when you look at the times when people watch it, it's crazy to think that somewhere out there's some anon going to sleep at night listening to me talk to a stoned New South Wales MP. That's crazy.
That's pretty good, actually.
But the latest ones get ticking up there as well.
Yeah, and John as well. I have to get our one out. You know what?
Shout out. You know what? We'll do it as soon as this is done. Yeah. Shout out to my buddy Ben in Canberra.
We can do a post-election review.
Yeah, we'll do it
Who are you shouting out from?
Oh, the guy on the screen. That's a friend of mine.
I'm here for John the Man McGowan. Look, it's honestly an honour to have Australia's Roger Stone here. I think. I still think that's a good comparison, a good descriptor.
I have a weird fan base, and it's literally like 1,000 guys. Like it's just the same guys who like every single post. There was a guy in my mentions today, demanding to know where he could get more content, and I pointed him towards the last stream that we did. Yeah, I'm Australia's smallest internet political commentator.
Beautiful.
Because I just have this singular audience that just tunes into everything. I could probably start my own political party with them.
Well, I tried it, John. I literally tried it, right?
That's right, you tried it. That's right. I was there.
I literally did have a Democratic Alliance. I remember I asked you for tips, and you you know what was the funniest thing? I asked John for tips when I was stuck in London on the bomb threat shit, and John was like, "Yeah, mate, like get on a fucking speedboat and like get out of the UK, like escape the fucking country on a trawler." Because that was when the British police were saying they're going to arrest me at the border.
Yeah, dude, you don't fuck with the UK police. You get the fuck out of Dodge. Although the cool thing about the UK is you just have to get out of the London metropolitan area, because then they don't have jurisdiction. It's a real fuck around to catch you. So you just bolt to Manchester or whatever, and you can lay low for about 72 hours. Has Anthony Green called this yet?
No.
I don't think he's called it yet, but it looks so bad for the Liberals right now. Like this is like a worse than expected.
Labour is ahead in 13 seats in Queensland.
Oh wow!
Wow, that's cool. That's amazing.
Yeah,
they had like
Anthony Green looks drunker than usual.
If Labor were to actually hold like 10 of those seats, that would literally be their best result in Queensland since 2007 and Kevin Rudd.
Yeah.
Like they've been massacred in Queensland for like 20 years now almost.
Yeah.
They've just been so clever. They ran such a clever campaign. They didn't get baited into any of the woke shit. Like they just I mean, it's probably it's probably the best campaign Labor have run since 2007.
Yeah, probably is.
Like,
Which is crazy.
2007 was a masterstroke. Like there's never been it's probably not as good as 2007, but it's definitely the best one. Whereas this is the worst one in living memory for the Liberals.
Holy shit, guys! 43% votes counted in Dixon, and Ali Francis ahead by 10%. That's fucked. That's
Apparently they hate him in Dixon.
Is he actually gonna lose? No way.
Dude, according to that, he'd probably lose it. That's brutal.
Yeah.
Wow.
So bad. Let's see how I can get back from there.
Holy
Canada,
fuck!
That's crazy.
Oh my god, man!
Another set of headphones.
Wow, it's actually like 10% swing against Dutton.
Wow. The new one's just died.
Oh, yep.
Oh, breaking news. Labour wins government. They've just called it on channel.
Oh, wow. It's just called. Just called.
Yeah.
Wow.
They alluded to Channel 9 have just called it.
Wow. Okay. So it's over. It's over.
Yeah.
So at 8:26 p.m. in the night, and that's a very early time to have a
polls
victory.
just closed in WA.
Wow. Wow. It's over. That's pretty remarkable, I have to say.
I think this is earlier than they did last time.
Yeah, I honestly. Do you think this is worse than was expected? Hey, for Dutton.
Yeah, absolutely.
It actually looks like the bottom kind of fell out of the boat here.
Yeah. It was a terrible campaign by the coalition. Absolutely awful.
And the way that he has led our team in...
Wow, Labor confirmed for government. It's a really early time in the night. That's actually incredible.
And the fact that we are at 8:30...
Let's hear what Jim Chalmers said.
Is pointing out that Peter Dutton will not be the next Prime Minister, with still an element of uncertainty around seats and majority and minority. The fact that we're in this position at 8:30 on election night is a tribute to Anthony Albanese. And I think his campaign has been extraordinary.
Greatest Prime Minister.
It has been phenomenal. He has dragged...
How do we deal with the fact that Albo, such a mediocre bloke, has the mandate of history? Like, how the fuck
he
did this happen?
deserves the credit for that night.
Well, that's how bad Dutton did.
Pictures here from
Yeah.
Labour
Wow.
HQ with the breaking news: Anthony Albanese returned as Prime Minister. Labour wins
Wow,
government.
like
Looks
this is like
they're waiting for someone to appear, possibly from the back of the room.
it's a
I think they're listening to you right now.
wow, like
It's,
he's such a like sort of bog standard bloke, and he is now in possession of the mandate of heaven.
Have been returned.
Yeah.
But we have seen a lot of
I
difficulty.
think Dutton's just not that popular, honestly. It's not even that they like him; they just don't like Dutton.
It's funny because I always thought it was cope from the Labor guys who would always say like, "No, Dutton will never get it." I always thought that was just cope, but it's actually true.
He's incredibly unpopular. Yeah.
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 He
I
just
thought that was
looks
cope.
weird as well. I think one of the tankies.
The mandate of
was funny
heaven.
Or a majority.
Percy.
It's true. It's not, mate, he's got the fucking mandate of heaven. How the fuck did this happen in Australia? Albanese has he's in possession of the world's soul. What the fuck happened? How did this happen?
The number of seats we won't know the results tonight or next week.
Apparently, Dutton's so hated that his family can't go out in public. That's how hated he is.
In this trend, then it's
Why though? What is it? Is it because of the refugee stuff from 10 years ago? Like,
probably.
When people split on you, like it's like when your BPD girlfriend decides she doesn't love you anymore. Like it's what happens with the electorate sometimes, you know.
What actually is the cause of his unpopularity though?
A lot of work.
Just he's weird looking, and also chicks hate him, women hate him. So and that spreads like wildfire.
What we need to do to make sure we do.
Well, I'm thinking about driving into the city to go to the Liberal event just to fuck with them.
You should.
I'll bring my camera. If you guys are still streaming, I'll jump on and stream from the empty room.
On the day votes have broken Labor's way. And now the pre-poll votes, I'm told, are
it is.
also
But look, even
Labour.
that Labor room is
Peter Dutton's
tiny.
future
Like
in
there's
the
hardly
parliament
anyone
is
there.
right now
Yeah.
in real trouble.
So the argument that we were having earlier about the party room's opinion may be
Made up
completely
for them by the
redundant.
voters, the electorate.
So let me remind everybody that in the Canadian election that we just saw,
Yes.
you saw a Conservative leader riding
Total
high in the
Liberal
polls,
death.
such
Yeah.
good
What's
chips
happening?
by Donald Trump, and an amazing turnaround that involved the leader, Pierre Poilievre, losing his seat.
This is just like Canada, like
with a
a
similar
copy of
result.
that.
It looks like.
Kinda
Laura, let me
crazy.
get your thoughts on this. I'm not saying he's lost the seat of Dixon, but all the signs are pointing to him right now.
He'll lose the
Losing
seat
that
of Jackson.
He's going to lose the seat.
Yeah, he can't win it from here.
Yeah,
literally
it's
fucking Canada 2.0.
This is an opposition that was essentially
The
an
recriminations are going to be crazy.
opposition more than anything else. I mean, Queensland was the heartland of the.
I'm thinking it's going to be anyone but Angus Taylor at this point. Because the Jane Hume, Angus Taylor manoeuvring, the moderates are really down on it, and the moderates are going to have a strong case to pick the next leader. So
Labor is leading in.
it's really anyone's guess who they'll go with. There's not much talent. I mean, the problem for what the moderates were really hoping for was that Andrew Constance would get elected.
And particularly, I suppose.
But with no Andrew Constance.
I don't think he's getting it. I think Bridget Archer's lost her seat as well.
That the coalition.
And Archer leadership would be insane.
I'll be very interested to see what happens in Western Australia, but I'm quite shocked by the extent of the
Well, whatever happens in WA, if Labor Jim Chalmers is gaining those seats in Queensland like Leichhardt, Bonner, and maybe Dixon, the Tasmanian seats we were talking about earlier as well, you may not be sweating on those WA seats as much.
Yeah, well, the one that's really leapt out at me as I sort of really interjected on Laura a moment ago is Petrie.
There aren't much moderates in the Labor Party that have big name recognition. There's Susan Lee
of the vote
and Julian
counted.
Lisa.
We've got a 5.5 point lead.
Lisa looked like he was in trouble. Lisa looked like he was in trouble an hour ago. So just hold steady.
Bookmark tonight. And so I think that gives you a bit of a sense of the broader range of possibilities for us. I just wanted to say something about the Liberal leadership. I don't pretend, obviously, to be an expert on that, and I don't intend to dance on Peter Dutton's grave. I think the...
Sorry, guys, I'm back. I had a quick question from the GF. Had a call from the GF, but it's total Liberal death, and Dutton's going to literally lose his seat like fucking Canada. Hey,
can be traced back to Angus. And so I think we
God.
need to be careful as we go through this.
Chalmers is sticking the knife into Angus.
And conservatively, as we continue to do.
How long do you think it is before the coalition wins back government? I wouldn't be surprised if the Labor gets another decade before the coalition.
Oh no, I think they can. But look at what happened within 3 years. It was neck and neck 5-6 weeks ago. Actually, not even 5-6 weeks ago. April 2. It was 50-50. Right?
That's the funny thing. I thought it was going to be Dutton, a full Dutton victory. I thought for sure.
So yeah, it could just be 3 years, but they've got a lot of work to do. The main thing is, you know what? They could have won with a better campaign. And there are so many technical things. Like, you know, we spent the last 5 weeks online just tearing the shit out of their collateral. Like how bad all their ads were, how bad the social media tiles were. There was nothing inspiring. There was nothing interesting, and they didn't go on the attack. Not once. There was no dirt unit.
I don't know why they didn't.
Can talk about
Why didn't they?
The gossip, I didn't start hearing gossip until about the last week when guys started talking out of school. But the dudes who were in there were telling me that they were pulling together stories and the bosses were refusing to run them because they didn't want to go negative. They didn't think they'd be able to win with a negative campaign, which is just bullshit. Like,
That's strange. It's very strange.
You attack. You don't stop attacking until the enemy's dead. Like, that's how we won every campaign I ever worked on. So
that's
they're going to have
strange.
to. They're going to have a big changeover of talent, I think.
Holy shit, Dutton has a primary vote of 30 in the seat of Dixon right now with 30% counted. 32% counted. A primary vote of 30. That's a disaster for him.
How's the Teal independent going there? I know they got a Teal campaign going on.
Oh, they're actually doing they were doing okay, like 13%, but it seems like that took a huge hit to Dutton.
The coalition
Yeah.
better on pre-poll. It might come down to 55. It may get down to 54, but it's not going to get down to 53 or 52.
What's he saying?
On those numbers. So
Holy
this is
shit, TPP 5640. That's fucking massacre.
substantial victory for the Labour Party.
Yeah, it is.
And what I'll do is
5644. That's a full-on massacre. That's bigger than all the polls suggested.
we're pretty confident.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We got 176. That was first
Wow.
voted. I must admit.
They may as well call it now. There's no way.
Yeah,
Dutton
I-
can do this.
It has been called.
100%.
That's a pretty.
It has?
I mean, as I said when a few minutes ago, when I didn't have the figures right in front of me, the Labor coalition is not winning from there. They're not winning from 34 seats at this stage.
Holy
Labor's ahead with
shit.
76. Say you turned around.
Hey, how's Whitlam going? How badly did that go?
Yeah, let's look up the
Ben
electorate of
Britton's
Whitlam.
seat.
You know, that's a long way behind.
Okay, I'm bring up Whitlam here.
Again, we'll say
Oh,
20.
Labor's 39 primary. They're winning. It's got a really. It's saying ALP retain.
Yeah, that sucks for Nat. I mean, I wonder what would have happened if they had kept Britain.
What happened there?
That's the seat where Ben Britton got scalped because he said that he didn't believe women should be in combat.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a great comment by Alt Media Watch here. It's very fucking bitter. Two political failures, a pedo and a Christianist walk into a bar. Fucking bitter as hell. Fucking bitter.
Which one of us is the pedo?
I don't even. You know what I was going to say?
My girlfriend only looks young. She's actually 19.
I was going to say I said this to someone the other day. Like, I don't even hate Alt Media Watch because he's got annoying fucking politics. Like, because Nick Shadegg is a fucking communist and he's funny, and I've literally invited him on the fucking show.
It's just he's just humorless. Like, he could do a lot with that account if he had a laugh every now and then. But it's
literally just
super
the
serious
bitter
nonsense.
Although what he just said, that was pretty funny. I'll give it.
Oh, that was pretty funny, but it was like unintentional because like he doesn't mean it as a joke. He's like he's trying to like make.
No, he doesn't even say that's a joke at all.
Yeah. We should get him on here. Let's see what he has to say.
Should I send him a link?
Yeah, send him a link. Go on. Go on.
I'm gonna literally bring Alt Media Watch on. I'm gonna send him the link. Okay. What could go wrong? Let's bring him on. Okay, I'm literally sending it. We've got to have some lefties on here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Alt Media Watch. Join our live. Okay, I've literally sent it to him. Let's see how bitter he can be in person. Will he put his video on? It's interesting. Let's just see. So is it true that you have the soul of XXX Temptation? I think that's a very well said thing. That's great said. His payment.
You know what? Speaking of urban hip hop or whatever you call it, I was really hoping that Kanye West's new album would drop tonight in time for the election.
It was yesterday, wasn't it?
No, the new one with the Hail Hitler on it. Like that's.
Oh my god! Yeah.
Presidential system.
Yeah, we're gonna have him on. Let's see. Has he joined yet? He's not joined yet. Like, just bring on Sam Hastings. It'd be just so important, right?
That'll be so funny, bro.
We've got a comment. Is Payman's Islamist Party doing well or poorly? Like, we can't really tell, right? Because it's only really running in the Senate, and like, the Senate votes just aren't in yet. Hey, but it doesn't look like they've done well.
No, I wouldn't have expected them to do well.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, Nick Shadegg might come on. He's just messaged me. Oh, he's saying it's too noisy where I am. It would be funny. Hang on, I'm saying to him, it would.
Shadegg will be at a Labor Party, so you know what? If I leave now, I could get to the Liberal one and actually stream from there because it won't be noisy. If I bring my camera, You know what? I've probably
You should
got
do
an
that.
old Liberal Party press pass somewhere. I could probably just put that on and walk in.
You should actually do that, John. That would actually be funny. You should. You should actually do that. I've literally sent him the link, and he's not. Nick Shidek says, "I'm at the Communist Party HQ in the Royal Park Doghouse. How about you go outside for 10 minutes and join?"
If I get to the Liberal Party,
John, I dare you. I'll pay for the petrol and your drinks.
Well, I want to get there before. I want to get there before they do all the complimentary cocaine in the donors' lounge.
It's fucked. It's so fucked. Well, they couldn't be doing it.
Robert just jumped on. He just said he'd pay for my Uber there. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh shit! Apparently, Tim Wilson might win in Goldstein.
Well, of course he would, and we should be looking really closely at all those ballots. Actually,
Tim Wilson.
Yeah, Tim. I don't think Tim was ever in doubt, was he?
Oh,
I mean, he's going against the
Teals. He's going against the Teals, right?
Yeah.
I mean, would she be the only one who potentially loses a seat? One of the Teals. Drew will destroy Australia's economy and be a proud green.
What's going on with Allegra Spender in Wentworth? Before I jump off, because I like.
Let me see
that one. Look at Wentworth.
Okay, let's see.
Because I was hearing. I mean, admittedly, take it with a pinch of salt.
Okay, she's winning. She's winning right now.
Okay.
She's pretty solid. I think she's going to hold that. I mean, do we know if what's happening with Kooyong? Let's see with Kooyong.
I'm not sure.
I think Monique was fine. I saw Rath Epstein before saying she was fine.
I'm looking at Kooyong right now. Oh, yeah, 97% probability that she's going to win, apparently.
Oh, Drew, the guy you protested, Max, he's losing, I think. It's
Max Hoover. Oh, wait, who?
Max.
Wait, sorry, who?
Max
Chandler.
Chandler.
Max Chandler.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Oh, John, did you see that? I dressed up as literally the Hamas spokesperson, and I went to I literally saw Max Chandler in person, and he was really pissed. It was pretty funny actually. I'll put this at the top of my Twitter. Hang on, 1 second, guys. I've just gotta get something done. Okay, 1 second.
Yeah, Labor have just claimed victory in Dixon. Fuck.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I'm hearing that from.
That's
I'm
funny.
hearing that from someone in
I
Queensland.
just claimed victory in Dixon. That's mental.
Yeah, they've claimed
It
victory.
is. Wow, she's got 58.73% of the two-party preferred, Ali France. Wow. A 10-point swing against him, Dutton. Wow.
I mean, on the bright side, I mean, for the Australian right, fears that One Nation we're going to become the next big thing. I mean, at least they haven't been realised. They're looking at they're sitting around 7% They haven't really done much interesting.
Yeah.
They may get Hanson up in Tasmania, and that's it.
Yeah.
Poor James McGrath is just looking sadder and sadder as the night goes on.
Mm.
Hard to believe we're the same age.
Oh, really? Wow.
We're the same age.
Wow.
So who's the opposition leader if Dutton's out?
Well, maybe, I mean, outside chance, Hasty. Tasty Hasty could be good. Not so good if you're an Islamic militant, but good for everyone else. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he'd be great. I mean, look, the only one I'm just hearing consistently ruled out is the Angus Taylor, Jane Hume ticket that was doing the rounds about a week and a half ago. The mods and the right are ruling that out. An outsider that I reckon who we haven't heard from at all this whole campaign, who I reckon is going to pop his head up, Alex Hawke. Alex Hawke, the Alex Hawke supremacy. I reckon that's what's coming. Because Hawke just shut his mouth through the whole thing, didn't rock the boat. And he did so well with Morrison. Maybe we get an Alex Hawke tilt for the leadership.
Maybe. Could be right.
Man, I wish Alt Media Watch joined. That'll be so entertaining.
Yeah, I thought that would have been funny. That guy's a pussy. He can dish it out, but he can't take it while being outnumbered. Fuck, is that so? Oh, so Dutton's going to Liberal HQ in Brisbane, is he?
Yes, he's gonna do the he's gonna speak to the crowd and then he'll do the Bud Dwyer where he puts the gun in his mouth.
There's a helicopter going past my house.
Pardon?
Yeah, you reckon he's going to do the meme? No, I'll tell you what he is going to do. He's unquestionably going to give the best speech of his political career. Like they always do. It's always the best one. I mean, Scott Morrison's best ever speech was one when he lost. Oh, wait, that's actually at Liberal HQ they're doing it.
That's in Brisbane, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So they normally do it. So the one I'm going to head to at the Sofitel, or is it the the Sofitel Wentworth? That was traditionally where the leader came, but I guess Dutton, is a Queenslander.
What did I miss?
You were here for Dixon being declared.
Yeah. Cool. And apparently Max Chandler is losing as well. Oh my god, what a beautiful night! Seriously.
Really, Max Chandler.
In Griffith. That would be so funny. Holy shit.
Maybe James McGrath tipped. He's a senator, isn't he?
James McGrath. It's fucking funny.
What ended up happening with Amelia Harmer? All right, guys, I'm going to bail, and I will be on Twitter later, coming to you live from which. But by the time I get down there, I wouldn't be surprised if most of the cool Liberals have bailed to a bar. So there'll be heaps of gossip at that point. All right, tell Drew I say goodbye. All right, see you guys.
But
see ya.
I'll see you, John. Thanks for joining, mate. Thank you. He's a legend. He's a very funny bloke. I'm glad that he joined for a bit. I'm worried that our viewership might now drop off by about 50%. I hope people stay around. We've got 78 people right now, which is really good actually. And if you guys can subscribe to my channel, it'd be really good.
Can we get anyone else on? Someone interesting?
I've invited Slazak on, the French liberal. Who else should I join on? Like, give me suggestions.
Get Ardu.
Oh, somebody in the chat suggested Purple Pingers.
Ask Ardu if he wants to come on.
Purple Pingers? Did Purple Pingers win?
Yeah,
is he running in this election? I don't have DMs with him, but I think you do, right?
Who else could we have? Maybe. I'm not putting on Joel Davis.
Yeah, fucking Joel Davis.
The Victorian socials have got nothing.
The Vic Sox nothing. Yeah, that's good. You'd love to see it. Fuck them. How much do you have? Is it still 400? Yo?
I've got nearly 2,000 votes for, in
2,000
in Longman. Nearly just 2,000. I've dipped under the 4% threshold. So.
2,000's not bad though. I think that's. Wait, how much did Drew get? I think that's close to it, right?
Sorry, I'm back. We've still got so many people watching live. That's a good audience. Joel Jamal's got his own stream on now. Lame now without McGowan. I mean, what can I do, guys? He had to go somewhere. I'm hoping he might join from the Liberal Party. It'd be so fucking funny. Invite Friendly Geordies. I think he's got his own stream right now. Invite Bad and Banana. No, that's not happening.
Let's get Bad and Banana.
I keep seeing purple pinger signs all over my uni Monash, and I'm so glad I won't see them anymore. Thank God. I hope he gets destroyed, right? I want to hear Slazak. Yeah, I've asked Slazak. If you guys have any other suggestions for people to bring on, I'm all ears. You see, I'm all ears. But it's right now.
Ralph Babbitt.
Yeah, we get Ralph Babbitt.
Ralph Babbitt. Holy fuck, that'd be fun. Wow. Invite Abby Chatfield. Yeah, wouldn't she be a great contribution to the stream?
What about the guy that you were like trolling today? Can you get him? The Greens guy.
I'm actually in the Mather. Yeah, I'm sure he'd join.
Call Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker.
What's the time in America? I'm trying to work out. Fuck, it's 4 a.m. in LA.
Yeah, it's like
7 a.m. in New York. What's the time in France? France time.
New York, yeah.
Oh, it's midday in France. Surely Slazak can join us. Surely.
It's a bit late. Like the election's almost over. That's the only disappointing.
I know.
But...
Call Hassan Piker. Hassan has things to tell you. So true.
Oh wait, what the fuck? Wait, Babbitt's on Yemeni stream. Yemeni stream.
Wait, what? Actually, you know what? Let's tune into their stream. That'll be funny. Actually, let's.
What the fuck?
Let's tune into their stream. That'll actually be fucking funny.
And different ideas. The old guard has to go. The Liberal Party are not conservative. The Liberal Party are not a party of the centre right. The Liberal Party are not a party that sticks by any of their own values. If you go to their website, most of you are watching this right now from your smartphone or from your computer or whatever. Just go to the Liberal Party website and click on the tab that says Our Values. They don't stick to any of their values. It is a good thing that they got decimated tonight. It is a good thing. And I hope more of these bandits lose their seats, because when they lose their seats, they're going to have to rebuild. They're going to have to look at a different way of doing things. And they're going to have to actually stick to what they stand for. You can't go into a freaking election and just be Labour-like. You can't just copy what the Labor Party does and make it a little bit less worse. That's not a way to run an election campaign. And opposition, your job, by the very name of what you are in opposition, is to oppose. You must oppose. You must present different ideas, different ways of looking at things, different solutions. If you don't do that, then why should we vote for you? We'll just vote for the real thing. We'll just vote for the real commies. If you want to be commie-like, we'll just have the real communists, the full fat commies. I am so sick of the Liberal Party.
Somebody donated $31 to their show.
Guys.
Wow.
They don't stick to anything that they're supposed to stick for. And I'm glad they're all, I'm glad many of them are gone. I'm so glad. And I hope it sticks. I hope it sticks. I hope Peter Dutton loses his seat. And I never want to see that guy again. Look, he's not a bad human being. He's not a bad person, but he was a bad leader. He was a bad leader for the Liberal Party. The guy's been in power since, 25 years, in his seat, for about 25 years or something like this. In 25 years, what has Peter Dutton conserved? What has the Liberal Party conserved? Nothing.
I love when they say that.
Absolutely
they're like, what
nothing. I am sick of these people. Make way for a new generation. Make way for the future. People like me are the future. People like me, everyday people that have had enough, that have just put their hands up to change the system that we're in today. What is the future? People at home right now, mums and dad, dorks on the internet, dorks on Twitter. If you want to change the world, you have to get involved. You have to join a party. You have to put your hand up. You have to be involved in the political process. Enough of the Liberal Party. They're not going to save you. It's been proven tonight. They are absolute a waste of your time.
Babette, we've got a super chat here for you. We've got a super chat for Babette. $50. Thank you, Lucas. Babette for both.
Yes.
As he puts the cigar in his mouth. As he puts the cigar.
I wish we had
Senator Babette, I'll put a question to you now. Okay, Labor's wiped out the Liberals. You go back to
that guy like the Australian he's like a right wing crazy.
How do you now deal with the Labour Party? What is your approach to the Labour Party as a senator?
Hi. I don't know. I haven't paid attention to what's going on in the election.
No, it's like nation election, and it's like a full disaster.
In my opinion, you know what?
So Zach, you should share it out and tell people you joined. It's good fun.
Hi.
You know who would have
Okay, well, I guess it's good. Labour is a good guy, right?
The bureaucrats are the ones.
Yeah,
they're the good guys.
Men and women
But do you know who this Ralph Babette guy is? By any chance, Zach?
Yes, I know. He's the guy who likes acting like Trump, and he's worse at pretending to be an American than me.
Yeah. No, we're watching him right now, and he was saying, "I'm happy that Dutton lost his seat and stuff." Like he's like our Pierre Poilievre, right? Very entertaining. I mean, what are your thoughts on this from France, Zach?
I didn't pay attention to this election as much as I did for the Canadian one because it's But I guess it's good that Labour is. I mean, I don't know. It's there's no Liberal Party like there is in Canada, so you just have to pick the best option.
I don't know. You know who's funny, Slizzer? I think in Australia you'd be like the Teal. Do you know much about the Teals, by any chance?
I can't hear you very well. I don't know if it's the.
Yeah, Drew, mute their stream for a sec because it's your mic gets like echoed out.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah. So Zach, do you know much about the Teals? Because I think in Australia you'd be like a Teal voter.
Yeah, I've heard about they're independent, right? They're not a party.
Yeah. Like they're
pretty cool, I guess.
It's funny though. Like, there's basically not a single male Teal though. Like, it's very much kind of like Wine Mummies vibes. But you would love it, I think.
Okay, thank you. I see. I know they have the Fusion Party, which I find pretty funny, even though they're not very electorally popular.
Oh yeah, no, I actually have the Fusion Party on my ballot today. They're like it's like a coalition between like the Pirate Party and all these other really small minor parties. They actually
Science Party, Secular Party. I mean, they seem cool, but it's like kind of more ideological than pragmatic.
It's just like it's really, really small. But it's just funny though, like watching Babette, he's having a massive meltdown right now. Let's see what he says. Listen.
Not your saviors. They're not. They are your jailers. They're exactly the same as a Liberal Party.
I'm going to read the chat.
Same bird. It is a uni party. That's what you have. You have a uni party. Get this idea out of your head. This whole left and right. It's fake. It's like pro wrestling. It's fake. The only options you have are your minors. Currently, your minors, but they cannot be your minors forever. You have to treat guys like me and and the other smaller parties as serious contenders. And the only way it was going to happen this time is if the two-party system got absolutely shattered. It didn't get shattered because all of you dogs, you're all dogs, by the way, all of you dogs out there got on the internet and got on your socials and got amongst your friends and you acted like the Liberal Party was your saviors. They're not your freaking saviors. Like I said before, they are your passive. That's
brutal.
I mean, we're going to get you to react to some of the super chats because you're just
that's what I was going to say. There's a lot of support for you in the comments.
Yeah, there's a lot of support. We'll get to them. I'm doing just super chats now.
So Zach, you should post it out to your followers. They will love to see this happening.
This is a real result. I don't think this is stolen.
Bro, who's scratching that?
You want me to post a live to the
people have decided.
A link to the.
Yeah.
It's 1 p.m. here. It's pretty early, so I'm not. Hi.
Did they cheat the whole country? Look, it's going to be a tough ask.
Not happening.
It's very unlikely. Not that time
Let's
scale.
Let's keep going. Thanks for the support. Great AM says, as long as the left and the mainstream media control the airwaves, nothing will change. Australia has too many sheep, and that is such a true point. Thank you, the Great AM, for the support. But it's such a true.
Drew, who do you think will be the opposition leader now that Dutton's gone?
I don't know. I actually think the best choice for them would be Andrew Hastie. I don't know if they're going to actually do that, but I think that would be the best choice for them.
No matter what, when all those institutions are working again, the ABC, they're all working again.
When you streamed the
who's the guy on the right?
Avi. Oh, that's Avi. Do you know him by any chance?
No.
He does like a lot of He does like anti-Davos stuff. Like he does anti-WEF stuff, anti-Klaus Schwab stuff. He went to like Davos, He was
How do you spell his name?
He also beat his wife. That was an interesting.
Yeah, he threw a chopping board at his wife.
Avi Yemeni. Okay, yeah, I got it.
He's like an ultra Zionist. He's because he's like his family's like Yemenite too. Like they were kicked out of Yemen.
Is anyone here not insane in the 4 people?
No, all 4 of these guys are pretty insane. I have to say.
I read somewhere that Avi only has 16 siblings or something.
He does. He literally has 20 siblings.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. Yeah, he literally does have 16 siblings, which is like amazing. He comes from like a really orthodox family from Yemen, like, which is interesting. And he has brothers who are like really left wing and like they have differences of opinion.
With Donald Trump in the Oval Office. Speaking with coalition sources this week.
Yes, Lezak, when you did the presidential election, how many people did you have watching?
At most, because I have it up because I didn't want to be alone, because sometimes my stream got like 10 viewers, which would have been sad. But like at the peak, I think I got like 200 viewers or something like that.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You should.
Yeah, I was pretty happy. Then declined with a time when after like the 8th hour when it was guaranteed for Trump to win, there were like 40 viewers. But still, I was pretty happy with. But I didn't stream since then because I don't know. I don't have good things to stream about.
Yes, I've been trying to do a stream every single day recently. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for jumping on very quickly with so little notice.
Yeah, I mean you just I've had one as well, but I don't know how long am I gonna have to say, but it's pretty cool to be here.
Yeah. No, cool. So Dutton has officially lost his seat. That's actually crazy.
Ooh.
That's hilarious.
Wow, that's like full on. Yeah.
This is the second time this happened this week.
Oh my god! Man.
Yeah, this is like Canada, like 2.0. That's funny.
I'm pretty shocked. That's hardcore.
I think the Canadian Conservatives are going to parachute him into a safe seat in Alberta. Put of it.
Yeah, I mean, this shouldn't be allowed. I feel like you lost your seat. People don't want you in your constituency. What are you doing?
Yeah, that shit doesn't fly in Australia.
Although in France, it would be like, especially since it's not as like ideologically divided, because the parties come and go. Like, I don't think anyone will accept it.
What do you reckon? What's the latest with French politics? What do you think is going to happen at the presidential elections?
Well, the 1 year limit between 2 dissolutions of parliament is going to run out. So people are saying Macron wants to do another snap election. I don't think it's happening, but it would be a bit funny.
I hope he does.
I don't know, because I mean, I like elections, but I don't want more far right seats and more. Yeah, I think he wants to do that because he's more popular now, but I don't know. And yeah, I guess there's not that much happening of importance.
Thing.
Le Pen being, but that was a few months ago. Yeah, I mean, she did something illegal, so she can't run for office.
Do you think? Like, will she win on appeal? Does she have a chance on appeal?
No, I mean, even if she appeals, she's still ineligible for the next one.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
I think it's too late.
Will it be like Bardella or something like that?
Yeah, but he doesn't have as much experience because he's like very young. He's like 29, I think. Yeah, 29 years old.
Very young.
And yeah, he's just been like member of the European Parliament, but not much besides that compared to like Macron, who's been minister and banker. He never really had a job before. So he's not as experienced as Le Pen. So that's why he's a liability. But yeah, he's the most likely candidate for the far right.
Guys, this is the quote right now. This guy strongly opposed mass immigration, climate action, and gender ideology. This guy didn't. Who won? So they actually think Peter Dutton would have won if he'd gone more to the left, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, no way. He thinks they think like he wasn't right wing enough or whatever. Like that's just so out of touch with reality.
It's like the people coping that if Poilievre had sucked off Trump, that he would be prime minister now.
Oh, Poilievre, yeah. It's just like they have no idea. Did you know, Slazak, the guy here, Malachi, he's a very right wing fellow, but he's like 18 or 19, and he ran at this election, and he got like 4% of the vote. Like, what's the latest count, Malachi?
Me.
Oh.
Malachi, what's the latest count on your? Yours?
I'll reload it. I've dropped below the 4% threshold. 3.87.
Labour majority at 99% on Polymarket. I think it's over.
Yeah, no, it's fully over. Like, there's literally no chance. I'm shocked that Dutton lost the seat. Damn, if you told me 3 months ago he'd lose the seat, I would have been really, really shocked at that, to be honest.
So how many seats are they getting?
What
I
did you
don't
say?
think
Sorry.
the coalition is going to gain a single seat.
Wow, in the entire country, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Peter Dutton lost because he wasn't woke enough. Very true. Facts. Actually, facts. 3 cucketeers and a Frenchie. Well said. There's a lot of cope right now. These people are coping very hard.
Talk about this seriously at a time when Donald Trump was
It's
sending
actually like a full-blown massacre.
It's not a smear campaign.
So this lady, Jacinta Price, she's like an Australian Venezuelans, and she ran in East North Territory and said, "Make Australia great again." And this love it, like that.
Never mind. I was just closing the window because I didn't want noise to.
Wait, did Jacinta Price lose her seat?
No, I don't think
she's a senator.
Hang on, sorry, I gotta bring back up the. I'm gonna bring back up the ABC. But yeah, no, she said make Australia great again, and then like it was like literally a big reason why they lost. Like it was pretty fucking stupid. And she's like, I don't know, she's like, guess like her whole thing is like I'm Aboriginal and I'm conservative. I guess that's her whole.
Yeah. They mainly trotted her out for the voice, and then that's the last.
Yeah, to be honest.
Why did they take so long to count the Senate? Like, what's with that?
Yeah, well, I guess it's because PR, proportionate representative. Proportional representative. Wait, let's see what she says.
Great again. So can I come back to the question? Are you partly responsible
Can I-
for what the Liberal Party
Let
has
me come
suffered
back to the
tonight and Peter
question.
Dutton's loss of his seat?
Let me come back to the question. That's a whole lot of mud you just flung right there, can I just say, in terms of wanting this country to be great. Donald Trump doesn't own those 4 words, right? Because the
That's such
media
bad
can go through your personal Facebook photos and find a picture that was taken in jest at Christmas
my God, they're
time
coping
and
really
then
bad right now.
smear you with it. That is the problem. That is the issue. That is the smearing that goes on, certainly within the media, just
Really
as you're trying to say, take this seriously. I'm deadly serious about this issue. And what I'm
Deadly
deadly
serious.
serious about is that here in Lingiari, Aboriginal people are going to continue to be marginalised. The gap is going to get wider because we take an ideological approach to all of these issues, and Labor will continue to do that. They'll invest money in organisations and not listen to the little people on the ground. But I'll continue to fight.
Yeah, the coalition would never do that.
Who actually want to be heard? Those forgotten people, where Labor, and you know, if you want to take things seriously, perhaps send an investigative journalist out and watch what occurs in
This is
remote
like the
polling
biggest hope
booths.
ever, I have
The
to say.
AEC has been alerted to this over and over and do very little to deal with that situation. I urge the ABC, as a taxpayer-funded organisation, to go out to remote communities and see for yourself exactly what occurs, because I'm deadly serious about the situation. And if you think things are bad right now in terms of the cost of living, it's only going to get worse going forward. But what I do know is that if you sling enough mud in a campaign, it sticks. And if you mislead the Australian people over again, that's what the Prime Minister has done. That's what sticks. I mean, it was a huge ask to try and unseat a first-term Prime Minister. It's only been done
Bring on
in 1931 was the last
it's
time,
over.
obviously.
Billions
But believe me, this doesn't mean we give up or we back
Funny.
down.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to
go
send them the link.
and we will learn from the mistakes we've made.
Oh, thank you, Kalkin. We've got another super chat. Thank you, mate. Dutton losing seats kind of shocking, but get rid of Malacca price to
And the Liberal Party will determine
She's saying deadly over and over.
for their party.
It's deadly serious, man.
Drew will not let you fall, Drew. We have your back. Mossad check on the way. Salute. Salute. I love it's in the times that was the biggest cover ever. She was just basically saying like stop the seal. She was just basically going like stop the seal. Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna send a link to Chris.
She's acting like "Make Australia Great Again" isn't like directly linked to "Make America Great Again." Like clearly those are parallel.
I know.
slogans.
It's such a quote. It's such a quote.
She's like, oh, Donald Trump owned those 4 words. Really? Yeah, okay.
Hang on. I gotta send this to. That was the biggest quote. Do we know? Do we know? Can you check? Can you check Griffith right now?
Griffith. All right.
Someone check Drew's.
I use ABC, but
yeah, just check. Just check.
But it doesn't mean we stop doing what we're doing and fighting on behalf of Australia.
Tell us what you're seeing in Solomon tonight. This seems to be one seat that's bucking the trend.
Wow, I'm actually just shocked that Dutton lost the seat. I didn't see that happening.
I mean, we did see, obviously,
Is there any reason why? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Apparently, this is the first ever time an opposition leader has lost their seat in an election.
Oh, that's pretty mental.
Oh, by the way, Drew, Griffith ALP ahead.
Oh my god, that's so beautiful. So I was like, I don't think you would like the Greens here. They're like very cooked here.
The Greens.
They're like almost.
I mean, I don't know, but I was wondering, is there any reason why Canadian politics are so much more covered than Australian ones? Because, like, in terms of size, they're like similar and stuff.
Yeah, true. Because we've got like 27 million. They've got like 40 million. Maybe just because it's like maybe because it's more directly linked to America. Maybe.
True.
But I mean, good question. Good point. Like, we should have more coverage. I agree.
Because I didn't see anyone on Polymarket like do like a whole section about Canadian, Australian elections like they did with. I mean, that's just an example, but yeah, I did see much less people talk about it on my timeline.
Holy shit! It looks like Dan Tien lost his seat as well. That's not going to be enough to hold it. Wow. Drew's tax returns will be filled to the brim with Jewish Mossad funding. We are 100% behind you. Salute. Max Hooper, strong vote in Morden. Do we know what's happening in Morden? Let's bring up Morden, please. He's like an old guy like who just like trolled me for years, and like he ran the LaRouchites, the Citizens Party, and he got. I don't think he did well.
I love
the
LaRouchites. Yeah,
we've got them here in Australia, and they're so mental.
Yeah, we also had one candidate, Solidarity and Progress Party. He ran for president in 2017 and got last place.
Dude, he's got 36 votes in Morden. That's brutal.
36?
That's so bad. 36. It's so bad, man. Oh my god. It looks like Dan Tien lost his seat. This is actually like a full-blown massacre. This is way worse.
It's getting harder and harder. And
it looks like One Nation hasn't even picked up that many votes either.
I think we owe a debt of gratitude.
Wow.
And can I, in particular,
who are the votes going to then?
I've been on the road all day. But
Labour?
I'm not sure. Yeah, Labour
might be in trouble in his.
I don't think coalition votes would be going to Labour, would they?
This is the biggest. This is the biggest left-wing victory in Australia in my lifetime. Seriously, it's the biggest probably since.
United us.
How does this happen in the current climate to incumbents? That's crazy to me. When everyone's worried about like inflation, immigration in every country, like Australia is just.
Dutton's so unpopular.
Yeah, I think it's literally that. Just Dutton is so unpopular. Oh wait, we've got Chris here. We've got Chris. Chris, what are you thinking?
David, I have been driving all day.
Is he in?
And as you know, it is a huge Ararat.
Are you here, Christopher?
Hamilton, where I voted.
Plenty of time to think about your future.
I think Chris is on mute. Oh yeah, I can hear. This is a full-blown massacre, Chris. Holy shit!
Because I've been calling the wonderful volunteers and supporters over
Yeah,
17
so Dan Tien's lost the seat.
who helped and supported me over the last 3 years.
So what do you think now?
Is
Is
this
this something you
grueling
will
time
think
for
about?
I can hear you, Chris. I can hear you a bit.
David, what I'm thinking about is what has happened here in Wannon, and also what has happened to my colleagues, and what the overall result.
Wow, this is like literally the biggest Labour win in our lifetimes. This is crazy. This is much bigger than 2000. I think this is a lot bigger than 2007.
The margin.
Yeah.
I pulled up back in Hamilton about half an hour ago. The only
This is a lot bigger than 2007.
It's something you.
I wonder why. Is it because of the Trump stuff? You think?
It must be Trump. It surely must be Trump, right?
Yeah, he must have played a role. Although
must be Trump.
there was a terrible campaign from the coalition.
Yeah, it was an absolutely terrible campaign. But like, but still though, like this is an absolute massacre. Like I'm actually really shocked.
Okay, it's working. It was miserable. It was a totally miserable campaign.
What are you thinking?
Sorry, what am I thinking about the campaign?
Yeah, just like this is a massacre.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, it was it was pretty miserable from this, like from the word go. Unfortunately, I personally went to the budget reply speech, which was sort of the official launch of the campaign, and I walked out of it, and I was like, it was quite mid. Like I think everybody that I was with, we made the point that it was, you know, who should be ideologically on side, who should love it, were very clear that they thought it was very mid.
So we do have a Liberal here, and you're trying to give us your post-motive. This is interesting. So what do you think?
This look, I think that like my dissection is threefold. And now that it's over, I can talk about it more. I think that there was just it lacked. Personally, I love the nuclear policy. Drew, I'm sure we've talked about this 100 times.
Yeah.
I think that's a really forward-looking policy. It solves a lot of issues. It swiftly gets around that discussion around, you know, are we going to use coal or like, you know, burn more coal, or like, you know, put infinite solar panels everywhere. I have views on that. But I thought nuclear was a really handy way around that. The problem was it was poorly communicated. I know how they got to those numbers. It was, but it was really poorly communicated, and it was all poorly staged. And every single policy that they announced was poorly staged. Why was defense not front and center? I remember when they launched the campaign, my first thought was, "What's the defense policy? What money are we spending?" And all it was just, I still don't know. And I give a shit.
It feels like they actually didn't talk about nuclear the whole campaign, even though this was supposed to be like their centerpiece policy. It feels like they just didn't talk about it.
Well, I think this was really effective by Labor, and it is like a lie, basically, that it will cost $600 bajillion, or just like whatever number, just make up a number. That's what it is. It was never going to cost that much, even with a very conservative estimate. And you can go and you can look at their modeling numbers. You can look at even if you. I can only assume that when they did that model, that they did the 600B number, they replaced every single megawatt of power in the whole country with nuclear at the max cost, and then added a bunch of delays. Because I don't know how, as a reasonable economic modeler, you would get to that number. But beside the point, everything was poorly staged and poorly communicated. And you get down to it, and I'm not surprised it has sort of ended up in the way it has. And there are people, I think, that can be blamed. Drew, you'll know Lincoln, I think. I'm not a member anymore, so I can say this is another classic Lincoln follows slop shop fucking campaign.
Who's that?
He sucks. Well, he was formerly like one of the state director or whatever. Like he's the campaign director up at LNP HQ. Out on 268 Sandgate Road, for the for knowers of that locale.
Yes,
but he sucks, and this has just proven finally that he sucks, and maybe they'll get somebody newer and better. Anyway,
but why are they so bad? This is worse.
Why are they so bad? Because I don't know who it was pitched to. And I think it didn't hit on many of the major issues. I think of any of the demographics that they wanted to hit, right? at no point did I hear a thing on immigration. I'm like, oh, great. Like, we're just going to bring in like 20% less than the max ever. So like a lot. So like still like way too much, like way too much for the country to handle. But, you know, just a little less than whatever Labor's doing right now. Right.
It's just
bizarre. We're going to spend more on, we're going to spend more on defense, but where? Like, I still, again, don't know. Right. The costings are left too late. Like, it was pretty shambolic. Yeah.
Broken laptop.
Broken laptop groper. Yeah. Very nice. Yes. He's charging. I don't know. He's charging again. Malachi, come back. I want to.
He loves his laptop.
He does. Look, Malachi loves his laptop, and we forgive him these sins.
Gee, it is such a massacre here.
It's bad. I should charge my laptop, but you're just gonna have to deal with a desktop for now. I don't have a webcam on this thing.
I just got a comment from someone, and they're saying this is actually like the biggest. This might be like the biggest landslide in Australian in decades.
It's certainly not the biggest landslide of history, but this is quite declarative.
Right up there, right?
Sorry.
It would be right up there, though.
Look, I think I've been saying for a couple of months now that Labor would win this, and I'm not surprised this is how it's ended up. This is what my Betfair account would say. You know, I'm up $212. So,
beautiful news. So 40% counted in the seat of Morden. ALP retained. The Greens there have been contained. That's where they had like the really big.
What's the Max Chandler Mather status?
Oh, okay. This is gonna be funny. 343 votes.
Oh,
0.8%. That's actually pretty brutal. Fucking hell. The LaRouche got fucking crushed, I have to say.
Oh, you hate. Are you still on the Citizens Party?
Oh, I mean, they're just so annoying, but gee, this is just massacre. I mean,
will Malachi get more than the Citizens Party? I think Bob probably.
Actually, that's a good question. Let's see where Malachi is right now. Okay, we're looking at Longman.
I just got over 3,000 votes. 3,800.
Whoa, big. Drew, that's more than you got.
Yeah,
Drew, that's more than you got.
I got 4,500. You're actually in one seat. You've almost got more than me. That's actually brutal.
It was nice to open, but I think I have to go because it's 1 p.m. and I gotta get lunch.
That's okay.
Well,
thanks for joining a bit,
good
man.
luck. Congrats for the election, I guess. And yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks for joining in, man. I appreciate it. It's funny.
Yeah,
thanks, bro.
if you need
Have a good day.
good day.
See you, man. Have a good one. Bye. It was good to have Skulls back here for a little bit. Just holy shit, this is actually like the biggest election blowout in so long.
I mean, look again. Blowout is. I think the media, and this will be my main. This is my main point about the whole campaign is the media has just been rabid. Like, if you've watched those, if you watch some of the more reasonable Liberal Party press conferences, particularly the one with Hasty, it was like the questions they were asking were slop. They were slop. They were slop, and they were. I bemoan the fact that they could have served good questions on both sides, and what we saw was
thank you, Duckman.
Pretty
votes, and he wasn't even fucking there on the day. I'm actually saying,
this guy's a king. He knows what he's doing. He was charging his laptop the whole day. What do they expect?
Yeah.
You know, and not committing the sin of lust. You know, he's busy.
Dude, okay, here's a good question. Malachi, if you'd been in the electorate and you'd been putting out those flyers saying ban buggery, do you reckon you could have cracked 5% maybe?
Oh, 100%. I would have cracked 5%, yeah.
For sure, mate. So apparently One Nation's picking up 2 Senate seats. Is that actually true?
Oh, look, I wouldn't be surprised if they are.
Queensland and
James McGrath, Angus Taylor, Dan Tehan.
Wow, this is
Look, you know, Rum McGrath's back on the television. Will you say, let's wait for the free poll again? Hit a cocky?
Does somebody give an explanation why we call him Rum McGrath?
You mean it's going to be me? Yeah.
Look,
I mean, James McGrath, God bless him, but he does love Bundaberg rum mixed with Milo. And I think was it a Facebook post or was it like a bit in the Australian about Milo ice cream and like
he did hit a clip or two with his car and he fucking
he did
killed
hit
it.
And that was not the most optical Facebook post.
just like literally like the cockatoo is destroyed. And what was the other one he had? The worst one was probably the time he helped that Sri Lankan general accused with war crimes of he manages his campaign.
Bro, he's got the numbers. He's doing the numbers for him. He's got the spreadsheet.
That's an amazing actual fact about
Malachi wants to hop in.
Drew, Advance Australia says that Max Chandler Mather has just lost a seat.
Oh, thank God.
Thank
God.
Banger.
Holy shit. That's like my best result of the night.
That's it. That's all I care about. I'm happy.
Christmas has come early for you, Drew.
I'm gonna coom. This is amazing. Oh my God.
Okay,
that's amazing. Holy fuck. That is amazing. Oh my God. Holy fuck. That's literally.
But that's something in terms of
look. It's you know what? It's all redeemed. It's all, for that. It's all redeemed. He's just so fucking annoying.
We don't have to deal with him for the next 3 years. Can you believe it?
No, but you still. Oh, look. No, he'll be back. He will continue whining on. Like I'm waiting for the Twitter whine.
Oh my God. He lost. He fucking lost. That's amazing. That's literally my favorite result of the night.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever else happened, that's good enough.
That is literally the funniest.
I don't know. Look, I honestly, I would have gone in for Monique Ryan, the cringe master, Kuyong forever. Also losing her seat. Look, God bless the work of those in Kuyong, but man, just so annoying. Just cringe all around. Basically cringe all around.
Oh my God, I'm actually cooming from the result in Griffith. That is
that's all I cared about. That's all I cared about.
That's literally my favorite result of the night. I'm even kidding, guys. Oh my God, that's beautiful, man. That's so good.
Can we talk about the anti-Semitism in Canada and Australia, Drew?
Yusuf, we can discuss this soon, Yusuf. Rest in peace, Max Chandler Mather will not be missed. One nation looking great in Queensland and New South Wales has a chance. Is that even true?
One nation's ahead in New South Wales.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Look, their primary has really surged. Their
Thanks for
primary's really
joining,
surged.
Thank you. Has it surged? What are they looking at?
In terms of seats, in terms of primary.
Yeah, in primary.
I wouldn't miss it. Well, in terms of primary, I think that depending on the forecast you're looking at 8 to 12%, depending on the modelling, and depending on how you are accounting flows.
Can I ask you this?
Max lost. Oh my God.
That's all. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. We
I'm literally.
I don't know, but knowing.
Let's see what they say.
And knowing the service that is given to Queensland as a police officer, to Queensland, the country, as a member of Parliament, as a
room. Run McGrath's.
I think he would take responsibility. He's that type of man. He's a very decent and honourable man. And sadly, what Australians never saw
look, not untrue.
Sense of humour, that self-deprecation and so forth. But he is a fighter, and we'll see him deliver. Deliver.
Can we stop asking room questions and can we go to the green?
Let's go back to Cos Samaras and Tony Barry and PK. Cos, you focused a lot leading up to this election on those outer suburbs, the Labor vote, particularly in those outer Melbourne suburbs.
Yep.
And that was a great concern, clearly, for Labor. They were picking up what you were picking up as well. When you look at what we can see so far this evening,
oh my God, that's
how does Labor look in those seats?
They look very good, particularly in Victoria and
can you guys
parts
believe
of,
that?
Western Sydney as well. Any votes
Oh
they
my
did
God,
lose, they lose to independents.
I don't like Penny Wong.
Again,
I
it's
have
that
to
trend.
say, easy money.
If you look
I
at
don't
the
know. I
median
think Penny's actually kind
most
of good value.
voters in those outer suburbs, it's
Like, I don't like. I don't love some of her views, but like I think she's like I think she's a very competent minister.
Drew, did you see James McGrath chimp out of the Greens earlier? I didn't see that. What was it? Drew, are you more inspired to run for office tonight? Absolutely, mate. But I've still got to give it some time. But
Well,
absolutely.
Drew, you know how to get elected, right? He who pumps the housing bubble most wins.
Yeah, true.
You just have to find a way to pump the housing bubble.
I should have advocated total open borders and
infinite foreign investment into Australian housing, and I don't know, like double, like double negative gearing, just double it. You know, you should get money back for negative gearing.
Everyone, just abolish tax for anyone who has like 5 investment
the trend has been.
The more investment properties you have, it's it's like it's like a pre-World War II Germany. The more kids you have, the more investment properties you have. The state gives you a bonus if you have, and they give you a medal if you have over 10 investment properties. I think that'd be perfect.
So unbelievably happy that Maxima Mather has been defeated.
There has
Holy
been
fuck.
anger about cost of living, and Labor has felt that.
That's so funny. Holy
part
shit.
of the story.
What will politicians do in Australia after the election to address anti-Semitism? Like the same, I would imagine the same. I mean, it's going to be the same. It's going to be the same, right? Like, the Greens will continue to run around. There will continue to be like pro-Palestine protests. Like, you'll turn up a polling booth like today and see, how to vote for Palestine. It's like, I don't care, not my issue. Like, who cares?
This conclusively showed how unpopular that decision was.
Well,
just go so hard
at this point that Keith Wallahan is actually going to join us tomorrow.
I mean, like, it's a really niche, it's a niche issue, right? And it may cut through in places like Western Melbourne and Western Sydney, but they're never going to win there.
Campaign pictures you can see on
Is
screen.
it the
headquarters? I suspect.
They've won Richmond. Wow, they've weirdly won Richmond, which is
Richmond concession speech.
Wow, they've won the Byron Bay speech. Wow, that's actually kind of surprising.
He would have wanted to give. I mean, clearly, many in that room, many in the coalition.
Wow, they won Byron Bay. Too true.
They now have like a rural seat. This is so funny. They lost their inner city seat.
No, Byron Bay is hardly rural.
I know.
This result,
it's like semi-urban.
They would have expected to see Peter Dutton.
Yeah, it's full of the people who vote for them in Ryan and McNamara and Mel and Batman or whatever it's called now.
About what James McGrath
they've lost
said just now, you anticipate that he will take
brutal.
personal
That
responsibility.
is they were saying like that. The whole thing in Griffith Right was like matches like their future for the fucking party, right?
Damage to your party tonight.
Yeah, strangled in the crib.
The nuclear question is one of the key ones, of course, and the question I put to you, which is, will nuclear die?
Somehow Elizabeth Watson-Brown has won more in Ryan, which is
a future with nuclear that was
again to quote.
Hang on, okay.
Moving in through the crowd.
Okay.
Oh my God.
He's gonna say it's Ogre.
Holy shit!
We can't hear that.
The west of Brisbane has fallen.
Why are they cheering? This guy is not even the.
Oh, Drew, who do you reckon we can see in this crowd? Let's if we look really hard, we'll see some people.
Wow. This is actually so unbelievable. I actually feel bad for him. That's such a fuck.
Well, tonight's not the night that we wanted for the Liberal Party or for our coalition or indeed for our country. But we've worked hard every day over the course of the last 3 years to do our best for our amazing country. One of the great honours of being the leader of this party is that we have met people from every side, every corner, the length and breadth of this country. And there are many amazing stories. People who have sacrificed, people who are doing it hard at the moment. And I've always wanted in public life for the best for our country and the best for every Australian. The highlight of my career has been as the Defence Minister, and over the course of this campaign on Anzac Day, we caught up with young veterans in Townsville at the RSL, and it reminded me of how lucky we are as a country. And I want to acknowledge all of those men and women in uniform who keep us safe as a country.
Oh my God.
Now, we didn't do well enough during this campaign. That much is obvious tonight, and I accept full responsibility for that. Earlier on, I called the Prime Minister to congratulate him on his success tonight. It's an historic occasion for the Labor Party, and we recognise that. I congratulated the Prime Minister and wished he and Jody and Nathan all the very best. And I said to the Prime Minister that his mum would be incredibly proud of his achievement tonight, and he should be very proud of what he's achieved. Thank you.
Oh, that's pretty nice. I'm actually surprised by that. Wow. Actually a nice comment. How did
I
Elbow
also had the pleasure of speaking with Ali France, and Ali and I have been combatants for a number of elections now, but she was successful in Dixon tonight, and she will do a good job as a local member. She lost her son Henry, which is a tragic circumstance that no parent should ever go through. And equally, I said to Ali that her son Henry would be incredibly proud of her tonight, and she'll do a good job
really nice.
as
Where did this
a
stuff
local
come
member for Dixon, and I wish her all the very best. Please.
Wow.
Now, it's been a great honour to be leader of this amazing party for the last 3 years. And I want to firstly acknowledge David Littleproud, who has been a great partner in crime. He's led the National Party with great distinction. He's had the strength of character to stand up on issues which are important to us, and we've worked incredibly well together. He's done a great job, and he will do into the future. I want to say thank you very much to Susan Lee as my deputy, and also Angus Taylor as a shadow treasurer, and other senior members who have contributed to the success of the last couple of years. I also want to say a very, very big thank you tonight, most importantly, to the millions of Australians who have supported the Liberal Party, the Coalition. It's not our night, as I point out, and there are good members, good candidates who have lost their seats or their ambition, and I'm sorry for that. We have an amazing party, and we'll rebuild. Can I say thank you very much to John Olsen as the president of the party. He's done a fantastic job, to Andrew Hurst and all of the secretariat for the work that they've done. I want to say thank you to my staff, who are just amazing, led by Alex Dalgleish, Jody, Martine, Jackie, Selma, all of the EO staff, my advanced team, the AFP, who've done an amazing job for our family. And I want to say thank you very much. Thank you. I have the best media team in the country, led by Nicole Chan and Adrian Barrett, and
yeah,
their
that's
team
not true at all.
done an amazing job. I'm so grateful to them, and to all of our loyal staff. Thank you very much. That leaves me, of course, with the hardest part. That is my amazing family. Australians have seen. Please, thank you. I'm blessed to have an amazing family in Kiralee, in Beck and Harry and Tom, and they pleasure. Thank you. They've stood by me through thick and thin, and I'm so grateful for their support and their love. Can I say thank you to the people of Dixon and to our amazing supporters in Dixon. Dixon had a one-term curse. It was only ever held for one term at a time, and we've held it for 24 years, which is an amazing achievement. "24 years is a long time to be in public life, and it has been an amazing honour. But I do want to say thank you to the people of Dixon who have placed faith in me over a long period of time, and we've had lots of battles and lots of campaigns. Ultimately, we've been able to deliver an amazing outcome for our local community. To residents and to people that we've been able to help, people who were with loved ones who were sick and stranded, infrastructure projects. There are many ways in which we've been able to provide amazing support, and I want to say thank you very much to them. Our Liberal family is hurting across the country tonight, but including in my electorate of Dixon, and I want to say thank you very much to all of them. They are amazing people dedicated to their country. ultimately, we live in the best country in the world, and I've always believed that. I always will. I love this country, and I've fought hard for it. We've been defined by our opponents in this election, which is not the true story of who we are. But we'll rebuild from here. We'll do that because we know our values, we know our beliefs, and we'll always stick to them. I want to say thank you to the Australian people for the faith they've placed in me, and thank them for the great honour of having been the member for Dixon and the leader of the opposition. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wow. Wow.
That was a good speech.
Well, this is a pretty good speech, I have to say. Like, it was actually...
Where was that for the last, 6 weeks?
I know, it was like the first time he actually appeared human in, hey.
He spoke to the Prime Minister. He congratulated him.
What the fuck? Was it the most human I've ever seen Dutton?
And he also accepted defeat in his own seat of Dixon, noting that he'd called Ailey France and congratulated her. She would be a good local member, Peter Dutton said. It's the third time Ailey France has run there in Dixon, and this time successfully. He did acknowledge this was something he takes full responsibility for, the Coalition's historic defeat tonight. He also offered an apology. Just see if, no, I don't think he's going to say much
So
more
the
there.
real question here, Drew,
Apology,
is who do you think is the next leader? Do
Hasty,
you reckon they go for... Yeah, I would think Hasty. I would think Hasty.
It has to be Hasty. It's the only... He's like the only cool person in the whole Liberal Party.
No, but they'll choose somebody cringe. You know they'll choose somebody cringe.
They'll choose like Bridget Archer or some shit.
No, isn't she going to lose her seat?
Oh, maybe she might lose.
Oh, she lost her seat.
Oh, yeah. Well,
So
you know
not Bridget
what?
Archer.
They'll give it to some. They'll give it to like a mod. Do you think they'll give it to a mod?
Do I think they'll give it to a mod?
Leadership, at least, in the Liberal
Maybe.
Party. Peter Dutton won't be there in Parliament.
Who would it be, though?
Look, he didn't policies of where they went wrong. He did note they were defined by the other side. In other words, Labor's. We've heard the Coalition, Peter Dutton and others say this Labor's lies.
Is that true, Jack? ALP showing ahead against Greens in Melbourne?
As to where they
That would be zest if true. That would be big if true. Big if true.
Can you imagine? I would literally. Oh my god.
Oh,
Huge
I
if
hope
relevant.
Adam Bad fucking loses. That'd be so funny.
Holy shit! Can you imagine?
It's at 50.2% for Labour right now. So
No, that's amazing.
that'll be so funny.
Can you imagine?
You could see the pictures there. Like Phil Thompson was a great local member.
I feel bad for Dutton because it's like the only I've ever seen him in like a human, like, because like what? Where was this Dutton the whole time, right? Oh my god.
Yeah. It was a nice speech. It was very human.
That's a nice speech. Yeah, where was this Dutton?
It was.
Yeah, where was he? Like,
as being something he preferred, but
ALP, ABC showing ALP ahead with 50.2% against Green and Melbourne with 6.7% swing.
Wow.
Come on. Come on, Labour.
Drew's got a coom on stream.
Holy fuck, man.
Oh, the best part will
This
be
is like that's total green.
this smug Geordie's video is being made right now.
You know what? I for the first time in history, I actually
You
say
kneel,
he's
you
allowed.
kneel. You
For the
kneel,
first time
yeah.
in history, I fucking kneel to Geordie. I say, fine, you're allowed the fucking smugness.
But I just want to go back to
Holy fuck, man.
It was a very gracious speech, and I think we looked at the
I thought McGrath was waiting for the pre-polls to come in, man.
just one more pre-poll.
He does look very justed there, doesn't he? Look at him.
He's
fucking the shit
struggling.
up.
Fucking hell.
It's over.
Campaign over the last 5 weeks.
Wow, so
the guys lost, and
Sorry,
we have lost.
Let's see.
So gracious in his
Bonner's gone. Ross Vasta's gone.
What? No.
Bonner's a fucking massive victory. Oh my god, 10% swing to Karakur.
Everything, but it's important.
Holy fuck, man.
Richmond, Beera.
Wow.
Brand.
That's
make sure that we have a considered view and we take the time.
The Labour's ahead of Marcy as well.
However, and I will put this out, massive swing to Hasty in Canning.
Really?
Much to think of, yeah, like 11% currently. It's WA, so it hasn't been that counted that much, but like, I expect that to moderate, but that's big.
You know what's sad? Do you reckon
big
this
if
means
true?
nuclear's right now, Chris?
Do I think nuclear's over forever? yes and no. That's the only reason I'm sad. That's the only reason I actually even engage in this election.
I still like nuclear. I still like nuclear. It's actually really sad.
No, I think you'll just end up at the point where you have to do it, or you'll end up doing gas. I mean, that's it. All right.
I hope ALP bring in nuclear. I'd actually be super happy if they did.
Yeah, well, they could do it.
Would they?
That's the thing. Would they? I don't know. Look, the problem with nuclear is literally boomers. Once again, the problem with nuclear is literally boomers, which are the root cause of many things in this country.
Yes,
that's almost everything.
The eternal boomer will never allow us to have nuclear energy in this country.
No, it just has to suck. Basically, the boomer says the country has to suck for you, and we're going to turn it into a nursing home immediately.
That's where we're
no more
going.
fun. Yeah,
I mean,
it's a country-sized nursing home, effectively, and we should all enjoy it. And you saw it during COVID. You saw it. We got to lock down so that we can watch one more episode of Doc Brown before we croak, but not because of COVID, just because of croak. And everybody under 25 to 30 should just suffer
And die.
And die. Basically just die because
Are the Greens ahead of Wills? Let's check on that.
I don't know.
Someone wrote Day of the Pillow. That's fucked up, man.
Yeah, it's bad. I disavow.
I disavow that a lot.
Disavow.
Let's look at Wills. Disavow. Yes, disavow. Let's look at Wills.
I think we did try to ameliorate a number of those.
Holy
The Greens
shit,
are.
this is-
Oh no, they're not.
Oh, it's 50-50 coming down like literally right to the wire. Fucking hell.
And the party does need to have a good
Oh, that's gonna actually. That one will actually. That's like not even cope. That actually would require pre-poll to come in.
everything is right. We've got to make
Who
sure.
should do the review in your opinion?
I don't know.
Who do you think would be well placed?
Australia has like 30% of the world's uranium reserves. Like, it's actually insane that we don't use them.
Yeah, Australia has a huge amount of uranium. We are one of the world's top uranium exporters. We hover around third. We've gone between second or third or fourth, depending on the year. But yeah, Australia has a huge capacity to mine uranium. But that's not the whole story in nuclear. To be quite honest, if you can't, it's unlike coal. You can't just dig it out of the ground and put it into the reactor. You need a bunch of transformation first before you actually get to a nuclear power plant. And they are expensive and they are complex, but they do work for a very long time.
Here's a good question, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay. How do we see this, right? So obviously Canada, massive destruction for the Conservatives, massive destruction here for the Conservatives. And so a lot of people are like, this is a massive backlash to Trump. But then you see Nigel Farage say going.
Yeah, you see reform in the UK. They absolutely, and I think that's because.
So what's happening here? Like, how does the narrative shift here? Because you could look at the reform and you'd be like, oh yeah, populism's still winning. But in Canada and Australia, it's been destroyed.
Peter Dutton wanted to.
Well, I think it's because Keir Starmer's such a bad leader.
Well, Keir Starmer is bad, and the UK's sort of further down the shithole pipeline than we are.
Yeah.
Canada,
Oh my god.
Right?
Yeah, no. Brisbane's lost as well. They've lost the seat of Brisbane and the Greens.
Oh,
God, yeah, ABC.
Fine looking like.
The ABC has Greens on 0, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's all I care about.
Greens on 0. Please. This is so funny. Mashallah. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Total Pavlov victory.
Total Pavlov victory. You know what it is, right? Actually, not really, because Labor doesn't really agree with any of my policies. But still, we'll call it Labor.
Drew, which political party in Australia agrees with any of the policies that any of us have?
Literally no one. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know my views. I know
Democratic Alliance.
Not even that. We had to moderate that. They wouldn't. The DPDA wanted you to kill Christmas, and you just said you wouldn't kill Christmas.
Half the people now hate me over the Israel-Palestine stuff, like all the Uyghurs and stuff like that. So, we can't get the Republican Democratic Alliance supports Drew. Even the Republican Democratic Alliance is
that's why I keep talking about Adrian Schrinner, who.
Wow.
But yeah, I think the big issue. Yeah, the big issue, throughout, the Anglosphere countries, has been immigration, and UK is just much further down that chain than we are. It will get there. It will all.
Sorry. Chris, this is good, right? Good question. How do we make sense of the fact that Labor has actually done a really bad job when it comes to migration, like, and the economy. But they've now won like the greatest landslide. I hope they don't come away from this thinking like, okay, everyone wants like infinity open borders migration. Like that's not the case at all.
I still think they'll keep in mind what happened to them when they did The Voice and they got like their dick smashed.
They have to keep the hubris. They have to.
We'll see. And look, at the end of the last, like at the end of term, you were certainly seeing in public that Labor had pretty much run out of ideas, and now they have some further mandate. But I would be do I think that they can sustain this in another election campaign? No, I'm not seeing a third term, right? Like,
look, it would be very hard to see that.
It would be very hard to do this again. Like,
but here's the thing, though, Chris. Like, they have now built up such a margin, probably, that it would be actually hard to beat them in the next election. Like,
no, look, you saw like it can really swing on around a bit. Like, it can really.
True,
over like, the whole country. They're fighting over single seats. This is not like a state election.
Like they're at 84 seats right now. Like you're talking, you'd have to have 20 seats flipped.
Well, and that's happened. That's not like that has happened.
I mean, true, it has happened before, but like, wow.
So that was a pretty big.
This is like real, like.
Man, McGrath's just yapping. I don't. Shut up, dude.
Yeah, McGrath's like fucking coping. Green's ahead in Ryan and Richmond. It's interesting. Ryan and Richmond. They're not ahead in Melbourne. That's crazy.
That's.
But first, I'll say a couple of things.
Okay, let's see what he's saying. Okay.
The biggest issue in Anglo countries.
I'll just make that absolutely clear.
Okay, let's see
Secondly, in Victoria, all those seats that were mentioned, Hawke, McEwen, Gorton, there's a swing to Labor. It may come down with pre-poll votes, but there's certainly no swing to the coalition. And in Bruce, there's a 12% swing to Labor. So that was another seat that was mentioned. And there's that swing all across Victoria, and it's the smallest swing in the country. Labor has won Sturt for the first time since the 1960s.
Wow.
So they've gained that extra seat in South. I haven't looked at Boothby. I presume it's gone the same way. Substantial swing. Monash, no idea who's going to win Monash tonight in Victoria. So I mean, some quite extraordinary results, but we need to go to these four Tasmanian.
Yeah, let's have a look at those. Should we start with Bass, Bridget Archer's
seat
of Bass in the northeast of the state, covering Launceston. She's up against Jess Teasdale, a teacher in Launceston.
And she spent many years teaching in the Northern Territories, moved back to Tasmania. This was the ejector seat. Bridget Archer broke the rules last time by managing to get re-elected, but not this time. 40% Labor, 30%
that's not surprising.
30% for the Greens. Some of that loss of Liberal vote may have gone to some of the One Nation.
We've got 70 people watching live, guys. Like
independent there. Please. Let's just look at the swing, the two-party preferred swing here. There is a 10.6% swing. Now, that might come down 1% or 2%, but still, that's a double-digit swing in Bass.
All right, let's go to Braddon.
That's fucking
to this, where the Labor candidate was Anne Urquhart.
Yeah, and Anne Urquhart's given up the Senate seat to run here, and she was a long-term, so she resigned the seat she holds for another 3
look,
years.
this Christian nationalist or whatever, whatever.
Retiring member.
Cringe.
Wait, hang on.
But he's not going to be the new Liberal member for Braddon. It will be Anne Urquhart, transferring from the upper house. At the moment, she's on 38.9. The Liberal vote has crashed by 13% on first preferences on 31.
Wow.
We've got half of the vote counted. Let's look at the two-party preferred swing here. 15%.
Wow. Wow.
Let's look at the Lions.
Yikes.
Liberals Jesus Christ. Based on this. And now let's look at Lions. This is in the centre of the central seat in the state. And Brian Mitchell's going at this election. Beck White, the former state Labor leader there in Tasmania, up against Susie Bauer.
And Rebecca White, she's led the poll in Lions at the last 3 state elections, the former Labor leader.
This is the funny thing, like, how do you
she's romping to victory here. You can see they're 43 to 25. The Liberal vote is just well down, more than 11% down on first preferences. Look at the two-party preferred swing here, another double digit. So these are just extraordinary results in Tasmania. These are just amazing results.
So, should we bring in Cousin Tony here? Because
we'll just do one
more.
This is,
sorry.
Yeah, Franklin, down the bottom of the state. This is the one where earlier on Labor was in a bit of trouble. Julia Collins trying to hold the seat against the independent Peter George.
And I think they still are in trouble, but we'll just, I think we'll...
Man, they got fucking fumigated.
numbers. I think we'll stay there at the moment. We haven't got a winner for this. Julie Collins, 38. Peter George, 23. The Liberals, 17. Greens, 11. Now, Peter George, the Liberals directed preferences to the Labor Party, so that will make it tougher for Peter George to close a 15% gap, even if you give them all the Liberal votes, all the Green votes, sorry, that still puts them behind Labor. And even if, just a reasonable split of Liberal preferences would re-elect Julie Collins. So she's had a bit of a scare, but at this stage, I think she's been re-elected.
Looks like Julie Collins is home. So, Cos and Tony, just start with those Tasmanian results. They are extraordinary.
Wow. No Liberals in Tasmania.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a huge wake-up call for the Liberal Party in all the states, Tasmania being one of them, but I still keep on coming back to the Victorian results where the preconditions were there for a very significant swing to the coalition, a very unpopular state government, and yet it appears that they're going backwards, the Liberal Party's going backwards.
So just to come back to the question of Peter Dutton then, how much responsibility is he going to...
Oh, we got Penny Wong.
Here we go.
Right. Hang on.
Penny probably introducing the Prime Minister to the headquarters. And a big cheer from the Labor crowd. They love Penny Wong. Let's hear what she has to say before we hear from Anthony Albanese on his back-to-back election wins.
Friends,
Benny.
thank you, friends. Thank you all. Thank you for believing in Labor. Thank you for believing in the power of this great nation.
She reminds me of emails, John.
The power in our 26 million people from more
voice
than
crack.
300
That's over.
ancestries. And from the oldest continuing civilization on the planet.
Oh, cringe.
And the traditional owners.
There we go. Deadly cringe. There we go.
Well, this is what won, guys. This is what won. This is what the Australian people yearn
We love
for.
this country.
Apparently, that's what they do,
To the world is
The Australian people have voted for infinity. Welcome to country.
Infinity blood and soil from First Nations,
we
like
strive to be.
radical activists.
A
Yep,
nation
sure.
that
Like, why not?
stands on its own 2 feet.
That's banger.
That
That's
is
actually so cool.
The aspirations of all of its people, and a
Opposite.
nation of courage and of kindness.
Oh yes, nation of kindness. Oh fuck yeah, can't wait.
I saw this purpose and these principles in our campaign across the country. Our hardworking candidates, the thousands of Labor volunteers in every state and territory, in every community, working for a better future. Friends, 3 years ago, the Australian people made a collective decision to turn the page and write a new future for ourselves. Tonight, together, we start the new chapter. And we will write this next chapter so all Australians are part of our nation's story.
This is so
No
funny.
matter
Omar
who
compared
we
what this
are
story than
or
what
where
it
we
is.
come from, no
Wow.
matter age or gender, no matter the lottery of birth, Australia's opportunity is for us all. And friends, that Australian story is embodied by our Australian Prime Minister, a man who shows what real strength is.
Elbow.
A man of compassion. A leader with a conviction of who we are and what we can be. A leader with a conviction that builds Australia's future. Friends, some might want to mimic the worst of other countries.
The Australian people love this guy. They love this. They want to do infinity.
Albo
welcome to country.
always backs what's best about our country.
So true, so true.
Yeah.
Please welcome my dear friend,
Oh my
Prime
God.
Minister Anthony Albanese.
Oh my God, dude. He's going to be like a Labour legend forever now. Like, he's going to be talked about in the same as like fucking Whitman. Are you ready for that?
Yeah.
Chris? Like, for the next 70 years to hear about Albo as
Infinity
the
Years, Albo, yep, Albo, genius. Yeah,
We're
wow.
going to hear about it for like 70 years.
Everyone
Oh
clap.
my God. They need
Yep,
someone
I'm
who's bringing his
clapping.
Memento Mori. They need him to bring. They need to bring Memento Mori into here.
Is he going to welcome us to country before he speaks?
I can't wait till we have more vape shops and hairdress and fake nail salons. Every street should actually be full of vape shops and nail salons that are definitely not money laundering. It's actually true multiculturalism that
Fellow
way.
Australians.
Richard would say, "Hail Albanese."
Yeah, 10,000-year Labour Reich. It's
What if he throws up a Roman or something?
I don't think he's going to do an Elon Musk. I just feel
Okay,
like
my heart goes out to you, Australia.
okay. Thank you very much, Albo. Very cool. Please don't do that again.
Thank you, people of Australia.
I just posted
for the
Hail
chance
Albanese,
to
my heart goes
continue
out to you.
Serve the best nation.
Very respect why you're career again. That's so good.
Hail Albanese. Hail our people.
When are you doing that stream, Drew? Are you doing that stream with that by that individual? Yes or no?
Oh,
Will you
fuck,
confirm?
yeah. I can't even hear you over the crowd.
I'm sorry. It's sad.
And I pay my respects to
The
elders,
staffers do be
past,
very loud.
and
He's doing
emerging.
it. He's doing the thing.
Oh, he did it. Yeah. True
He
blow.
acknowledged us.
He acknowledged country. You have to admit when
Today, the Australian people
Total
have voted
Joel Davis
for
defeat.
Australian values,
Oh, it's over for Joel.
for fairness, aspiration, and opportunity for all.
Fucking
For the strength to show courage in adversity and kindness to those in need.
I really hate this kindness bit. I'm not gonna lie.
And Australians
10,000 years,
voted
Albanese
for
welcomes the
whole
country Reich.
to these
Oh, can't wait.
values. A future built on
When he did the
everything
welcome to
that
country, I
brings
went
us
salute.
together
Like,
as
So true.
Australians
It's
and
wonderful.
goated.
that sets
Actually
our
goated.
nation apart from the world.
Hail Albanese.
In this time
Hail
of
Albo.
global uncertainty, Australians have chosen optimism and determination.
Australians have chosen to hail Albanese.
Australians have chosen to face global challenges the Australian way, looking after each other while building for the future. And to serve these values, meet these challenges, seize these opportunities, and build that better and stronger future.
You should do the voice again. What do you reckon?
Australians have chosen a majority.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Do you reckon he's back on the Manjaro? He looks thinner.
Yeah.
He's
Maybe
back on the
just
Manjaro.
try out the
boys.
voice again. Like, why not at this point? Land status acknowledged. Salute.
Yep, so true.
Elbow. This is like Mussolini.
Albo.
It sounds like Mussolini.
C. It's like you get the C behind him.
A majority Labor government promised and delivered. A short time ago, I spoke with Peter Dutton, who has, of course, conceded defeat. And I thanked him. No. What we do in Australia...
Bad boy.
I thanked Peter for his generous words at the end of what has been a very hard-fought campaign. And I want to take this opportunity to wish Peter and Kiralee and their family all the very best for their future.
When they chanted elbow, it was legit like a
Now,
M
at
son of a
election
century.
time, parties and
Mm.
candidates ask people to make a choice. And inevitably, the campaign and the coverage is about our differences and our disagreements. That is the nature of our democracy, and it is the role of the media who serve it. But now that the Australian people have made their clear choice, let us all
Stop the steal.
reflect
Stop the steal.
on what we have
Yeah, I
in
agree.
common. Because no matter who you voted for, no matter where you live, no matter how you worship or who you love, whether you belong to a culture that has known and cared for this great continent for 65,000 years, or you have chosen our nation as your home and enriched our society
Amen.
with your contribution, we are all Australians. So let all of us work together to build our national unity on the enduring foundations of fairness, equality, and respect for one another.
Yep. Country status, welcome.
My
Yup,
fellow
I'm gonna post that.
Australians, I know the world has thrown a lot at our country over the past 3 years. I know so many of you have worked hard in the face of significant challenges. And I know
Country
there's
status
still
has
much
welcome.
more to do to help people under pressure. That is why it means so much that in these uncertain times, the people of Australia have placed their trust in Labor
It's beautiful.
once again.
It's beautiful. Don't laugh.
Including
It's
so
beautiful.
many
This is what the people want.
Australians who have voted
The voice of the people is
Labor
the voice of God.
for
Malachi,
the
are you
first
laughing
time.
at the comment? Are you laughing at the chat?
Voice of the people is the voice of God.
Make him dictator.
I
He's such a
make
good
this
person.
solemn pledge. We will not forget that. We will never take it for granted. Repaying your trust will drive our government each and every day of the next 3 years. The positive program we took to this election was shaped by the Australian people's priorities.
Facts. That's
And our government will dedicate the next 3 years to making a
They
positive
got to turn up.
difference
Albo has
to
the mandate
your
of heaven.
lives and to your future.
Yeah, it's so true.
Bringing the
He
rewards
does,
for your
you know.
hard work within reach.
The four
Investing
celestial
in our
winds
youngest
have come
Australians
together.
looking after older Australians.
They blessed him. Oh, fuck.
And building an economy and a society
And the world's
that is
Pumps
every
the
bit
house
as strong
price
as
maximally.
resilient and generous as Australians are themselves.
Friendly Geordie's is gooning to this right now.
Welcome.
Oh yeah, I can believe it.
Yeah.
He didn't have enough tickets in
Tomorrow.
where I'm living.
Tomorrow,
it's very
back at
sad.
work. Maybe not everyone
I was going to
here.
turn up, Drew. I was going to try and get my
And that's
my
probably for the best.
just,
Great men of
ungrateful
history.
tank.
We take
Ungrateful
up
tank
this
people
task
mind.
with new hope, new confidence, and new determination.
Green wiped out. Yup.
Have Greens even won a single seat so far? I don't
It's,
think so.
it's elbow
Because
time.
together
Maybe,
we are
maybe.
turning
We'll
the
see about the
corner, and
Greens.
together we will make our way forward with no one held back and no one left behind.
The Aboriginal flag behind the podium just got 10 times bigger.
Friends,
Drew, you're being less
I
moderate
was
than I am
raised to be
tonight.
an
It's very
optimist.
incredible.
My mum had a hard life and we struggled financially. But she
Oh,
told
not
me
this
to
story
always
again.
be
Fuck.
No, it's a good
And
story.
she-
The people voted for this, Chris.
When it
People
comes
voted for
to
this.
Australia's future, all of us
The
have
people.
so much reason to be optimistic. Because when we look at everything going on around the world today, when we consider the changes that will shape the future of the global economy, when we think about our people and their smarts and skills, truly there's
We will
nowhere
import
else we'd
more
rather be
so that
than
we
right
can have
here
infinite house
in
price
Australia.
and devalue their labour. That's what we thought.
Actually,
Much to think about.
This is a time of profound opportunity for our nation. We have everything we need to seize this moment and make it our own.
my
And we
Medicare
must
card
do it
put on
together,
display. Amen.
all of us. Because for Australia to realise our full potential, for our nation to be its very best, Every Australian must have the opportunity to be their best. To serve our Australian values,
this is what people
we
voted
must
for.
value every Australian.
Why
and
laughing?
Labor
This
will
is what people
govern
want.
for every Australian.
This is what the people are calling for.
They're crying out for it.
Medicare comes hard.
Every Australian who wants a fair go at work, fair wages. Fair wages for their work
love
and the
Medicare.
right to disconnect when they're done with work.
What was it? Australian Labor.
Every Australian who deserves the security of a roof over their head or
This
dreams
one on the
of
ballot.
owning their own home.
This is Australia. We eat beer, we drink beer, we love
Every
Medicare.
woman who wants her
that's what won.
contribution to our economy and society to be valued equally.
Yeah, you're right.
Every parent who wants their child to get the best start in life with cheaper childcare and with fair funding for every student in every school.
Hey, Drew, at least your hex stats cut now, though.
Everyone who counts
Yeah.
on the national
Yeah, actually, you know what?
When you
Zace,
said it, my
I'm
hex
thinking,
stats gone. God
be
bless.
a government
yep,
for every
hex stat
Australian who
gone.
wants to train or
What else did they
retrain
promise?
for
I
new
don't know.
skills and
That
a good
$600 million
job
something or
and
other?
Just got
public
fucking cut.
TAFE.
All Aussie patriots. Assemble.
Every Australian who works hard for the life-changing
20%
opportunity
of
of
Drew
higher
Pavlov's
education and wants
hex
20%
Except for
cut
yours.
for
Except for
their
yours.
student
Drew, except for yours. Because you got suspended, except for yours. They actually just doubled your hex stat, Drew.
Every Australian
Totally
who
destroyed.
knows that climate change is a challenge we must act together to meet
Salute.
for the future
Yes.
of our environment.
So
May as well put another degree, Drew. Australian economic complexity, 50
And
points
knows
back.
the fact that renewable energy is an opportunity we must work together to seize for the future of our economy.
Gina Reinhardt seething right now.
She's seething.
We
She's
will be a
Yeah.
government that
She's
supports
quaking.
reconciliation with First Nations people. Because
Yeah, it's a
we
bigger win
will
than Bob
be a
Hawke's win. I
stronger
think so,
nation when
that's
we
really
close the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous
Salute.
Australians.
Yes. We're getting another voice. Let's go.
And friends,
Yeah.
we will be a
Another
government
voice.
that relies and helps every Australian
We
who
must-
relies on
we must
Medicare.
accept it.
Oh, Medicare mentioned. Fuck yeah.
I
Put
just
it on
put my
display,
another
boys.
voice. We must accept it.
Wait for it, wait for it. Oh, there it is. Yep, it's on display, boys. Fuck yeah. The
It's on
Medicare.
display.
Fuck. Oh, I kneel. I fucking
I kneel. Hail
Roman
elbow,
Medicare
hail elbow,
salute.
hail elbow, hail Medicare.
This card is not Labor red or Liberal blue. It is green and gold.
Amen.
The Nationals.
Hail elbow, hail Medicare.
It is a declaration of our national values in our
Housing
national
prices
colours.
pump to the moon. Housing prices
Medicare
pump to the
belongs
moon.
to all Australians, and together we will make it stronger for all Australians.
Hail
Yeah,
elbow,
train, yes,
hail
It is
Medicare.
related.
Friends, I stand here tonight
Hail
as
Medicare.
the proud leader
You did the
of
Medicare
this
Roman salute, bro.
extraordinary team.
Based.
Hail Medicare, hail elbow.
I stood on the hallowed turf of the G this morning, doing live crosses, making that point. I want to thank all of my colleagues, beginning with my friend, our incredible Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles.
Medicare, my heart goes out to you.
Literally.
No one can vote
Dude,
for
I
a
can't
better
believe
deputy, and I thank
believe
him
Albanese
so much.
just did a Hitler
My
salute.
friend and our Senate leader, Penny Wong, and her deputy.
Put up-
Penny.
her deputy, Don Farrell. Our economic team led by Jim Chalmers and Katie Gallagher.
Yes.
Our campaign spokesperson, Jason Clare. And we've got a bit of a shared party tonight, and Berkey's here, the member for Watson.
Berkey. My heart goes out to Medicare.
Yeah.
My amazing Labor caucus, which when you look at it across the benches,
it's actually like
Australian
full.
people. I acknowledge all of our fantastic Labor
Albanese
candidates
just said, I acknowledge
in
the
every
first
seat
custodian
who put up their
put out a
hand,
Medicare card and then
gave
did a
up
Roman
their
salute.
time for our cause and the community. And if you excuse me for singling out one of them who ran for a third time in Dixon, Ailey Frantz.
The Rowan Evans of Dixon.
So many. So many of whom will be joining us.
Oh, is that true?
as
Did
caucus
Adam
members
Bant lose Melbourne?
in
That's more important than
Parliament.
this.
Oh my God.
Please tell me that happened. Please tell me that happened.
I want to thank the people of Grainler, most of whom are here tonight.
I kneel to Albanese.
I've got to say something. It was very special on the way here. There was obviously, I don't know
Please
whether
attack
there was
Max
a
Chandler in your
drone
speech,
above
please.
us or what have you. My security team said, you know, maybe they're just out on the street. People don't just hang out on New Canterbury Road. And from Lilyfield, Leichhardt, all the way here, I'm sorry, but I won't be moving back for a little while. The people of Grainler did me
Albo
an
deserves
incredible
an
honour
Infinity Harborside
in choosing
Mansion.
me as their representatives 29 years and
Yeah,
10
no.
elections.
Adam Bant on 49, Labor on 51, with almost
I've lived
30%
in
counted.
this community in the inner west my whole life, and it's an incredible privilege to serve a community that you love, and I do love it.
Oh, Drew, bad news for you. Peter Khalil, 2.2% down versus Samantha Ratnam.
That's so fucking annoying. Albanian supremacy.
The Labor Party will always stand up for jobs and people's wages and conditions.
No.
Everywhere I have been through this campaign, your energy, your enthusiasm, your dedication to the cause has lifted me up. You inspire all of us in your service of working people, and we thank you.
Give Albanese another fucking mansion. Can you believe you know that like guy who was just like camping outside of like Albo's beach mansion? Mog.
Yep.
Fucking Mog. you know the guy who was like camping outside of like Albo's mansion, going like, "How dare you, Albo!" Like, destroyed.
Paul has run
Beheaded.
an outstanding campaign. Paul and I did tell people May was the right time. And he managed to become a dad during the campaign. He was supported by an absolutely brilliant team. And all of those dedicated people own a part of this victory. And I thank you.
if they defeat Adam Ben,
To
I
my
kneel.
personal staff, led by Tim Gartrell.
Drew, if they defeat Adam Bant, will you personally kneel to Scatini?
I will kneel. I will kneel to Albanese.
You have a touch.
No, is it Scatini? Will you kneel to Scatini as well?
No.
And just your passion
Not too far, too much.
That's too far.
Thank you for what you do. To my son Nathan.
I will see you in the Qantas Lounge.
Who's grown into a fine young
The Australian
man
people
who I am
have
just so proud of.
Actually
Thank you.
said the Qantas Lounge is fucking beautiful. Give his son a fucking another membership.
We should all have Qantas Lounges, mate. It should all be the whole nation, Qantas Lounges.
My
I agree.
Jody
Yeah.
Hail Solvanos, hail Medicare, hail increased hail Solvanos.
Probably wasn't expecting for this to be in
Drew,
your
check
life.
Twitter
years
DMs.
ago.
The
I
Australian
am
people
so grateful
just
for your
voted
support,
to give Albanese's
your
son
friendship and your love.
son.
You make
another
me so
Qantas
happy.
Lounge
Which matters. You have my heart. I love you, and I look forward to living our lives together.
You heard it. His heart goes out to him. His heart goes out to him. You heard it. That's all I could hear.
My
Hail
fellow
Qantas
Australians, Australians have chosen the Australian Labor Party as their government. And our government will choose the Australian way because we are proud of who we are and all that we have built together in this country. We do not need to beg or borrow or copy from anywhere else.
The voice of the people is the
We
voice
do
of God.
not
Give
seek
Nathan
our inspiration overseas.
hail Qantas Lounge.
We find it right here in our values and in our people.
So fucking
Tomorrow
funny.
we dedicate ourselves to your service. We renew the great responsibility and the
Man,
opportunity
he just
of
never
government.
stops yapping.
And with pride and purpose, optimism and determination, with faith.
You know the guy who was
in
camping
fairness,
outside Elbo's mansion,
faith
just like beheaded,
each other.
like by the
We
Australian people.
return
Holy
to the
fuck!
work of building Australia's future. Thank you all.
Go, bro. No house for you.
My Labour Party goes out to you.
Yeah, he
My
did not get a
favourite part
funeral.
of
That guy
Elbo's
did not
was
get
what
a
he said.
He did not get a funeral. No funeral.
Was when he said, "My heart goes out to you."
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, he was enjoying that moment. You could
Greatest
tell
speech in
the
history.
emotion was there. The message of unity was the theme throughout, coming together after a hard-fought campaign. But
They're
the
coming
celebration
together.
was
They're
clearly
coming
there
together.
as well.
They're
And this
gooning.
is,
Labour
an
goon sesh.
historic
That's what I'm
Labour
hearing.
moment. The first Prime
Thank
Minister
you.
since John Howard,
My
the
God,
first
goes
Labour
out
Prime
to
Minister
you.
since Bob Hawke, of course, to win back-to-back elections. And the
Wait,
two-party
someone-
preferred vote for Labour.
Show,
at the
show what I
moment is
said,
around
Drew. Show it.
Okay.
come down
I'll put it on the
as more votes
screen.
come in.
It's a bit,
At
it's
the
a bit
moment,
edgy, but
higher
hopefully
result
it's not
than
too
anything
bad.
Bob Hawke ever got. Anything
Let's
given
put this on the screen. What is it? Hang on.
I just made this.
Wait, hang on. Where is it? Wait, can you
Let's read
see?
it.
Oh,
Wait, hang on.
Jesus, Jesus.
It says my card goes out to you. Wait, can you see it?
You have to click full screen, I think.
Wait, how do I go full screen?
Just
Wait,
move our
I'm just
cameras
gonna
out the
quickly
way.
remove everyone from the stage for a second. My card goes
That's a
out to
good
you. Should I post it or is it too edgy?
I think it's
No,
fine.
post it.
Post it.
No
Listen,
comment.
We earned our posting rights with this election. It's our right to post.
Bring Nathan the fucking Qantas Lounge forever. Give him the fucking lifetime membership.
He earned it. He earned it.
He earned it.
I think this government is plenty ambitious, but I know that there's an appetite in the community for us in really uncertain times, not just to explain to people how we will batten down the hatches when the global economy is going mad, but to build the better future, to build the future that Anthony's been talking about through the course of this campaign.
Okay, I'm
so we take our responsibility seriously. We're an ambitious.
Can we turn Chalmers down? We should get back to the results
as well when it comes to some of our big national challenges.
Is this a mandate, for example, for more equitable tax reform?
Oh, we took an agenda to
negative gearing
the election,
destroyed?
which was primarily
negative gearing
areas. Housing supply is going to be a big...
Now you've been delivered an extraordinarily large mandate, a bigger one than even many of you were expecting.
Our agenda is the one that we took to the people: housing, the energy transformation, making our economy more productive, rolling out the tax cuts. This is our agenda. Can I just pick up briefly on something David said? It was a unifying speech. I think it reflected the overwhelming sense of gratitude that we all feel for this immense opportunity. The opportunity to govern a country like ours does not come around every day, and we get another chance, another term. And it was a unifying speech. It was a speech that recognised we have had this big political Barney. The world is very uncertain, and now is the time to come together. So I pay tribute to him for that speech, but I also wanted to say
Max
about
is getting
Peter
crushed
Dutton's
in
speech. I think it was exceptionally gracious.
Labor's up
Peter Dutton's speech.
56.
I think to mention
43.
Anthony's mum,
They're getting
his son, Jody, in the way that he did was especially classy of him. It must absolutely sting, the result that we've seen tonight. And I think it says something very good about our country, that two guys who have been going at it for 3 years can set an example like they set tonight.
It's a fascinating dynamic between those two. I've always found they can absolutely go at it, but they can also talk. I've seen them, and they can talk far more than a PM and opposition. I'm keen for some thoughts over here on what we've seen from these speeches, Laura.
Yeah, just taking up the points.
Where are you buying bread from? That's like a quarter of a loaf. Come on.
And going.
You got to buy the good bread. If you're going to eat the carbs, you got to buy them good.
Incredibly positive and unifying language that the Prime Minister was using. And I suppose
$5 a week is like a large flat white, maybe.
The quality of the Labor campaign was sort of overlooked because the story of the bad coalition campaigns has so dominated the last few weeks. But where does it leave our politics now? The culture wars, something that we hopefully are past. I mean, do you think that we can just be talking in more reasonable terms?
Annabelle Crabb's area of expertise is yapping.
In this election, that they want to hear about
not fashion, that's for sure.
That governments are looking after them, but that they really want to hear about those substantive issues, that they're not interested in more cultural war issues.
I think that partly explains the result tonight, that we were able to maintain a focus on housing and energy, the cost of living, the future of our economy, employment, labour market. And really every day there was a new attempt to kind of try and distract us from that, to distract from what we saw as the main game. And I think
can I be honest? Like, who was distracting them? Like, who was distracting them from
the luxury to kind of stuff around on second?
It wasn't the Liberals, and it wasn't the media. So who was trying to distract them from their genius campaign?
On the things that really matter, that people are focused on in their day-to-day lives and thinking about the future of their families. The fact that we were able to maintain that focus, I think, is reflected in the result.
Can I ask, the loss of the Voice referendum was obviously devastating for Labor. You took part in the Yes campaign.
Yes.
It's left a lot of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people distressed across the country. There's
They're on suicide watch, right? They're going to kill themselves.
I mean, you've
redo the Voice,
power
please.
in the lower house, at least, to legislate Voice.
We can do it again. Oh God! Yeah,
legislative, yes, please.
We're considering
another voice, but without a referendum.
We were disappointed with the outcome of the referendum. As you know, you covered it.
Powerful way to lose,
very closely.
40 seats at
Very
least.
disappointed about it, but we sat down afterwards and we worked out what else can we do to make a meaningful difference. You know, it's not always on the front page, the work that we do in the Treasury portfolio on economic empowerment. I've been working with the Coalition of the Peaks on jobs and investment. My colleagues have been working on health and education. And so we're trying to advance this agenda in the absence of the voice, recognising that the people have spoken on that front, and it's our job to look forwards rather than backwards.
No, the people just spoke just then by winning again. They need to do another voice.
The Constitution. We haven't really had a proper full debate about whether or not it could be successful in legislation, though, have we?
Yeah, no, that's true, but it's not our proposal. It's not something we've been discussing or considering. We're trying to find other ways.
No, they need to do another
advance
one.
The cause of First Nations people.
Yeah, that would be really.
Can I just
what we
ask, I want
need.
to ask a
actually.
question, Jim Chalmers, because I was watching you when Anthony Albanese stood up to speak. You said he was going to probably cry himself, but actually you were the one who had tears in your eyes at that moment. Can you tell us what was going through your mind to cause those tears in your eyes?
He was thinking about Medicare.
Well, I'm proud of him. And I'm proud of the effort that we put into this campaign, and it feels like the end of one journey and the beginning of another. And you know, elections are really important punctuation points in the history of a country. And you know, to be kind to James, you know, we've done our share of losing federal campaigns. Most of the campaigns that I've been involved in my time in politics, we haven't got the outcome that we sought, and so it's cherished. You know, it's precious. And there have been times where you wonder whether you're going to get a second term. And so to get over the line, there's an element of relief, but mostly overwhelmingly gratitude to the country, but also to our local communities. And if I can, I mean, we've never got a result this good in Rankin. In the history of the seat, we've never got a result this good. And so I want to thank my local community. It means a lot to me. I want to thank my campaign team, my volunteers, led by Brenton Hill is one of the world's great people, but the whole team, all the volunteers, Jill Martinek, who's in hospital because she
Alexander,
had a
you're
fall
not allowed
at
to do the
pre-poll,
testing.
and she'll be in there for a while. We love you, Jill.
That's why
and I
they
just couldn't
reburied
be
Mungo
more
Man. You're not allowed to do the
grateful,
testing.
to my local
That was
team,
actually sad, to be honest.
but to the country as well, to Anthony and our cabinet and our party room. We won't waste this opportunity. This is a cherished, precious opportunity to run the best country on earth for another term, and we won't waste it.
Just one more question about the language of the speech. He returned to the theme of kindness, which is a line that came out in one of the debates. I can't remember whether it was
Men's
your
true
one.
welcome to
Kindness
Contra Club.
is not a weakness. So how important has that been to the nature of the campaign and the presentation?
Labor on track to win 88 seats.
Well, I
Holy
think every
fuck.
once in a while there becomes a
88.
moment.
That's a that's a
where
number.
You sort of stop for a moment. When did it
real.
become weakness
Much
to
to
be
think
kind
about,
or
much to think
generous
about.
or
88
inclusive
seats.
or gracious? And
Wait,
again, I come back to the way that Anthony
Disavow,
lays
disavow,
out, you know,
disavow,
he's not-
disavow.
I'm not
He's
actually
got
on
on
88
board power
seats.
for its
No
own
way.
sake. He shares it.
I'm not
And that makes it a
actually,
very
like,
enjoyable
more than
government
80
to work
seats.
in. It's why we
No, they're
respect him
literally,
so
sorry,
much.
ABC
It's
has
why
them
we're
at
proud of
86
him
right now,
tonight
and there's
is
14
because
seats in doubt. So it's like, it's
he
not even,
genuinely
it's
leads a
actually
team.
almost at 86 seats.
You know, and I'll be grateful to him for the rest of my life for letting me work with Katie Gallagher, who's an unbelievable colleague, the finance minister. And we all feel a sense of that gratitude. And so the way he leads his team is the same way he leads the country. He leads with strength, but he listens with humility. And I think you saw that reflected in the speech.
Jim Chalmers, your seat of Rankin, I've just checked that when you mentioned it. You're sitting at the moment, at least, on a primary vote of over 50%.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if that's often happened in Rankin. Annabelle, I'm keen for your thoughts on what we heard from the Prime Minister's victory speech there, because 3 years ago, the victory speech
blasting
carried a lot of weight
in the
and
Labour Party
became
HQ.
such a totemic issue, the way he really lent into the voice.
Specifically the Hitler song.
This speech,
Yeah.
unity was the theme. You could
I
tell
would
that
agree
he
with
was, reading a prepared speech there. He went off it here and there, but there were things that he wanted to say tonight in this speech. It was one part of the list of the policy priorities of the campaign. But did it give you a sense of where a second term will now go?
Well, I thought there was
It's
a
so dumb.
tremendous sense of assurance in there. He didn't reach for a.
We earned our right to dog
which is what he
whistle.
did last
We fought
time.
hard.
I think,
We're
on
not
the
even
voice.
dog whistling. We're not even dog whistling.
I think the primary
Cool.
purpose of the speech was clearly to be an emollient
Chat,
one
disavow, disavow.
and a unifying
Disavow.
one.
Disavow.
And I noticed
I
that
disavow.
he was returning to this theme
Holy
of
shit,
kindness
Jim
and
Chum's actually
respect,
mobbed it in ranking.
shutting
That's
down
crazy.
the crowd when they started booing Peter Dutton and chiding them for being
Of course, Annabelle
discourteous.
Krabs has like the
That
most
was a
cringe take
constant
possible.
theme
Like
through his
it was
remarks.
really
Now,
powerful
I
how
think
Elbow like
the interesting
tried to calm down the
challenge
crowd
that Peter
down when they
Dutton
tried to
was
mock
presented
Dutton.
with
Like no,
at
she
the
should be
beginning
saying
of
like
his
fucking beheaded like.
leadership of the Liberal Party was, how do I
No, they should be
hold my
saying like
party
hail
all
Elbow.
together
Like
and try to make a way back, trying to win back deal seats or make up for them somewhere else. I think, and this is a judgment that I'm making now, but it could be, there'll be plenty of opinions in the days and weeks to come. I think there was a certain amount of gambling done on the idea
she
that
makes
you could
judgments
make those
that we make
seats up
opinions.
out of bitterness and real
don't you think though,
hardship
like it's such
in
a
the outer
like
metropolitan
it's
areas.
a classic Annabelle Crab thing where like everyone's basically being like hail Elbow, give him the chairman lounge Qantas membership forever, and then she's just like, I think it's really good that like that Elbow was like nice to Dutton.
Yeah, he kissed and shook hands with Dutton.
I think that
she's like the like
seems
please everyone be nice
not
type
to have
person.
paid
Like,
off this evening.
Yeah,
for the coalition.
she is the
Longhouse.
I was going to say it, Drew. You stole the words out of my mouth. She is the Longhouse. She is the mammy who's hitting you with a spoon. She's hitting you with a wooden spoon. She's saying, Albert hit them with a wooden spoon. That's exactly what I would have done.
Leaves the
because they
coalition,
dared
I think,
to
with an enormous
they dared to
set
show
of
they did.
questions
They dared to have a
beyond
cock,
who is
and
the
as we
leader gonna
know,
be tomorrow.
Yeah,
smack
just
back
quickly, Bridget. I mean,
immediately.
if there were any
No
nerves
fun.
on the Labor side during the
total
course of
no
this week,
fun allowed.
Longhouse.
Dutton attack on Welcome
Yeah.
to Country.
Yeah.
was
No
going.
nuclear.
I think tonight what we saw from Penny Wong and Anthony Albanese is no fear at all now. Really, they made a real show of acknowledgement of country, and the cheer from
Powerful.
the Labor
That's what the people
faithful
wanted.
really said something.
Oh my God! 6 News projects label defeat Greens and BC debates and Maxilla Mathers in the seats of Brisbane and Griffin.
Just heard from a lot of
Oh my
Yeah,
God!
no,
They
Max
no
is
longer
getting
want to be a
sorted.
political football, and
Oh my
we need
God.
some substantive.
It's like
action to
55-45,
close the
Drew. It's
Well,
it's fucking
Anthony
over.
Albanese now
Drew, I have to
does
make- I have
have
to make a,
great authority in the
prediction.
Parliament.
Sad
What
news,
do you
I
say?
won't win
Buffer
the
of
seat
1 or
Longman.
2 seats has
I
now
have to make a
become,
prediction.
it looks
Sad
like
news,
a
I won't
buffer
win the
of,
seat of Longman.
well, it could be as
Oh,
big as-
okay.
Oh,
we'll
no,
okay,
it's
I
over.
think you might be right
It
there,
is.
Malachi.
Will you get your money back?
There is still going to be a
No.
large
But it's
crossbench
not going to
for
go to him
local
though. It goes to the
Bro, how many
family
more
first
shifts?
party.
How many more
What I'm
shifts
gonna
that came out on Macca's you're going to have to do to get
seeing
that
is the
back?
results on the
Oh,
Labor
very
Party
nice.
finished on 35%. The coalition
Terry
on
Young will,
31.
be,
So
will,
just to
will
point
stay
out,
in
that's only
office.
66% of the vote between the two major parties. There's a big vote with other parties. The Greens are on 12.
How did Dutton fuck up so bad?
I'll just mention. I'll come back to the Greens. When I
If
talk
you
about
can
the
answer
chamber.
that question,
Vote for
Liberal
others.
Party
If we look at the
headquarters have a
changing
job for
primary
you.
vote, for the
Do not
blocks
respect
that
Chairman
you
Albo.
Because he looks like Voldemort.
Yeah.
what I'm after.
Look,
the Labor vote is up 2.3.
I mean, that is
coalition
part of
down
it. Like he's not as aesthetic, right? Like I think if you'd run Hasty,
That is
even with
actually part of
exactly
it.
the same shit, like you would have actually. It's just like it's cringe, and it's like it's very fucking millennial core to be like, he Voldemort, Vold Dutton, haha, like, but like. That's true. I mean, it's true.
The point was end Big Duckman. It could have been a total family first victory if they didn't disendorse Malachi. I think that's actually
Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah, I think they would have had 88 seats instead. Not Labor.
If we look at the chamber, we currently have a
Lyle
definite
Shelton would be Prime Minister.
number of seats, which is 86.
Oh my
86.
God.
38 for the coalition,
Oh,
under
only
40.
need
Now they'll
two
get
more.
above
Fucking
40,
hell, though.
but that's still down from the high 50s last time. And I mean, when you're getting under 50, that's a down adjustment. Now I've got no Greens there at the moment. I'll explain why in a moment.
Yes, so true. So
Oh my
true.
God.
The coalition 38.
They actually got mobbed. They got mobbed.
Range. That was the size of
Fucking
the number
hell.
of seats that Tony Abbott won in 2013. From different sort of first preference votes, but very similar.
Actually,
The
a
reason there's no
massacre for
Greens
the
there at the
Greens.
moment. Melbourne's in doubt. I suspect they'll hold it. Wills,
No.
there's a strong chance the Greens could pick it up from Labor.
Sally McManus said, "I
at the
think a lot of
moment
Liberals
Labor
will be working
gain
from
both
home."
Brisbane and Griffith. Ryan, I think the Greens might be more likely to win. But
The
Greens-
policy
to see.
backflips
I
would have
haven't
hurt
looked
them
at
as well.
Richmond recently,
Wait,
but I
guys,
think
holy shit!
Richmond is
How?
less
Wait,
likely to be a
Albanese
Greens.
is the
It's very
first prime minister
difficult
ever to increase his
extremely
majority after a
difficult
first
to call
election
that.
victory.
But
Holy
just
fuck!
looking at some of the-
Menzies
Really?
powerful Fraser did not.
A lot of talk of Bruce in the
No,
election.
wow.
To the
Holy fuck! How did
to
he get the
Labor,
mandate
sorry.
of
All those seats in
history?
Western Melbourne that were being talked
What did he
about.
even do to do? Like, what did he even do?
important.
He found the crown of Australia lying in the gutter, and he picked it up with his sword. He picked it up with his Medicare card, even.
I'm gonna tweet that.
Gone backwards in Queensland.
Wow.
Gone backwards in South Wales. A huge double-digit swing in Tasmania. They've lost Sturt in South Australia at the moment. I haven't seen any big changes in Western Australia, but they've got a terribly low primary vote in Forest, so they'll probably hang on.
Holy shit!
Just
NSN
all
just
round,
like
just a
knighted the long
disastrous
knife
result.
against them now.
And
sorry, gun.
Run through some seats now.
It's
We'll
fucking
start
over for
in,
Joel Davis.
Sydney's North Shore
Fucking
with the seat of
hell.
Warringah, held by Zali Steggall.
Oh, she's been easily re-elected. I mean, she had a double-digit margin after the last election. She's increased the margin even further. She holds that seat with a substantial 12% margin. So there's no difficulty.
Yes, more wine mums, more wine mums in the
presence
seat.
of the Teal independents that arrived 3 years ago. What about the seat of Wentworth, Allegra Spender, up against Ro Knox?
She's won easily. I mean, when I say she's increased the vote, the electorate has increased in area, so that's a big difference. But she's ended up with a 4% swing in her favour. So Allegra Spender has absolutely no difficulty retaining that seat and is back in the parliament.
And then I think we're off to the seat of McKellar. Just took me a moment there. This is a seat on Sydney's northern beaches.
Jordan Vanderland has conceded.
Teal independent or community independent.
No, not purple fingers. Not fingers. I thought he'd win.
Not fingers.
Sophie Thomas will be re-elected.
It's over. It's so over.
She's got a 2% swing too.
No, guys, I can't run the campaign so good. I don't have 6 gardeners and 5 mates. You know, it's not like South Africa. You know, it's just not as good. You know.
Jordan Vanderland concedes in with full Afrikaner accent.
Trying to win his old seat back.
Tim's
deported to South Africa.
It's just like 1994 again. You know, it's just like 1994. You know.
Can we send him back to South Africa now that he's lost?
35 or 45.
Yeah, he can look. No, I think he can get along very well with Julius Malema. He can sit. He can be like Malema's footstool.
Chris,
they
elbow locked.
Giving it
Elbow
away. I'll have
locked.
a bit of a look at those numbers later in the
elbow
evening.
locked him in the
Certainly
crystal
there was
section
no
to
big
make up.
swing there to the Liberal.
He did. Many of the. He's right next to Max and Pinger's going right next to Max
in the crystal.
In the crystal.
Candidates Amelia Hamer and Monique Ryan are equal on first preferences.
So funny. It's
too
funny.
Oh, come on. Just anybody but Monique.
Please, that would be so funny if she loses. If she loses, it's the funniest day ever.
And what about KGB over in the West in the early days? In the
It just couldn't be more fun and
How
funny.
does that one look at the moment?
At this stage, she has increased her vote.
Well, did you see that polling booth in Kooyong? The one with the fucking
What did you say?
maze of the polling booth in
Oh yeah,
Kooyong
the
with
mates they
maze.
did up. Yeah.
I remember a certain activity we did like that when we boxed a certain person into their electoral tent.
I mean, I'd be surprised if
with our 200 core flutes.
Do you think this actually is the Trump effect though? Because imagine if this is the Trump effect, it's like literally the biggest crushing in history because everyone fucking hates Trump in Australia.
Yeah, look, it's. It kind of robs the whole election of any substantive debate because
surely, right?
It's a visceral reaction, right?
It's like Australian. It's literally like Australian referendum on Trump.
What happened?
Yeah. Do you like Trump? Yes, no, right? And that robs the election. And that's the thing. Dutton isn't Trump. And that was I think one of the things that really ticked me about the Timu Trump thing. Very effective slogan, but he's not. He's just not. It's just like it's a slop take. Unfortunately, but that's the thing. Like there was no. I don't think there's any engagement with anybody's policies.
Dude, AFD in Germany's fucked. Like they're over.
The great bastion of the Liberal Party in northern Sydney.
And what about Monash?
So many Americans are regretting voting for Trump already.
Eastern Victoria
He's not even.
there.
He's only been in
This is
office
a
for
tricky
100
one.
days,
Russell
and
Broadbent
everybody's
was the
already
Liberal,
regretting it.
lost
And everyone
post-election
hates him that
running as an
much.
Independent.
Yeah.
Got Mary Orton
Although
as the Liberal
he would know
candidate.
because he's got such a
You've got another
loyal cult.
independent in the
Holy
mix there
shit,
as
read
well,
this
Deb
comment.
Leonard, how's that look?
Well, just look at those.
He's giving him the Winnie Mandela treatment.
No idea.
Well, that's why his family left South Africa, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, that was a very salient question to ask him, right? Is when did your family
Why did you leave South Africa?
Was it 93, 94, or 95?
I'm showing from the
Because it's like one of three options. Right?
No, actually.
And then you come over here and you're like, wow, we should do that again. It's like,
Yeah, there's a big swing to the independent there.
Yeah,
Interacting oddly with the. Sorry, I don't mean to crab-splain to you, Anthony.
Crab-splain.
Too many more
Okay. End it. I just heard that. I want to end it.
Grey.
Flinders.
Flinders.
I want to look at grey, actually, because grey was what I thought you were talking about.
I love politics. Politics is so much
Okay,
fun.
now,
Total
Lauren
Anthony
Ramsey's
Green victory right there.
35%.
Wow.
Labor's 23. Anita Kuss 16. No, I don't think she's going
You
to
just
catch
said
up. Maybe it was
Annabelle Crabb right back to kitchen cabinet.
on the screen. Let me find it. Down here somewhere. I'll use this technology.
Total destruction.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Flinders is the state seat within
No,
the
Anthony actually runs a looks maxing account, if you didn't
You're
know.
thinking of the Rangers. I
And
know
probably
you
maybe a
have
foreign
zero-
dating account, you know.
Yes, that's very.
Trump is actually
interesting.
liberalising the
Zoe
planet.
McKenzie
Yeah,
will have
that's actually
difficulty if
facts.
those numbers continue, because if Labor, Green preferences will probably favour Ben Smith. Yeah, that's a disaster if that happens.
So this is a story that's occurring as the future generation of Liberal leadership,
Getting
which
knocked out.
includes that MP, Zoe McKenzie, and Keith Wallahan next door.
If after this election there are people arguing that the problem for coalitions they didn't go further enough to the right and they lost votes to One Nation, it's not One Nation and those parties that lost the election. It's seats like this. And the Liberal Party is losing votes to independents all around the country.
And the number of Climate
urban-
200 backed or community voice backed independents is growing.
Yeah,
this
well-
election is expanding. They're going to take up more seats.
Maybe the new financing
Hail
laws that the
Teals.
Coalition and Labor have come to an agreement on might sort of make it easier for the Coalition next time. But yeah, it's a big issue.
Yeah, I think
James McGrath
Anthony Green has a
beyond
point
that,
there, right? Like
there was this big question
these,
mark.
like this spoiler. Well, it's the funding arrangements between the funding reforms between Labor and the
Whatever you did or
Liberals
didn't try to do,
to
it now
basically
looks
cut
like
off
you're
like the
losing more
fucking
seats
money
with
pipe that goes to
Prime
Climate 200. Like,
Bradfield.
It
with
is a bit
paid
fucked.
campaigners, right? If you're going to campaign, what you need to do is enslave poor uni students and old people, and drive them hard and say, okay, you got to put out 1 billion flyers in this area, or we'll never even consider your application to be a staffer.
Yeah,
rather than I don't
Drew,
know,
why
like
couldn't
pay
you
them
get
like
a Climate 200 back? Wait, good comment here. Drew,
So
why couldn't you get
true.
Climate 200 back? No, that's not how it works, because I have too much masculinity, and also like by saying stuff
Drew's not
like
a wine
how
mum.
New Zealand-
Clearly you haven't.
Yeah,
Just
Drew's not a
saying
wine
like
mum
part
with
of
the
the
most like bland
Yeah.
milk toast zero view, where he just takes the latest Australian Institute report and like regurgitates it for the cameras.
What
who
is
also
that?
read the
I'll
report.
review this one.
What?
What report?
Oh,
What did you say?
Australian Institute, just whatever slop they come up with,
yeah.
Put windmills on everybody's, import import the whole third world, just grind them down into a powder so they can fit into the houses that are here. They can all still pay rent, whatever dumb slop they come up with.
I'm not offering ideas. I'm just asking if you have any.
But what I will do is participate in the review as a senator.
Oh
and
man,
someone
we're
with-
back to James. Just give up.
And I think it would be a tragedy for the party
Hell, the
that's
Mossman
been raised on this table.
I mean that is the Teal Party. It's just Mossman
I
one.
know that is the thing, and they wouldn't like me. They don't like me. 'Cause I'm-
Well,
I'm
no,
too,
but they hate everything.
allowed-
They are
I'm allowed
like it is the
Greek
Karen
men.
Party.
Let me explain.
Brilliant.
Oh, Labour's ahead of the
young
wheels
people
again.
in
Oh
the
my god!
future
thank God.
of
Let me
the
just say,
party.
right, the reason why I'd never be allowed in the
And
Teals
will be a
is
challenge
because
for us.
I am like an uppity wog from like the
Uppity
wog. I'm an uppity wog. That's why. Like
now, as far as I can see,
because as Richard Spencer would say,
Liberal
the
Party
Teals
or
are the
the
last
LNP,
standard implicit
whichever,
wider
will
density in
not have
Australia.
any representation.
Well, but they are right. Like,
They actually have the widest party
They
ever.
are.
It's really
They
funny.
are like the Lib Dems in the UK, who may be the most racist party in the
maybe
UK. Is
one
the
or
Lib
two
Dems.
seats there.
Right? Do you ever
Adelaide,
see a like
we saw
not
happened
white Lib Dem supporter?
Western
No.
Australia and Perth
It is
at
the
last
it is the
election,
party
where
of the towns and hamlets of the
coalition
United
was so
Kingdom
wiped out
that
that it's
just want things to basically be English
that the
everywhere
organisation
forever.
became
And the Teals are like that. Those are the seats that exist in other, like, and their votes they get it from the widest possible people.
Teals winning Bradford, total Anglo victory.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, the thing is though, like they actually like open borders and stuff. It's just like they want them to be like 2 hours away by car. Like
Yeah,
they
exactly.
want it to be, like, 4 hour bus ride away.
Yeah, open borders, but only if they fill up like
Well, like
Western
West
Melbourne,
Sydney.
Western Sydney, when Western
Yeah.
Brisbane. If the open border extends to like Brighton Beach or like
then it's over. Then it's over
like
for them.
no, then total immigration. Like we have to send remigration. You'll see the second that you see Indian students, who are not doing Uber deliveries in Kooyong or in.
Wait, that's the funniest comment.
It's done. It's remigration time.
Wait, I found the funniest comment ever.
It's true.
Wait, do you see it? Wait. Can you read it?
Yeah, I can. I don't need to see Peter Cretlin's face. I just know, yeah.
Brian's getting picked tonight. What the fuck?
I don't think if you've watched the Sky News coverage, it has been getting increasingly desperate for the last week.
What have they been saying?
It's gone from like sort of half-halfism, like the campaign hasn't been that good. They should try harder to you must vote for Dutton. You must vote. Go out and then vote. Just do actual
Peter
Hitchens Denethor posting. Yeah,
been filled in with colour, so we've seen.
It was Denethor posting.
I might actually head off now.
Marginal in between now.
Okay, Malachi, thank you for your contributions. Congratulations on 4,000 votes today, which is actually crazy.
And you can buy a new laptop charger with the money you get back from the AEC.
Oh, they won't give it to him, but
you keep that being charged.
Making its way onto this side of the border, and they've successfully.
Thank you, Malachi. See you later.
Thanks, Malachi. Enjoy Fuentes' stream.
Entirety of its side of the border, and also making waves on coalition territory.
Did you see my John McGowan bit, Chris?
No, I have not seen a John McGowan.
Oh, it was really funny. The John McGowan bit was epic.
Bradden has seen a swing of about 15%, so they've made deep inroads.
Brian's getting pegged tonight. No loo.
Another notable thing here to see is the number of independents that have been returned to the crossbench. We've got Fowler, Dai Lee retaining there.
Oh, Dai Lee won that. That's fucked.
Yeah. Whitworth, Indai,
fucking Dai Lee.
Moringa, Mayo, Clark. And then we've got Bradfield over here with Nicolette Buller taking that seat off the retiring Paul Fletcher. So let's add in now the seats where we are not in a position to project just yet, but we can see who is ahead. Now you'll note from that last count, there weren't any Greens on the board, but here's where they are ahead: in Ryan, in Metropolitan Brisbane, in Richmond, and that's pretty much it. Also notable here that there is no blue on this side of the board. There is no blue on this side of the board. The onus was on the coalition to gain an extra 19 seats. They've lost 14. Let's take a look at Tasmania as an example of what's happening in that state. There is
so brutal
on the board for Tasmania. The Liberals have been wiped out of the state of Tasmania. I want to check in with Casey Briggs now on what the swing has been looking like in that state and elsewhere in the country. Casey, what does this tell you?
I mean, look at this. This is one of the remarkable results of the evening, Jez. The ALP here with nearly 2/3 of the two-party preferred vote, an 8.5% swing. This is absolutely the standout, but the picture around the nation is swings to Labor everywhere.
Let's take a look at New South Wales. How's that come up?
So again, we're seeing a swing toward Labor 4.2%. The ALP now have 55.6% of the two-party preferred vote on what we've got at the moment.
I think Adam Bent loses.
They've gained Hughes. You call that Liberal heartland for at least the last few decades. The seat of Banks, the seat of Bennelong, 3 pickups so far in the state of New South Wales.
What about Queensland?
Queensland is another one of these remarkable stories. So
wait, Will's getting a new check it. Hang on, what's the rules?
They have been dominating for quite
total
some
Greens
time.
depth. Holy shit! Let's see.
What are the gains here? Bonner, Leichhardt, Longman, Dixon, Peter Dutton's seat, Ford and Petrie. We've got a whole list of Labor gains here. They now hold roughly 1/3 of the seats in Queensland.
I'm trying to find Will.
Massive thumping there off a 3.5% statewide swing, and they are nearly even on the two-party preferred vote.
Man, I'm glad I hedge betted on like Labor majority victory as well.
Has been considered.
Wait, I've got Wilt here. Oh, Khalil's back ahead. Back ahead. He's not accepting dimitude. Oh, I'm actually posting that. That's fucking funny. Peter Khalil says
swing toward the government here. Fewer pickups in that state for the Labor Party, but yep, the health of the Labor brand at the state level doesn't seem to have affected this here because we're seeing roughly consistent swings with what we're seeing nationally.
I don't want to kind of guess anything, but South Australia, anything different?
Yeah, it might be the same picture, Jez. Hey, another
Drew, we can't hear you if you're speaking.
Labor
yeah, we can't, Drew.
And that means
once again, your computer skills are immeasurable.
Oh, I'm back. I'm back.
The Liberal
Can
Party
you hear me?
in
yeah, we can.
strength of the brand there.
Hang on, I just posted Peter Khalil says fuck off, not accepting dimitude.
Nationally.
We've seen a very strong
The
Labor
Coptic
government
Christians
in
had
Western
dimitude for
Australia. The Labor
1,000
brand,
years.
they're
Not
very,
taking
very
it again.
powerful. And the swing here, what does this
Well, I
tell
mean, you
Not
know,
quite as
like
strong as
if
the
you're
rest
the
of the
Liberals, you
country.
could promise
and I'll say
relief
this
from
is
the
an early
jizya
account because
if
a
you
small
did.
account because the polls
So,
closed 2 hours later in Western Australia.
Australia
Look, the swing
chose
towards Labor,
Dean over
a much
Dunya.
smaller swing toward Labor, but can I remind you, this is off the back of a 10.5% swing toward Labor last time. So it's difficult to keep growing at that sort
Adclino,
of
we
a
don't
rate.
know, but the Senate
The
really won't
expectations
get
might have
counted
been
properly
into
for
correction
days,
in
if
the
not
state
weeks.
in
So
the West, but we're not seeing
I
that.
wouldn't
We're
be
seeing
like
a
I wouldn't be
pretty
shocked,
satisfying result.
certainly for
Casey, thank you very much.
that
Casey
sixth
Briggs,
seat.
our election
If we don't see a
analyst.
result on that
You
for
know, a
days.
moment like this is a moment to reflect on
Melbourne back to
what
50,
does this
51-49.
tell us about the mood of the
Cringe.
country, about the political attitude of the electorate. I want to bring in Tony Barry.
Moody is I
Cosmaros,
fucking slumber.
PK. Tony, when you look at these figures, what does it
Peter
tell you
Khalil
about
is
where the nation's
rejecting
at and
dimitude
how
as we
the party
fucking
now
speak.
reviews
Suck
this
shit
result?
greens.
Well, it starts with we've got to stop drinking the Kool-Aid from the fire hose, and we need to start having a serious review. And it can't be like past reviews where we punish the innocent and protect the guilty.
What do you mean by the Kool-Aid?
Well, we keep on deluding ourselves that we're just a few tactical devices away from winning an election. Back when we used to be the party of lower taxes and lower government spending, we could compete on those values-based narrative. But we don't have that anymore. We don't have a values-based communication. We have a bunch of tactical devices. It was pretty clear that we didn't have policies in the can. And I think any sort of review needs to be honest about.
I think it actually is bigger than 1987 already.
For the loss.
I think it's bigger than
We've got as a
1987.
party, not just federally, the Victorian division, which remains, a basket case. The South Australian division, likewise. WA just got a thrashing. So it's more than just a federal problem. It's a state of the party, and we need to start looking at how we can improve, not just being, a tactical device party, but how we sort of build on that values-based narrative.
Some of these issues, I'm thinking about the Liberal Party in Western Australia, in Victoria, the culture wars. These are not new problems. Why were these lessons not learned the last time?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and that's something we need to be honest about. And I think, the great temptation in this review is to look at the campaign performance and blame the wrong people. The fact is the shadow ministers didn't do the policy work. There was a bunch of policies rushed out at the last minute. There was no pre-positioning of those policies, why they needed to be. They just kind of rushed out the door in the last minute. One of the policies, the petrol one, was supposed to win us the outer seats. That clearly didn't work.
15 petrol stations?
Yep.
Peter Dutton went to?
Yep. And there was no sort of, pre-positioning for that either. It just looked like someone went through ScoMo's old filing cabinet and found a policy and dusted it off and sort of produced it on the budget and reply speech. So, the party needs to get back to its core beliefs and values, lower taxes, lower government spending, but articulate the case, not just leave it for the last 4 weeks and try and fatten the guinea pig on market day, as it were.
Cos, I want to look at this stunning result for Labor. What does it tell us about the primary vote for the Labor Party to have done this well?
Well, it's clearly gone up, and they're capturing a growing number of Australians who we've been talking about now for some time. That is younger Australians under the age of 44, millennials and Gen Z. But the other point I like to make
Monique
is
Ryan,
that
really,
over
that's
6
so
million
sad.
Australians have voted
Are you
for
serious?
something other than the major
Fuck.
party.
That's so sad.
No, it can't be
Across the last 2
true.
weeks. And the majority of them...
Numbers, disavow. I
preference
disavow.
the Labor Party.
Disavow.
So this narrative,
Disavow.
again, that the coalition is built in their heads around...
I'm so interested to see
this
what will happen in the
voter
Senate.
out there
I know
that
it'll take like,
votes
yeah,
for
just
minor parties,
infinity
Yeah,
time.
well, no,
right-wing,
oh shit.
that loves the
The
culture
Senate will be a total
wars,
clusterfuck.
that gets
As
into
usual.
all this
Yeah, I
stuff.
know. Like, it's
is
so hard to
completely
say.
false. Because
Why
again,
does
if you
the
look
Senate
at the
take
6
so long to
million plus
count?
voters out there,
Is it because it's
the majority of them again belong to
It's
these
because there are
generations.
yeah because
They
it's
clearly
statewide because of
happy with
the because of the
duopoly,
preference
but
flows
when they
and
preference,
just
they want
because
preference the Labor
like
Party
it's
because
not like it's not they
it
don't
wouldn't
start
surprise
first,
anyone.
but
At
it's
the beginning
a
of the
lot of it's
campaign,
just
the
about like
coalition started by
there are just
promising to
physically more
hurt
candidates,
40,000 Australians by
and they need
saying,
to and you can do it below the line, and the second you have below the line voting, it becomes a like nightmare to count.
And it was basically
This is actually like ahead of, they're now officially ahead of Kevin Rudd's 2007 total, which was like supposed to be like the biggest
How
blowout
much can the
ever.
Labor campaign take credit for what's happened here, and how much are external factors, things like Donald Trump and
Yeah, it's
the
like
economy
30%
and
external
inflation kind
factors.
of bouncing back?
I think both. You know, a victory of this size, many things contribute to it. Your opponent needs to be completely hopeless and culturally blind, and they are that. Secondly,
You know
need
what's
to run a
funny?
really
John
very
Howard
good
has the
campaign,
record for the two
and they
worst
did. Paul
defeats.
Erickson ran an
It's
absolute
1987
professional
and
campaign, one of the
2007.
best I've seen in terms of discipline
Damn.
and
Because
coordination.
he
It
lost
wasn't
to Bob Hawke
put-
with a
put
massive,
in the wrong
massive
place.
defeat in
And then,
1987.
of course,
And then he lost in
external
2007.
factors
Now,
like the Trump
yeah,
factor did
wow.
help.
I
So
forget
they
John
were
Howard was
mixed
an
into the
opposition
same
leader
pot
first.
and produced this sort of result, which is
Lazarus
just
was
historic.
Lazarus with a triple
PK, I want
bypass.
to talk about this crossbench here. This was one of the factors we were watching tonight. There's a bit of grey on the board, not a lot of green there. What's
No,
gone on?
It's been a very bad night for the Greens.
Yes, let's hear. Let's hear.
Let's go.
They're going to have to work out
Salute.
why. I mean, even the seat of Melbourne, which Adam Bant has held for a long time now, is right now in play. Now, I mean, I spoke
Wow.
to Anthony before because he's the only
Beautiful.
person I trust, and it is his last night, and he thinks he's ultimately probably going to hold on. We'll see. But the fact that it's even in play is remarkable. Look what's happened to them in Brisbane. That is a massive problem for the Greens. Yes, there is maybe a bright shoot in Richmond. That's northern New South Wales. But the Greens story is a fascinating one. They too
think it's
have
over for them.
been
How
really
do they come back from this?
capturing a lot of the grievance, particularly of renters on housing. But it seems that on these issues, while the other independents, the so-called teal independents, have been able to maintain their positions, the Greens have gone backwards. But I just want to reflect, because I think I just must very much on what's happened for the Liberals. The Liberal Party embarked under Peter Dutton on a strategy of winning over, outer suburban Australia, working class Australia, but failed to connect. You can't just turn up in Melton, a place you and I know well as ethnics from out of Western Melbourne. It's our moment. You cannot just turn up and think that grievance alone can win you those areas. They haven't done the hard work of actually connecting with those places. This isn't Trump's America where you only get the rusted on people to come out and vote. You can't replicate that. And I think that's been a big mistake. Peter Dutton kept talking about the quiet Australians. I'm absolutely plagiarising Cos here because he's brilliant and he forgot to say it. But the quiet Australians are the young Australians. Millennials and Gen Z have come out in force for the progressive side of politics tonight. And I think that there are many lessons for the Liberal Party. They have to get back to the economy and actually building a future for young people. They did not do that. They
really
failed
did
to
suck
connect
at that.
on that crucial
Where's
thing
the,
for these huge demographics that now have
18
the
years plan for a
numbers in
green
our
government.
electoral
I'm bringing that
system.
up. That's
But we don't
so
like talking about the
destroyed.
economy anymore. We're not confident and we're not comfortable talking
Well,
about
you
it.
talk about that. So the Liberals went into this election saying we're going to repeal your tax cut, which is crazy, right? And the other thing they did is we're going to have higher deficits for the first 2 years after we get elected. I mean, these seemed to me quite crazy. And it appears I was right. Like, it seemed a little odd to me that the Liberal Party would go into an election with these sorts of policies, and clearly the electorate saw it and went, no, thank you.
PK, Cos, Tony, thank you very much. I just want to give our viewers a quick glance again at this board. An absolute red wave. Labour holding on this side, washing over the other side. And one of the biggest stories of the night, Dixon, Peter Dutton out of that seat, the most marginal seat in Queensland. coalition no longer has its leader. Back to you,
Steve. It's
thanks very much indeed, Jeremy, and the rest of our friends down that end of the studio.
Oh, yeah, we can
PK
pump
mentioned
down
the crucial
the
seat
yappers
of
now.
Melbourne, where Adam
They are
Bandt, the
just-
Greens leader, is in a tight race.
Yeah,
All what we need now is to.
They went back to something.
Of information, got 55%.
Whoa.
His vote is down to 42%. Now, he did pick up a slice of territory south of the river, which was in around those South Yarra and that sort of Paran, that sort of area.
Let's see this.
So that would have bit into the Green vote. But Labor's a very strong Labor vote for Melbourne in recent years. The Liberals are third. Anthony Koutafidis, 3%. The preferences, we don't have a preference count because tonight they were counting between the Greens and Liberals because they thought that the Liberals would go back into second place as they were recently. Said there's been a surge in the Labor vote. If you take 2/3 of the Liberal vote there, that gets Labor up to about 43. Look, I think Adam Bandt will probably win.
That's not Discord. That's my dog chewing on a toy. Sorry, guys.
A sign of the struggles the party has. But next door in Wills, they still have a good chance of winning. Though as the numbers have come in, it's started to project in our model that the Labor Party will hold Wills.
Hello.
But look, I think Adam Bandt will eventually win. But if something goes wrong, there will probably be no Greens. I think the Elizabeth Watson-Brown, I think it is in Ryan, has the best chance of any of them getting elected. I think they'll lose both Griffith and Brisbane.
Yeah, so he may get back by the skin of his teeth, but he'll be leading a much reduced team in the House. At least it might just be 2 of them instead of 4 of them.
It's actually a bit like the Queensland election. Their vote has gone up overall, but it's fallen in the areas where they do well.
Where they need it. Yeah, no, exactly. All right, now I want to go to South Australia. We'll look at some more seat results coming through. Sturt,
Thanks, lads. Yeah, we've done pretty well. 4 hours and 20
in the
minutes.
eastern suburbs. James Stephens has held it for the Liberals since 2019. Claire Cutterham, however, is a lawyer on the local council as well. Anthony, how's that look now?
Oh, she's won easily. James Stephens' vote is down. He's finishing in second place, 4% behind. 18% there with the Greens. There's a Teal independent, Verity Cooper as well. And the preferences are flowing pretty solidly towards Labor. And what 70% of the preferences are going to Labor, and we're projecting Labor's going to come out with a margin of, goodness grief, 9%. Sturt with a 9% Labor margin. That tells you an awful lot about what's going wrong for the Liberal Party in South Australia.
Let's move on to Boothby, to Louise Miller-Frost's seat in the Adelaide southern suburbs.
And this is where Nicole Flint came back to run after she retired at the last election for health reasons. She's run again this time, but it's all to no avail. She's 12% behind on primaries, 18% there with the Greens. And after preferences, we're saying there's a swing of just under 10%. So Boothby, a seat that really Labor had fought for years to win, they've now got it with a 13% margin, and that's remarkable. And next, just up the hill,
good. We've got Nomak Shalamatha. Can you imagine? It's so good.
Certain to drop out of the final 2 in the count, and it will finish as a count between Rebecca Sharkey and the Labor Party by the look of it. So the Commission stopped doing a preference count because of the way the numbers.
Come on, Melbourne.
Let's go across
one more
Greens
defeat.
Yeah, the seat of Moore, Ian Goodenough, was the Liberal MP. He lost pre-selections. Now, standing as an independent, Vince Connolly, who'd previously held the seat of Stirling, he's having a crack at Moore. He was pre-selected for Moore, and then you've got the Labor candidate there, Tom French, as well.
And yes, and what's going on here is, if we look at the first preferences, the Labor's only got, just over 32% of the vote, but the Liberals are on 30, the Greens are on 12, Ian Goodenough's got 10. We're getting preference counts, and they're suggesting Goodenough's preferences are not flowing strongly to the Liberal candidate. And at this stage, we're saying there's a 5% swing to the Labor Party in Moore. So at this stage, rather than being in danger of losing seats in Western Australia, it looks like the Labor Party are gaining a seat in Western Australia.
To the seat of Canning now in Perth's southeastern suburbs. A little bit of good news for the Liberal Party here, and a very important piece of news. Andrew Hastie, a potential future leader of the Liberal Party.
And certainly he's had one of the best results for the Liberal Party.
Yeah, here it comes.
Got a 4 in front of it, which a lot
He's got to be. What are you going to put on, like, Sleepy Taylor?
Under 30s,
if they put someone else, they're actually fucking mental.
Yeah, they're actually. Well, look, no, they'll put some slop merchant from New South Wales on. Watch this, watch this space.
If they do that, it's actually
like dog shit. They're going to put some dog shit up.
I don't think there's a lot of seats around the country with a swing to a sitting member for the Liberal Party, and so Andrew Hastie's had a very good result there.
Yes, and perhaps a leadership option for the Liberals to consider as well with what's left. A final one over in the West, Fremantle, Josh Wilson, a safe seat for Labor there. How's he going?
Well, the problem for Labor there is Kate, I think it's Hewlett.
Wow, Dutton's officially the
she's in
worst
second
Liberal
place
Party
at
leader
moment.
in the history of the
She
party.
came very close to winning she's got support from Climate 300. She came very close to, we'll leave it on these numbers for the moment, very close to winning the state seat of Fremantle. At the state election, the Liberal Party directed preferences to Labor. In the state general election, the federal election, they were pointing them towards Hewlett. So at this stage, and Green preferences will flow that way as well. I think Josh Wilson, they've got no preference count. So I think Josh Wilson might be in a bit of danger. But what I would say is Hewlett did badly on pre-polls, badly on absent votes, and badly on postals. And that's why she lost at the state election. And Fremantle is a much bigger federal seat than it is a state seat. So you'd need to see a lot more count. So Josh Wilson's got a bit of a fight on his hand. I just noticed we've got it quite definitely won by him, so I'm not quite sure about that.
Matthew Iglesias says we need fee-free tape.
But Fremantle is one seat that Labor Party's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, a couple of seats still to watch there in the West. Anthony, thank you. We are quickly approaching the end of the night. Let's see where we are.
You're watching Australia Votes live from the ABC Election Centre.
It's just gone 11 o'clock in the east and 9 in the west. And to recap, after only 2.5 hours of counting earlier tonight, we called it the Albanese government returned. The only doubt remaining at the time was how many seats. So let's take you through a truly stark, even historic evening. Figures that racked up tonight.
With half of all votes counted, here's what the next parliament will look like. Remember, a majority is 76. Labor's on track to secure something like 86 or 87 seats, looking across
88.
Completed
The one off.
which might
It actually is 88
get to
seats.
40.
Chris, look at what I just texted you.
That's driven by a two-party preferred vote that tonight grew to 56% and then stayed there. National, as the nationwide swing, the ALP had a little under a 4% gain. The losses, brutal and widespread for the coalition, starting with its leader, Peter Dutton. He's gone after more than 2 decades in Parliament, and he has taken responsibility tonight for his party's wider woes.
Those woes are wide indeed. Down in New South Wales, senior Liberal frontbencher David Coleman, most recently
he was
shadow
the foreign,
Prime
he was the
Minister,
foreign
is down
spokesperson.
and probably out. In
Who?
Bass, the contagion
David
has
Coleman.
the contagion
Yeah.
has spread to South Australia. In the seat of Sturt,
No, Drew, I've consulted with my analyst,
19%.
and he aptly pointed out that how many mods are left. Like, when they vote for Angus Taylor as party leader, it's going to be Angus Taylor voting for Angus Taylor, and Simon Birmingham, voting for Angus Taylor, and then who else?
Well, Simon Birmingham has retired, hasn't he?
Does appear to be in a
Has he?
tighter than normal.
Yeah.
Oh, he might have.
Melbourne.
Oh, really?
Astonishing
I
figures,
didn't pay attention.
landslides, except this time, unusually, it's towards rather than away from a sitting government. Okay, let's get the final thoughts from each of our panelists. James McGrath, to you first.
I love you, Drew. Thank you.
Oh wait, James will vote for Angus Taylor.
Let's see the last
night like this. What are some of your final thoughts this evening?
Oh, it's been a pretty brutal night for
He
my
hasn't
leader,
done it in
brutal
6
my
hours.
party,
It's how brutal
and
it's
all
been.
the members and
that's
supporters out there. You have my thanks and support. We've been down before. We will rebuild. We will come back. We will hold the government.
We will
to
have
account.
rumbos again. We will drink rumbos again.
Our party is a strong party. We've got a good history of representing Australians. We've got to make sure we take stock of why we lost this election and have a serious review into those reasons and make sure that we come back strongly and fight Labor and win the next election.
And Jim Chalmers, a landslide, obviously. What does this mean for the next term of Parliament for you and your colleagues?
Well, first of all, I mean, we're very grateful to the people of Australia for this outcome tonight, a majority Labor government, to deal with the substantial challenges that we have as a country. And we approach this second term with humility. We know that we weren't re-elected because we had solved every challenge, but because Australians thought we were better placed to meet the moment. And we appreciate the faith that people have shown in us, and we will repay that faith.
Let's come across this side of the desk. Annabelle, some thoughts from you at this point?
Well, the betting markets have had a very busy night this evening. I'm opening on a book on who's the first coalition figure who's going to ring up Josh Frydenberg and try and engineer some sort of emergency by-election to get him back into the parliament.
Well, it's an interesting point, but there aren't many openings in Melbourne anyway.
There really aren't. He's
Really
going to want to need to travel.
Hasty,
Yeah, that's tomorrow's question, I guess, because it's been a tough night for the coalition. And congratulations to Jim and to your colleagues on what has been a remarkable victory. And if you'd asked me a year ago what tonight was going to look like, it was not anything like this.
No, I think many would be in that camp, Bridge.
We've spoken a lot about the campaign tonight, but I just want to reflect on what it's probably meant to Australian women to see a record number of Australian women in a cabinet. We've seen very big investments into women's health at the start of this year.
Thanks for donating, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
People. We can see that younger Australian women are moving to more progressive sides of politics.
This is what our panel importantly is considering, and we're very important. We think it's very important.
Well said, Laura.
I suppose summing up some of those threads, I mean, if we think about it, both the Coalition and the Greens were sort of pushing grievance platforms, if you like, in this campaign. And we focus a lot on the losers on a night like this, but the win is really in the government putting forward an incredibly positive agenda, talking about the future, all those remarks that we heard from the Prime Minister in his speech. And the really interesting thing to me is who's going to be going back into culture wars after this election result. I really wonder whether that's the case. I mean, not just in politics. News Corp was in it, up to their armpits. But, this has been a vote for something very different. And I'm sort of interested to see whether the Labor can now transform politics, regardless of what happens in the Senate, in terms of the language of our politics, into a discussion that goes back to the issues that people want to know about, like the cost of living, like getting things.
Rowan Dean, true genius, true.
In the country.
What do you say?
Laura, thank you. And we'll go over
Dutton
to
distanced
Tony
himself
Barry
from Trump.
first for your
That's what
final
did it.
thoughts.
What was
Just
it?
on
Because he
Laura's
was saying
point,
it was.
Grievance is a
What did
powerful
Ospill
force
say?
in the electorate. It's and there was a mood for change. On the right track, wrong track.
No,
There's
Rowan Dean.
Wrong track
Rowan Dean.
sentiment.
Yeah. What is
anything
so I
on
don't think that was
Sky.
so much the problem. It was the coalition's
Dutton
failure
has
to
distanced
put an
himself from
agenda
Trump.
that
That's
the
why he
public
lost.
thought was a
Because he
solution
distanced
to those
himself.
So
grievances.
true, so true.
3 years.
How the fuck
Inspired
do you do that?
genius theory.
And then turn around and sort of say, we'll give you a bit of cheaper petrol, because voters just
If-
sort of say,
if-
well, that's
if-
not real change.
If he was more pro-Trump, he
And
would
at
have
the end of the
won.
day, after the Trump share market crash, we were then inviting voters to take on added risk by, a change of government when they sort of weren't convinced that risk was worth it. So I think it's the first
Trump is
point,
actually
but
like historic
the greater
level
problem here for the
retard.
Liberal Party is they're institutionally almost broken in every state division, with the exception of Queensland and Northern Territory. New South Wales is still a fairly competitive outfit, but in every other state division, they're utterly broken. We've got the Victorian Liberal Party tearing itself apart still about court cases and defamation. In fact, on the day when the election was called, the front page of The Age was about the ongoing defamation case and legal fees and bankrupting the former leader. 2 days before pre-poll opened, the Victorian Liberal leader promoted Moira Deeming and gave her a platform to speak to the media about the court case and about bankrupting the leader. This is just before pre-polls opened. So all those candidates who are out there waking up at 5 a.m, going down to the train stations and campaigning, open up the papers to that message. I mean, that's not a way to win over voters with those sort of
6
narratives.
months ago, he would have won.
And until those storylines are repaired, that is not going to change. And I think the great problem for the Liberal Party as a whole is to rebuilding such a broken institution now is no easy thing.
They're down to
It's
zero.
not an easy thing at all.
No,
Note
the
that,
Greens have
PK's
approximately
raced
as
off
many
to
seats as
record a
building
podcast,
standing
so
guards.
you'll be
So
able to
like
catch
one.
that as soon as that's done a little later tonight or early tomorrow morning when you wake up. Because your final thoughts.
20% of the voters that the coalition has a problem with have state to us that they have a values alignment with conservative politics in this country. 35% of voters that we surveyed in the seats that were won by independents wanted to see a coalition government of some sort. So we're dealing with very, very small numbers now, and we're dealing with a political movement that actually has very, very small amounts of connection to a growing group of Australians who culturally do not understand this political party. So they've got a lot of work ahead of them. It isn't just about, reviewing whether you did the right mail-out or not during an election campaign, or whether you had the right policies. They actually do not want to vote for you because they think you do not represent them. It's fundamentally the problem.
Thanks very much indeed, Cos. And now to Anthony Green for his final summary.
Actually, I'll just start with an anecdote about luck in politics. Anthony Albanese became a leader after the 2019 election. I think it's fair to say the party members and the party caucus didn't necessarily embrace him as the one who was going to lead him to the promised land. In the middle of 2020, when in the middle of COVID, they had a by-election in Eden Monaro, which Labor only just scraped over the line. The Liberals drew last spot on the ballot paper. The Labor Party had a much better spot. And if you go through the tickets, it was the donkey vote that got Labor over the line. Luck. And 65 years later, you got this. I mean, it's just shows you sometimes right place, right time. And he got through that.
Oh my God, the luck Elbows had. God is literally blessing
one
him
of the
for some
biggest
reason.
victories in Labor history. Right, Mike.
Yeah, so give us the final take. It's a very good point, though.
The Labor Party is still around 35%, the Coalition around 31%. The Greens on 12.6%, but it's not very strong in the seats they held. 12.2% for others, 6% for One Nation. It's been slipping. There's more pre-polls than urban figures coming in. The change in vote there, the Labor vote up to the Coalition down 4.5%, smattering to other parties, translating into a two-party preferred, 55.8 for Labor, 3.7. I do suspect that will come down. I've been looking at some of the pre-poll figures.
Trump is another
They are a bit
level.
worse
Like,
for Labor than last
Dutton
time.
was never as bad as
Nothing that's going to turn around those numbers. Let's have a look at the chamber. Fill in the seats, which were definitely won. Labor's on 87, 39 for the Coalition, and 12 others. As I said, the Greens haven't confirmed any of their victories yet, but I suspect they will win at least one seat and perhaps two. If we look at the seats which are leaning a bit further, we've got a few more leanings. Labor's up to 89, the Coalition on 39. I just wanted to have a quick look at, not changing, the members, defeated members. And it's a sea of blue. David Coleman, some French benches, David Coleman, Bridget Archer, Ross Vasta, Michael Sukkar, Peter Dutton, of course, Bert Van Manen. I mean, losing Ford is a disaster for the Liberal Party. Hughes,
Ford, they
for the
lost
first
Ford.
time in 30 years, Labor's won. Hughes, Longman, the seat they've been trying to get back. Oh, good grief. Menzies. I'd be less certain about that. Well, I've got to go through all the numbers after the election and have a good after tonight and do that. Both Russell Broadbent and Ian Goodenough. Russell Broadbent, I think he'll be defeated, but Ian Goodenough definitely. Luke Howarth, who's held on in Petrie for years, and James Stephens. And just on the other side, let's see what the other side of this looks like on the new members. It's all red. Ji Soon in Banks. I did practice that, but I can't remember it at 11:30. But she has one button. Sorry, it's a great victory for you. I'm sorry I've lost the pronunciation. Just teased out in Bass. It's my last election, so you can all abuse me now. Cara Cook in Bonner, Anne Urquhart, who's transferred from the Senate. Nicolette Buller, I think, will win Bradfield again. Have a look at later figures.
Drew, on that post-mortem by Anthony Green, I'm going to head off.
Yeah, I know.
Beautiful stream.
Gordon, Alice Jordan,
Aston One and
David Batt have inherited seats from retiring members. David Moncrief in Hughes, who's the complete surprise to me. Matt Smith, possibly expected. Longman, Rhiannon Douglas, Alison
they won Leichhardt.
New
Holy
National
fuck.
in line. Rebecca White, Joe Brisky,
Holy shit, they won
a new
Leichhardt.
National, a new Liberal in McPherson. And
Did Labor lose any seats? I think they didn't.
Come there.
I don't think they did.
Labor's potentially winning Menzies, Tom French in Moore, and Julianne Campbell.
Honestly, this
in
election has
Moore.
been both
I think we've
Greens
got
and
Marsden's
Liberals
Nugget
have
of
fucking
15%.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
I mean,
honestly.
this is
That's
just,
pretty good.
Holy
I'm
shit,
going out
man!
of the election. This is an
That's
extraordinary
crazy.
one to go out.
I was about to say that, Anthony. It's put on a show for you, Australian democracy, for your last hurrah. But don't run away just yet.
The computer's been a bit
Well, it was patchy earlier on.
My blood pressure would have been down.
Look, when you've got Anthony Green, who needs
a computer?
Right? Now, Anthony, we couldn't leave you tonight without hearing from some significant Australians about your contribution to state, territory and federal elections
This is his last one, right? Like,
Yeah,
he
last
won't be
one.
doing that.
First of all,
He's pretty good. I've watched him a while.
Green has the first hour of counting there.
We have some breaking news. We're going to go to Anthony Green.
Anthony Green.
Anthony Green.
Anthony Green.
Anthony Green.
Anthony Green is to election analysis and election results rather like Tina Turner to rugby league, simply the best.
Let's look at the overall votes.
Anthony Green is the Fibonacci of the tally room.
Anthony Green is the GOAT, the greatest of
Wow.
all time in bringing election news and analysis to Australians.
I think we could probably call this election.
Anthony Green is probably the most factual and the most professional person
got everyone on
elections. He has total respect for facts and he's very careful about his judgments.
Oh, sorry, I was distracted there. Oh, just someone making a wild prediction there.
Tell us.
Anthony Green is the democracy sausage of Australian broadcasting. You cannot
True.
imagine an election without him.
Anthony Green is an expert. You look for expert analysis.
They got a fucking everyone.
They got everyone. Wow.
And he's stood out as.
I mean, he's pretty like bipartisan, right? Like everyone likes
yeah,
him.
it's not. It's never really.
That's a good number to have. Yeah, his 5 is better.
Anthony Green is a legend.
Wow.
To have 4 candidates under 32% of the vote, nightmare to pick a seat like that.
My best recollection of him was the 1998 election.
Wow.
The early returns showed that we were going to lose some of the miracle gains we'd made in 96. And I was pretty nervous, and we were at Kirribilli House and I wandered out and there was a couple of my friends, including Donald McDonald. And just as I arrived, I sort of, how's it going, Donald? And he said, Anthony Green's about to say something. So we stopped talking and Anthony Green said,
Let's factor in a couple of likely seats leaning that way. The coalition are on 74, they are in government, and there are 9 seats in doubt. Let's make some sort of prediction on those other 9 seats. And the coalition have 77 seats and a majority of 6.
I immediately reached for a double Scotch whiskey
Beautiful.
and was
Beautiful, Johnny.
assured and happy for the rest of the night. But
Beautiful,
that was
Johnny
the sort
Howard.
of effect he had because I knew that he looked at it carefully. He wasn't getting carried away. He'd done his homework.
There is
He's done his
something very
homework.
special in that moment when Anthony Green calls it. And I distinctly remember that in 2007.
I've got another 8 seats held by the Liberal Party, which the Labor Party is ahead in. I'm not seeing any Labor-held seat which the coalition is ahead in.
I was in a room with just a few members of staff, and we had a very simple,
Kevin's got a funny accent.
crude, primitive
Yeah.
whiteboard in our office as we went through.
You should have said it in
seat by seat,
Chinese.
as we thought we had the numbers in those seats to prevail. And we were being deliberately cautious about each of the numbers in each of the seats. Then 2 things happened in rapid sequence. One, Anthony Green called the election and that I'd been elected as Prime Minister.
And we're prepared to make a prediction at this stage, and that prediction is 85, 10, 53.
And about 15 seconds later, John Howard telephoned me before we'd reached the conclusion ourselves that we'd won.
For me, the sense that we'd absolutely won that election came in the moment that Anthony called it. The cheer from the tally room was absolutely magic.
So thank you, Anthony. And by the way, thank you, John Howard.
But I wanted to come back to you on a couple of things. Are you guys done?
Yep.
Oh, Anthony's doing ooh.
Oh, yeah, I'm oohing a bit.
We noticed that you were oohing. We wondered what it was about.
I'll go through my Anthony Green handbook.
There are so many layers to what Anthony has brought to election coverage in Australia, and not just the coverage on the night, but conditioning and helping people understand how the system works.
It's going to be a potpourri. It's going to be a menagerie. Well, I won't call it a menagerie because most of these people are quite reasonable. Menageries are animals.
Because of his coverage, election after election, people understand a lot more about the system, the preferences, and that really is a huge legacy because democracy is an incredibly precious thing.
There is no one broadcasting on an election night that has their understanding of the data at the level.
We're the new Anthony Green, guys.
And importantly, he's trusted. He just comes at it from an objective point of view. People listen to Anthony and they wait for him on election night to declare the winner.
Anthony, I think you're a little bit concerned that it might be giving a false impression at this stage.
Yeah, I'm just concerned there might be a bit of a Don's party effect going out there on people watching.
Anthony, I always say to people, rule 1 is have more fun. So that's my advice to you.
I hope whatever you do with the rest of your life, it brings you satisfaction, because you will depart the active political scene with, I'm sure, a rare gift, and that is respect across the board.
Thank you for your service. ABC
Amen.
is a public broadcaster,
Amen.
and in that sense, he's a public servant. I think he's done a great public service. My other message for him is life after politics, mate. Enjoy it.
Now that you've finished observing politics from the grandstand, mate, you should enter the field yourself.
Well said.
After all, you know how elections are won and lost.
I'm sorry to be losing you as the main ABC election analyst. You've probably made the right decision, because it's always best to go when they want you to stay rather than to stay when they want you to go.
Have fun. Enjoy life in the inner west.
I will be absolutely intrigued to hear whether or not on the first election night after he retires, Anthony is glued to the ABC, or whether he's completely recovered and he's just out to dinner with mates and not paying it any attention. I think I'm hoping the second for him.
Oh, well done, Anthony Green. We respect you. Salute to you, my friend.
GG.
Hail Anthony Green.
And the former
Hail Anthony.
Paul Keating
Hail
says
Anthony.
Anthony's made a thoughtful and earnest.
We've said a little too much hails today, but it's all right.
We're hailing progressive
Anthony Green
things.
has much to be proud
Yeah,
of.
it's gonna get clipped. Whole media which is gonna post about it.
As we all do. Annabelle.
Yeah, well, first I'll take the tie off.
It's actually so
think
similar
it's
to the
the
Canadian
Australian
election.
Museum of Democracy. I mean, I think it's about 15 years old. But it's like, undo the button. And now I'm a retiree.
Oh, isn't this a beautiful
How many
moment, my
buttons are you
friends?
going to stop at, Andy?
Isn't this a beautiful moment?
I've got to work for a few hours. Yeah.
Now, I know you're the only thing you hate more than when the bloody computer goes wrong is being the center of attention.
I'm as nervous as a duck in a log.
Oh my gosh, I get that
Same joke.
reference. The Peter Lewis, South Australia.
Senate results we won't know for a couple of weeks.
We've heard from the Prime Ministers, and it's time, I think, on behalf of the millions of Australians that have loved watching you, learned so much from you over the years, watched your brain when it's in a state of panic, and there is no more beautiful thing. Tonight we saw that your brain doesn't need anything to call an election. It could do it on papyrus. And we've all benefited from your abilities and skills over the years. There are people tonight wearing anti-green T-shirts and doing anti-green bingo cards. Thank you from all
Anthony
of
Green
them.
salutes.
Thanks, Anthony.
Yeah, salute Anthony Green. We salute you. We hail Anthony Green. But we do it in a progressive way.
Yes.
I don't own a vase. Look, I came here on a 6-month contract in 1989 and to do research book for the 1990 federal election. And Ian Carroll, who hired me, just took a punt, 150 applicants, but there was only one with serious computer skills. And he thought, oh, you can talk to the engineers, which I did. We designed the computer system, somehow ended up on camera. People like Kerry O'Brien, Paula Lynham, Andrew Ollie, all backed me over the years, Quentin Dempster, many other people. There's so many engineers, computer programmers I've worked with. I've always had to be very cautious, and I'm prepared to work stupid hours, but I can't ask programmers to work ridiculous hours like me. Look, it's been fabulous fun. I enjoyed developing websites. I've enjoyed educating people on how the systems work. I've enjoyed all the work I did on reforming the Senate system. And I'm a bit overwhelmed by all this. It's the biggest bunch of flowers I've ever had in my life. And thank you all. It's been fabulous fun. And yes, see how we go from here.
No, indeed. Look, Anthony, you've got the whole studio crew standing around here watching you, and we all thank you for what you've done. It has been a privilege watching you work and prepare for elections, state elections, federal elections, a referendum as well. It's been an absolute honour to work with you and watch you work. And look, to echo Annabelle's comments too, a big thanks for helping Australians understand how our complex elections work, making it understandable, accessible, and that's been a huge and pioneering the way elections are covered on Australian television. So a big thanks to you.
You fill the building in the lead up to elections with all of your knowledge, beavering around from floor to floor to floor. You've made all of us better. And as David said, and whoever said that in the package, you've taught Australia how to do it better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Well done, Ed.
Well done. salute to Anthony Green. We salute him.
And that is Australia Votes 2025. In addition to Anthony, thanks to all who've joined us here. Jim Chalmers and James.
You're welcome.
Annabelle Crabb, Laura Ting, and
thank
Patricia
you,
Brennan,
thank you.
as well as Costa Morris, Tony Barry,
Well said.
and Patricia Carvelis.
What a night. Australians have stuck with a 90-year habit of giving a first-term government a second go. So the nation's 31st Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, remains in power for another 3 years with a greatly enlarged Labor caucus behind him.
On the other side, some heavy reckoning lies ahead for the Liberal Party. Leaderless and with 2 crushing defeats in a row, it's a long way back from here for the coalition. ABC News will keep updating results as they come in. You can find those at abc.net.au/news. I'm Sarah Ferguson. Thanks for your company.
And I'm David Spears. Join me and the Insiders team for more news and analysis tomorrow morning. But for now, good night.
Good night.
I mean, it was a pretty good election, honestly.
Honestly, it was interesting. We watched the whole thing. That's pretty impressive. Like, I want to say, to all the people who held out this long, thank you so much. Damn.
Hopefully, Adam Bant loses, and apart from that, I mean, it's pretty good.
Damn. Yeah. No. Look, it's pretty good. Look, here's the thing, right? I think the structural issues in Australian politics, like we've got a migration rate that's way too high. We've got massive housing crisis. We've got a lot of big problems. We've got a lot of big problems in this whole thing. And so, Drew, guess who I met at Rennick's after party? Who? But yeah, look, this is the problem, right? I still think there are massive problems for this next Australian government to grapple with. Yeah, good stream, lads. Fingers crossed, Bant loses. Hail elbow. Hail elbow. It's just, look, I'm most over the moon about the Greens wipeout. Like, that was the best part, I think. Like, the Greens just getting wiped out. I fucking love that. Like, they ran like a really grievance-backed far left shit campaign, and it got smashed. And just like really goes to show like all this, and also there were no Gaza independents elected as well, which is like pretty incredible because we were told that they were going to fucking smash it.
You love to see it.
Yeah, dude, you love to see it. Like, we currently have no Islamists elected. We currently have no, Islamists elected. On the current results, the Greens have been wiped out. And
I think they'll get like 2 seats, honestly, like maybe 3.
Yeah, they'll probably end up winning Brisbane. No, they'll probably end up winning Melbourne, and then they might end up winning Wills. I really hope they don't win Wills. Like, it would.
Oh well, they're gonna win Ryan, right? Like that. That's pretty.
Yeah, true. You're right. Yeah, they are gonna win Ryan. Look, I feel a little bit conflicted because I am like an old time sort of Labor supporter, but I do think that the last 3 years was not necessarily good government in Australia. And so, look, they've got a big expanded majority now, and we have to hold them to account. We have to hope that they don't get hubristic, that they actually try and do the things that people want. We really need to fucking somehow get to grips with the housing crisis. We really have to get to grips with the fact that just migration is way too high. So like, that's it, right? Like they've won this amazing victory, but really now they actually have to deliver, and it's gonna be tough. Like, I really hope Labor will find its way, but we've got to watch since the start. Good stream, was not disappointed. Great to see the Gaza candidates and Greens lose. Look, like, my main thing, I'm happy that the hard left guys, the Greens, lost. I'm happy that the Gaza independents lost. So of course I'm happy on that sense. I've got a comment by somebody. How can I talk to you, Joshua? I mean, my Twitter DMs are open. You can always message me on Twitter. It's literally open. Bell, please, hurting so much. Look, guys, we're on 4 hours, 50 minutes. I've never gotten to 5 hours in a stream before. I'm going to try. I'll give it 10 more minutes. I'll try to get it to 5 hours, right?
I might drop off now, but
you can drop off. You can drop off. I'll answer questions for 5 minutes maybe.
It's been a good election though, and
Look, good stream. Good stream, guys. I want to say, first off, I just want to thank the 9 people who donate, like the 9 donations that we got. Corporal Pepper gave $10. Kalkinen, I think, gave like 80. Like, that's amazing. Thank you so much. And I got $2 from Jem, and I appreciate it. So thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you everybody who's been watching. This is my biggest stream ever. I think at the most we had like 80 people watching live on YouTube, which was awesome. 5 hour stream, nice. You're becoming an actual streamer now, Drew. Man, we're getting there. it was my most watched stream. We had I think an average of about 60 people watching on YouTube at the whole time, which is like really great for me, right? Because like we started off 2 weeks ago and I was getting about 15 people live watching. And now we're getting like 60 people, which is great. Most watched stream. I'd encourage anyone who's watching right now, please go and like and subscribe. Go and like and subscribe so you can keep up to date with this stuff. Belle, stop, please. Oh, ouchie. Gee, she's harsh. Hey, Belle, please. The dog's being crazy. But yeah, guys, look, we've got 8,190 subscribers. If we can get to 8,200, that would be awesome. If we've got 40 people, I think, watching, and if you guys can subscribe, it would be really good. I'll show you guys some of the stats on this video. It's actually pretty awesome. I'm really happy with this actually. We had, I think, 250 watch hours, which is actually awesome. Like that's the equivalent of 10 days, 1,500 views. And we had 87 at peak, 50 average of 51. Like that's great, right? So I'm really happy. Right? Like the streaming journey has begun. I've now done 20 streams in 20 days. 20 streams in 20 days with 20% of our goal, 100 in 100 days. And we're actually getting more viewers. It's great. So I'm starting to enjoy streaming as well. It's actually fun. I've actually got I've had about $200 donated to me over the past couple of days. I actually will try get a new mic. I've got a Rode mic mini. I don't know why, but it's not that good. So I'm going to try get a better mic. Keep interviewing various party members, Drew. Yeah, look, I'll keep on interviewing people, keep on doing streams. Drew, can you recap the choices for dumb Americans like me? It sounds good if extreme left lost. The world needs more elections like Friedrich Merz in Germany. So listen, the equivalent of Labour would be SPD in Germany. So they're like center-left, social democrat. Liberal is probably the equivalent of CDU, Merz. But I mean, there are some people in that party though that do admire Trump and stuff. And I think that was a big reason why they lost. I think it was because there was a wing of that Liberal Party that everyone knew loved Trump and admired Trump. And there's been a huge backlash to that again today. Huge backlash. Clearly Australian people really do not people really do not like this in Australia, the Trump shit. Are you going to keep streaming after the 100 mark? Yeah, of course. I'm not going to, dog, please. I'm not going to give up streaming after 100 days, but it's just 100 days is a good way to try and motivate myself to start streaming regularly, right? But it's fun, it's good, and it's good as well because I'm starting to recognize all the same people watching, Vietnam, Western Hegemony, enjoy. It's great. What, a progressive democratic socialist party that supports a two-state solution and it won. Is this reality? Yeah, it's basically that. I wouldn't say they're democratic socialists. I'd say they're more social democrat. But yeah, look, they're probably the equivalent of the SPD. The Greens would be the equivalent of Democratic Socialist Alliance and Democrats. So the Democratic Socialists of America, DSA in America, the Greens in Australia would be the equivalent of them probably. And they got wiped out. So it's the equivalent of all the squad members kind of getting wiped out, which is pretty funny. Look, these days I think AOC's moderated a bit, but imagine the equivalent, right, is Rashid. I'll tell you guys what the equivalent would be in America. Equivalent in America would be Democrats sweeping the midterms, but Rashida Tlaib and all those insane ones just losing, like Ayanna Presley. That's the equivalent, right? Imagine Democrats sweep the next midterms, but Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, they all lose. So of course I'm super happy right tonight. I'm super happy. It's good fun. I'm happy that the far left lost. I like it when Destiny starts streaming and then Drew starts so I can hop from one to the next. That's funny, man. I mean, that's cool. That's cool. I prefer his night streams. I had to struggle to wake up this early. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I apologize that it was this early for you guys, but I'm watching it. I was watching the results as I came in. Drew becoming real streamer. Morning in North America time zone is good because we can listen at work. Cool. Well, look, I am going to try my best to mostly stream in the morning Australia time, which is evening North America time. It's probably a better time for a lot of my viewers. But of course, with today being the Australian election, it was great to watch this. Study the fall of the German Weimar Republic and learn from that to ensure it never happens again. True, facts. What about the German Greens? So this is a really funny thing. The Australian Greens actually had a fight with the German Greens recently. You should stream twice a day, maybe guys. It is hard, right? I've still got to. I can't do it full time yet because I'm not earning enough money. I still have to go to work and stuff like that. But I'm gonna try my best. big stream morning and a short recap in the evening. Listen, guys, look, that's certainly the long-term goal. I want to get to the point where I can actually do this. You know, if I can make money doing this and actually do this as like my full-time thing, I'd love to do it. I'm slowly building it up right now. I've still got work a couple times a week, but you know, I'm gonna try my best. Okay, maybe we need more parties in America so they can separate center left from far left and MAGA from conservative. Yeah, I guess so. Like, look, the funny thing is, like, the Liberals are more like we have actual MAGA options in Australia, like One Nation, Trumpet or Patriots. We have like a smattering of far right sort of minor parties that would be full MAGA, but there was like a proper MAGA wing of the Liberal Party, and I think that's a big reason why they got crushed today. I think people really didn't like that. Bro, I missed the early stream because I had to join the Daliban for the full H3 versus Hassan debate experience. Yeah, no, fair man. I only caught like the last 30 minutes of that stream, but it was good fun. I like the H3 debate. You know what? Like I'll do, maybe tomorrow I'll watch that whole thing because I haven't watched the full H3 Hassan thing yet. But you know what we got to do? We got to try get some clips from the streams. I think that's a good way to try grow. I think. We got to try get some clips and everything. But yeah, no, it's going good. I'm having fun. I'm like I'm starting to enjoy it. 5 hours today, you know, that's my best. That's my most ever now. And yeah, we made $100, which is cool. And we had 80 people watching live at one point. And yeah, it's great. I really want to thank everybody. Thank everybody who donated. Thanks everybody who stuck through like for 5 hours. Crazy. I mean, I've got 8,191 subscribers. If you guys can go subscribe, it'd be awesome. Help me get to 8,200. Look, we're going pretty well. If we keep this up, if we keep up the rate of growth, like, you know, hopefully by the end of the year, I can try to get to 20,000. That's a good reach goal, I think. Drink some coffee and do 6 hours. I don't think I should do much more, guys. I don't know, like, what more would you like me to talk about? I have to disagree. Dutton lost because he was too weak and moderate. That's not true, man. That's not true. The party rigs elections against the Conservative wing. They even kicked me out. See, the thing is, Mitchell, like, how can you say that if Dutton was like more pro-Trump, he would have won? I don't think you could say that. It's just like very factually, objectively false because like if you just look at it tonight, like they were losing all these votes to the left. It wasn't necessarily, the story of tonight is not that like 10% of the vote split off to One Nation. Like that's not what happened tonight. What happened tonight was that a massive chunk of the Liberal Party like went over to like more moderate Labor sort of center options. And so I don't think you can say like if only Dutton was like pro-Trump, I don't think you can say that. Is the Labor win better than the Liberal coalition? I guess it depends. Like, look, I do think that's better, but there are big problems with Labor that need to be fixed. I agree with Dawes partially. The incessant backflips played their part. Australia proved they're not America. When Trump backstabbing Australia, Dutton would have been, what the fuck, mate? Don't be a bitch. Yeah, look, I think the Trump effect had a massive impact today. Australians really obviously don't like Trump. And I think like that's the lesson of the election, basically. And I think Australians don't like Trump, and they also don't like the hard left greenies. So we must secure the existence of our immigrants and a future for social democrats. That's pretty funny. The Conservative Libs won their seats back. Hastie had an 8.3% swing to. But the thing is, though, right? Like, other than Hastie, who had a swing towards them? I actually don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure it was just Hastie, right? And I like Hastie. I respect Hastie a lot, but I can't see like. Everywhere else, okay, like everywhere else, you had a lot of right-wing Liberals getting smashed. Labor didn't win, I think. I think Liberals lost. It's a very decisive loss, though. It feels like politics is just a constant pendulum right now. UK going very right, Trump not having the same damage here. It's interesting. I think. Well, here's the thing, right? Like KC, I honestly think like Keir Starmer should just lower migration, and if they lower migration, like it will probably take away a lot of. Like, it would take away a lot of power from like Farage, right? So I honestly think like that's a big thing there. I like immigrants mixing food too expensive. Dunn's effort to join the must train doomed it from the start. Yeah, they were trying to do like an Australian Doge, and like people hated that shit. People really hated that shit. And I think anyone who is like objective could see like that's what doomed him. It was because people don't like Trump stuff. Yeah, Dutton's lack of courage to do the heart goes out to you salute lost in this. Yeah, like guys, come on. What do you think would have happened if Dutton had gone out there and done like a fucking Roman salute? It would have been like literally they would be reduced to 5 seats. Albert doing the Stephen Bradbury to get a huge majority is the most Australian thing. It really is. And it's such an Australian thing that the great dictator, like the guy who wins like the biggest margin in decades is just like the most unassuming, like bog moderate type guy. Like it's kind of crazy. Like I think a big thing that's different in Australian politics to American politics, and it's probably like why I would struggle with it, is like I feel like in Australian politics there's a lot less kind of like tolerance for big personalities. I think in Australian politics, like people don't really like the people who like are big into themselves and all that sort of stuff. And I think that would make it hard for me, right? like I'm a big personality, I guess, and like yeah, I like to get up and have a show and dance and have fun, and I say too many things that are maybe too edgy and I get smashed. We do have way too many bureaucrats though. But Mitchell, like, here's the thing: Dutton took that to the election and he got smashed. So what are you supposed to do? Like, he took that to the election and people didn't like it. So at some point you have to accept like the will of the people, right? And I had to accept that when Trump won. When Trump won, I looked at that and I was like, okay, people want to see less migration. People want to see less wokeness. I accept that. Therefore, I think like Labor should do that. I accepted it, right? And I think conservatives should just be realistic and be like, okay, people don't like the way Trump talks. People don't like the constant chaos, that type of stuff. Like at the very least, that's what you should recognize, I think. Drew Pavlustein making great commentary. Thank you, mate. 1,000 years of Labor Party, 14 senators, 88 seats. And did they get it? No, the Labor Party and the Conservative Party did not fulfill their promises to lower migration. I know it's true, and they need to. They need to, because that is like one of the biggest problems that our country faces. Speaking as an American interest in Australian politics, who's the front runner for the next Liberal leader? I don't think anyone knows yet, but I personally think it should be Andrew Hastie. I think Andrew Hastie would do well to be the next Liberal leader. The big personalities of the side characters. Yeah, like people like Bob Catter, right? Oz culture, tall poppy syndrome. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. So it's just funny that like the guy who is now like, the dictator for life of Australia is like someone who's like lived a very bland life. Like he's literally, like if you look at Albo's life, he was a Labor Party staffer. He ran for Parliament. He's now been in Parliament for like 40 years. And like, that's Albo's life. So it's like, it's just funny. Like those are the types of personalities that like Australia rewards, I guess. Like, I think in Australia, people have tall poppy syndrome. They don't like the tall poppy. They don't like big personalities. And I think honestly, like long term, that's probably like my biggest struggle in breaking into Australian politics. Like, I think I've got too big of a mouth, and I don't know if any Australian politician or any Australian party would have me, right? With Trump rescuing all left of center parties across the English-speaking world, who should take over the Democrats in the US? I don't know. I actually don't know who should be the next presidential candidate. Respect to our hardworking public sector work. You're young. Saying edgy things is expected. Well said, James. I wanted Trump to win. It was a good laugh. Labor won. Wokeness today, wokeness tomorrow, wokeness forever. Oz Pill will lead the LNP. Dude, this is the funny thing, right? Like, guys, do you really think after the Australian people just elected like a very bog standard centre-left government that they're like just craving like Oz Pill like stuff? I don't think that's where the Australian people are at. It's good to finally see a majority party parliament. Screw hung parliaments, also career politician. There isn't an issue with the tall poppy. You can be humble and show humility. True, that's a good point. And look, I'm a very humble person, as everybody knows. Pink Pinkers will come back and become the next Liberal leader. That's well said. Well said, actually. Purple Pinger would be just the perfect candidate. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, give the video a like, please, and subscribe. I'd really appreciate it. I'm almost at 8,200 subscribers. Dutton just framed it really badly. Right now, we have 30% of people working for the government, and this is growing. If this increases, it's going to become communism eventually. Like Mitchell, I think it's a bit silly to say it's communism, right? Like let's be realistic. If there is a problem when it comes to like big, like ultra big government, but like realistically, what we'd be mostly looking at is like Peronism, not communism, right? And this is the thing, Mitchell, like Trump is a Peronist. Trump is like also expanding the size of government in different and weird ways. This Trump is making the left win all over the Anglosphere is nonsense, easily disproven by the UK. I don't know. What do you think, Logie Australian? Because like, what did we just watch then? I don't know. I'm not sure. Lenin famously criticized the Labour Party in like 1940. Yeah, I've seen that. It's really funny. He basically said like they're not revolutionary enough Like, and he's now actually been completely disproven by history. Like, Australian Labor Party has like easily like fucking been victorious over Lenin. Look, the best thing is that oh my god, okay, guys, I gotta show you this. This is so funny. This is the best way. This is the best way to end the stream, I think. This is like, we're gonna have the best seething here. Let's watch this. Okay, let's look at purple pingers. In recent times, I'm increasingly reminded of Vladimir Lenin's critique of the Australian Labor Party, which he wrote in 1913. He starts out by saying that if a workers' party are in government, but the capitalist system itself is not in danger, then that party really isn't a workers' party. In summary, Lenin wrote that the ALP is represented by trade union officials, but only in a capital-serving and moderate sense, and that eventually, as Australia and the ALP moves too far in the interests of capitalism, a Labor Party that actually represents workers would arise. It's pretty funny to me seeing the Labor Party slowly turn into the Liberals right before my very eyes, just as predicted by some guy in 1913, just waiting for the actual Workers' Party. This is February 17, 2024, and what happened tonight? Purple Pingers got fucking smashed. The Marxist-Leninists in the Greens Party, like the more Marxist part of the Greens Party, destroyed, like smashed, just eviscerated. Jordan van der Lem literally destroyed, deported to South Africa. He's going like, please, Albo, don't deport me. How do I do an Afrikaner accent? He goes, please, Albo, don't deport me. And he's just fucking destroyed. He's just fucking put on the ship, straight back to South Africa, crushed. And Vladimir Lenin's going, Vladimir Lenin, 112 years ago, goes, the Labor Party is shit. The Labor Party is too weak. It doesn't represent the workers. The Soviet Union is in the dustbin of history. The Soviet Union's destroyed. It's been fucking 35 years. It's been almost 40 years since the Soviet Union fucking carked it, fucking destroyed, smashed, burnt to smithereens. And communism is dead. Marxist-Leninism is basically dead. And Lenin is dead. The Soviet Union crushed. The Bolshevik Party's fucking destroyed. Purple Pingers destroyed, deported to South Africa, loses massively. Greens, the Marxists in the Greens, fucking smashed. And there's a Labour majority government. 115 years later. Labour Party has absolutely crushed them. Labour Party has destroyed the Bolshevik Party, completely destroyed Lenin's retarded critique. And Jordan van der Lem. How do we do an Afrikaner accent, guys? It's fucking over for them, though. It's really fucking over for them, isn't it? We got Saudi Arabian drew before GTA 6. It's just beautiful, though, isn't it? All the socialists and the Marxists are seething tonight. That's the one thing that makes me happy, right? Like, I know there are a lot of problems with the Labour Party. I know, like, they need to get better when it comes to housing and migration, all this stuff. Crime. I know there's a big problem, big problems with the Labour Party. But at the end of the day, the Labour Party has just won its biggest victory in Australian electoral history. 115 years after Lenin goes, this party sucks, this party's shit, this party's too capitalist, it's not a real workers' party, bro. This fucking sucks, man. It's not a real workers' party. And guess what? Soviet Union fucking crushed, fucking destroyed. Greens on 0 seats. Jordan van der Lem is deported to South Africa. It's beautiful, guys. It's beautiful. Lenin has been destroyed. Death to Lenin. Death to the Soviet Union. The Bolshevik critique has been fucking demolished. So that in that sense, I'm happy. As someone who's a moderate leftist, I'm so happy that there will be crying. There will be much seething and gnashing of teeth from the tankies and the communists. There'll be much seething and gnashing of teeth, because the whole Bolshevik critique, the whole Lenin critique, it's been destroyed. It's been crushed. It's been crushed by history. Look at history. Who's still in power, Lenin? Your party was destroyed. The Soviet Union demolished, eviscerated, and Labour Party just won the biggest electoral victory in Australian history. Like 112 years later, after Lenin says, this party sucks, bro. It's not commie enough. Well, it's all fucking over for you cunts. It's literally all fucking over for you cunts. You know what? Let's clip that. Let's clip that one. Total social democrat victory. Total social democrat victory. Fucking mogged. Bolsheviks Leninists mogged. Fucking Trotskyists mogged. The Trots mogged. The socialist anarchist mogged. Marxist mogged. Bureaucratic central banker social democracy has won a grand victory. And we say, hail the central bankers, hail the social democrats. And really, you know what this is? This is Rosa Luxemburg 2.0. It's over for them. It's fucking over for them. This is another example, right? Just as the social democrats smashed the far left, as they did to Rosa Luxemburg. It's over for them. It's fucking over. What a grand victory. What a grand victory. I mean, it's not my victory at all because the Labour Party hates me and they think I'm too right-wing for them. But nevertheless, let me just say to all the tankies of the world, social democracy has won tonight. Liberalism, social democracy, central bankers, bureaucracy, technocracy, that's what fucking won over the fucking Marxist, Leninist, communist cunts. They're all over. It's all over. It's so over for Jordan van der Lem. How do you do an Afrikaner accent? How do you do an Afrikaner accent? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember an Afrikaner talking. But what a fucking... It's over for the Bolsheviks. They had this fucking analysis 112 years ago. Can you believe it? We've had 12 years. We've had 112 years of tankies seething. 112 years of the communists and the tankies going, Labour sucks. It's not good enough. It's not a fucking workers' party. Please, this sucks. Give us communism. Please give us communism. And social democrats go, no, we will keep the capitalist system and we will reform it. And it's 115 years later, and Australia has a good standard of living, a good welfare state. The Labor Party is in power. They just won the biggest victory of the Labor Party in Australian political history 115 years later after Lenin's siege. And I'm just saying, guys, like, it is the age of liberalism and social democracy. The tankies, the Bolsheviks, the Leninist scum have been routed once again. And it's basically like the social democrats smashing Rosa Luxemburg. It's like that. It's like we're doing that again. Like Jordan van der Lem, let me just say, Jordan van der Lem and the Victorian socialists, the Trotskyists getting wiped out today, and the Greens getting wiped out by the social democrats. That's Rosa Luxemburg 2.0. We're bringing it back. And I just have to say that. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful day. And also, it's a grand victory for Zionism as well, for liberal Zionism, for, like the Labour Zionist tradition. Grand victory because, this was supposed to be the Gaza election. This was supposed to be the election where, Labour would be punished for the sins of not calling for, total Hamas reconquista against Israel. And look what happened. Nobody won. And so I'm sorry to all the people who want luxury gay-based communism and they dream of, like the day of the, they dream of the sort of like communist day of the rope against their political enemies. And Jordan van der Lem dreams about the day that the Trotskyists can like string me up from a lamppost. I'm so sorry, but the Social Democrats have won again and they will keep winning. And Social Democrats are supreme here. And it's like Rosa Luxemburg for the second time. I'm so sorry. Jordan van der Lem, Purple Pingers, deported to South Africa. He's crying with his Afrikaner accent on the boat. Like, please, my family lost after... Think about it, right? Jordan van der Lem's family left after apartheid ended. And Albanese comes in and he just goes, Jordan, I'm sorry. You're back on the fucking boat. You have to go experience the Rainbow Nation. You can't leave after apartheid ends. I'm sorry, Jordan. We're sending you back to South Africa and you have to experience what life is like in a multiracial democracy, because I think it's wrong that Jordan van der Lem and his family left after apartheid ended. That's racist. Jordan, you're going back. And that's what the Labour Party has done today. And it's like the Rosa Luxemburg, Social Democrat wins again, social democracy, totally ascendant. And all the tankies can do is seethe, right? I'm going to claim this as my victory, even though it's really not my victory at all. I'm claiming it. It's really, could it have been done without Drew Pavlu's anti-tanky work over the past 5 years in Australian politics? No, it couldn't have been done, right? Couldn't have been done. Albanese will never say that. The Labour Party will never thank me for it. But I've done a lot of damage to the tankies over the years. And I'm sorry, Jordan. I'm sorry, Purple Pingers. You have to go back. You have to go live in a post-apartheid South Africa. You can't just leave after black people get rights. You have to actually go back and stop being racist, go back to South Africa. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, guys. What a beautiful day. Social democracy wins again. The centrists win again. The central bankers win again. Technocracy wins again. Neoliberalism has won again. Neoliberalism has won again. We love neoliberalism, folks, don't we? So, yeah, communism has been set back another 1,000 years tonight. Trotskyism, Leninism, Maoism. People really don't seem to like that in Australia. And yeah, I'm sorry, guys. It's the golden age has begun. The golden age has begun, and you know, another 1,000 more. I'm sorry, but it's going to be 1,000 more years until Purple Pingers gets his gay space communist luxury paradise. I'm sorry, it's going to be another 1,000 years. I'm sorry, Jordan, you won't be allowed to just go around and you know, steal people's houses anymore. We're going to be putting people who try and steal people's houses. We're going to put them in jail. That's what I want Albanese to do. Another Fukuyama's victory. Another Fukuyama's victory. And yes, we call on Albanese. We call on Albanese. Please pass the Anti-Purple Pingers Act in Parliament and just make it illegal to post up addresses that are vacant, because we don't agree with people stealing people's houses. We believe in property rights and the rule of law. And you know, social democrats managing the capitalist state. That's what's won today. And you know, Purple Pingers and the Marxist state, they will have to suffer because of that. They will have to cry. I'm really sorry to the tankies, but it seems that voters prefer, you know, social democracy and all this stuff. It's a great day. It's a great day. Oh, hang on. I'm going to bring back. I'm going to bring back on. Chris is going to give a Afrikaner impression.
Oh, would you like me to do his whole seething quote?
Yes, please.
So I just got to imbibe the spirit of rugby and like having gardeners. In recent times, I'm increasingly reminded of Lebanese critique of the Labour Party, which he wrote in 1913. He starts out by saying that if the Workers' Party are anti-government, then those are... but the capitalist system is not in danger, then a party is really not a workers' party at all. And they're not winning at rugby. They're not carrying the hard yards, you know. In summary, Lenin wrote that the ALP is represented by trade union officials, but only in the capital-serving and the moderate sense. And that eventually, as Australia and the Gold Coast especially, where all the best South Africans live, and moderate sense, and that that capitalism, Labour Party actually represents the workers with the right, but not the gardeners, and definitely not the maids. You know, very important. And as long as some of them are good at rugby, that's okay too. It's pretty funny to me seeing the Labour Party slowly turn into the Liberals right before my eyes, right before them. Just as predicted by some guy in 1913, just waiting for that actual Workers' Party to come and deliver me what I had in South Africa in 1993, where the gardens were nice and I could go outside at night.
Fucking hell.
But look, I would repudiate this notion that Rosa Luxemburg didn't die in a ditch like she deserved. I would say actually she was reborn. She was reborn. You know, she lived on in the form of Botha and Ian Smith. You know, very important. She was reborn, and she lived out the rest of her days
in Rhodesia. In
Rhodesia, where she encourages the Zanzibar terrorists to lose fight after fight and just get slaughtered. Much like her comrades in Germany, if you really think about it. So she lived on.
And then Albanese comes in and just goes, "Sorry, Jordan, I'm very sorry. You're going back to South Africa. You're going back to South Africa."
He has to go back. He has to go back. He has to go meet up with. No. He can go serve as Julius Malema's footstool.
Yeah, he can join the EFF.
No, because they share common interests. They both love stealing property and land,
And they both fought for mass murder and genocide.
Yeah, they're both very stable individuals who I know, just on the edges of society, and really, like, you know, in any just world, particularly for Jordan, just would have been, you know, left out, exposed at birth.
Jordan, I'm sorry, but you're going back to South Africa.
See, Drew, it's beautiful. It's easy. One day you'll get it down. One day you'll get it down.
The Social Democrats have won once again. 112 years of seething, like just lost over and over and over again. Berlin Wall falls, Soviet Union falls. The Social Democrats, I mean, they bully Rosa Luxemburg. It's all over. It's all over. And then once again, Labor comes in and just go, sorry, Lenin's critique's retarded. We win. What can you do? It's purple fingers. It's over, isn't it?
Well, no, it's fine. I'm sure that he'll find some other Melbourne garage party to, like, you know, to sidle up in. I don't know. Maybe inappropriately sit next to some girls who've just come out of high school. I don't know. Who knows? Many are saying, I heard this.
He's going back to South Africa. He's going back to South Africa. I'm saying
he
that.
He might.
And he has reparations to pay to the people of South Africa because his family benefited from apartheid for a long time. And he has reparations to pay. And we just tell him, you know, it's time to go back and pay that debt. And thank you, Jordan Vendelem. Well done, Purple Fingers. Well done. Lenin has won yet again. That's a good way to sign it off, guys. That's a good way to sign off. Thank you to everybody who watched it. We had a great stream today. And we're going to do some great clips and we're going to post it up. And let's just say, yeah, great victory for the anti-tanky forces. Absolutely. Salute, guys. Thank you so much. Infinite victory. It's a great day.